Hello and welcome to Still Got Legs, a Doctor Who Rewatch podcast brought to you by Another Happy Studios. The humans and Mars are acting a little strange. There might be something in the water. I only have two more of those left, then it's over to you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Still Got Legs, a Doctor Who Rewatch podcast. My name is Nathan. As always, I am joined by my wonderful companion. He's just finished watching a feminist get-owned compilation on YouTube, and he's ready to go. His name is Lawrence Thomas Heisey. Hello, and welcome to the podcast, to my podcast.
I don't feel very welcome, to be honest, with an intro like that. Nathan,
well, it's true, though, isn't it? You have just finished watching your daily feminist get wrecked compilation.
Look, whether or not that is true, that's besides the point. We're not here to talk about that. Okay,
it is true.
Nathan, how are you?
He's a sodge, everyone. He's a big sodge.
Oh, I don't like that. Is that the coined abbreviation?
It's one of them.
Sodge.
Yeah.
What would other ones be?
A miso.
Okay. What about like a sexist?
I mean, that's just the word.
Sex.
No. That word is in it, but it's not. It's not.
That guy over there is such a sex. Can't have him around.
You just heard the word sex and then went, sex.
Oh, yeah.
Like a fucking 11-year-old.
I know the type of things you laugh at, right? So we're not behind closed doors. You're a big child yourself, so I'm not having this.
Go on then, expose me. What do I laugh at?
We had a full-blown 5-minute laughing fit the other day because we kept saying variations on God, you're capping for real.
No.
I'm straight bussing.
All right.
You'll never catch me lacking in the crib.
First of all, that was all you, all right?
No, you joined in.
Fuck off. You were fully the one who was laughing and breaking down to the point where I had to ask you why you were laughing so much and why you kept on saying, like, on God every 2 minutes. And then you sent me the meme. And yeah, we did have a laugh about it, but that was all you.
No, you downplayed that so much. You had a proper chuckle. You liked it. You liked it.
I thought it was funny, yeah, but that was all you, though. So don't bring it up as my thing.
All right, fine. I liked your intro today. There is something in the water. In keeping with the threat levels of the episode, Nathan, I'm drinking a Dr Pepper. I won't be touching none of that H2O for at least a month.
I'm drinking water, so I'm fucked.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, you're definitely not going to last 6 hours then. You're going to become one of them little things with a crusty mouth.
Lawrence, you mentioned it. That big old grey bitch in the room, the elephant that is right behind me. Is this 6 hours? We don't know. The listeners will, because they can see the time code. They can see the time stamp.
They'll already know if we're liars or not.
Imagine if it's half an hour.
We discussed that. We've discussed a whole wealth of options. We've discussed playing everyone for a joke, having like 4 hours of dead air at the end of the episode.
You discussed that. I shot it down at every single opportunity I could.
No, you hate the fans. You said no. You said let's do something even worse and just make it half an hour.
Oh, yeah, I hate the fans, so I don't want to put 4 hours of dead air at the end of an episode. Yeah.
No, you said that's too humane. You said that's too humane. I want something worse. I also suggested filling it with a compilation of like 10 hours of silence, but every now and again it's interrupted by a Lego Yoda's death sound effect.
Again, exact same thing. It's just more dead air.
No, because this time it's got Yoda.
No, but it's dead air.
It's dead air.
No, it's hours and hours of dead air still.
Listen, all right. Shut up. Nathan,
which isn't good for ads, okay, as well. And that's the real reason we do this.
Yes, it's true. We do need those Swedish kroners.
All right, no. Elephant in the room, 6 hours. We don't know, all right? Look, it's probably not going to be 6 hours, all right? And no one fucking kill themselves, all right? I do not need your blood on my hands, okay? I've got enough shit going on. Look, it's just, it is what it is, all right? We'll do our best. Just
should we put a legal disclaimer up top?
Maybe we should contact our lawyers and be like, we are not responsible for anyone's death, should they?
Our lawyers that we keep on retainer as well.
Yeah,
for times such as these.
Yes. Look, just please no one kill yourselves, okay?
Yeah, we really wouldn't appreciate it. Jokes are fine.
Because then we have one less listener.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, someone's got to listen to them ads. Right?
Lawrence, this is Series 4, Episode 16 of Doctor Who. It's called The Waters of Mars. It is written by Russell T Davies and Phil Ford. Who's he? I don't know. Maybe I should. And it's directed by Graham Harper. What do you think of that?
I'm starting to think that Graham Harper has been eating fucking very well on Doctor Who money. My man has been busy.
He's a director for Doctor Who.
Yeah, but he's been the only director for Doctor Who for some time.
He's not been the only director.
He's been. Well, all I'm saying is season 4 had him. They had him locked in.
He does a lot of the big episodes in this era anyway for Doctor Who.
Is there any point doing general thoughts? I think you know my feelings, but go on, regale me.
I don't know your feelings. Why would I?
Right, well, we'll get to my feelings, Nathan. How do you feel about the Waters of Mars?
Why will we get to your feelings? Why don't we get to my feelings?
That's exactly what I'm doing. We'll get to mine in a minute.
No. We'll get to mine in a minute. What do you think?
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I like this episode very much. I think this is like, it's not typically what I'd go to Russell for, because it's like, it seems more elevated and more deeper in terms of character than I'm used to for Russell.
Oh, okay.
Russell's normally the showrunner that's known for being way more silly and way more kind of absurd. And that's part and parcel with it being the earlier run of the revival. But
I don't know if that's quite true. But
all right, fucking the Doctor has force powers, a reality bomb. Like, there's some fucking outlandishly silly concepts in Russell's run.
There's outlandish, silly concepts in all of Doctor Who, though.
But we've said this. We've said that Stephen Moffat takes it deeper on a character level more often than not, and Russell tends to go for these larger-than-life concepts.
Yeah, but he can still be silly with it.
Yeah. I'm not saying he can't. I'm saying normally my go-to for Russell is a sillier episode, like a Sontaran stratagem, like The Sound of Drums,
okay.
Right? With these big, larger-than-life kind of ideas and stuff. Whereas I like that this is very much like just a challenging episode to watch for like it's great payoff for the character of the 10th Doctor. It's something that's been building for years. And I think it might just be David Tennant's best performance in the role that we've seen, and that's including a lot of things. So yeah, I think it's a banger. Does Nathan agree? Is it a certified banger?
Lawrence, not only is it a certified banger, it is the certified banger
okay.
of the Russell era. Okay,
yeah,
that's a caveat I have to put in there, of the Russell era.
Okay, right. So this isn't your favorite.
This is not my favorite episode overall, but it is my favorite episode of the Russell era. Talking strictly series 1 to 4, this is the magnum opus of those. Okay, this is good.
After all that, yeah, it's fine.
This is a good episode. Most things you said there were correct. I do think this is David Tennant's best performance as the Doctor. There's some really harrowing scenes throughout this episode, really, and some really good moments of acting, not just from David Tennant, but from also, is it Lindsay Duncan who plays Adelaide Brooke?
The name rings a bell. Should we check? Let's not.
Oh, Lawrence, why do you not have a cast list up, you dickhead?
It's not normally my job.
Why isn't it? Yes, it is.
It is Lindsay Duncan, indeed.
Lindsay, see, I was right on yours. It was
you had full confidence.
Lindsay Duncan, great performances from her, and most other people in the episode as well. It's really good showing from everyone, to be honest, and even the direction as well. I think there's some really incredible moments which really highlight why Graham Harper is such a mainstay of Doctor Who and why he is one of the names who comes up to direct these big episodes of the series, and because he fucking does a good job doing them. The best written Russell episode by a country mile, in my opinion.
What's the second, out of interest? Like, what's the level of quality that touches this?
The second, it's definitely one we've already had. You know, not to say anything there, but probably Midnight.
Yeah, I was about to say Family of Blood, but that's based. You said that was based on a book and also not written by Russell, right?
No, it was the book's very different though, and like it was written by the guy who wrote the book, but Russell also had a hand to play in it.
Okay.
But yeah, I'd say Midnight after this.
Midnight's probably a very strong second, yeah. But you think that, so you're saying that this is leaps and bounds ahead of Midnight then? If it's clear by a country mile?
Yeah, I do.
Damn.
Midnight's good. I think it's very good.
There are levels to it, though. I think this is more complex on pretty much every front.
Yeah, I think there are some flaws to this episode, but they're so small and minor that, like, I just don't care, really. Like, it's... It on every level, this episode just fucking nails it and fires, I think. It's so good. It's so... I can't say what I want to say until next week. So we'll have to leave that there. But,
I'm so curious what you mean by this.
But it's good. It's very good.
Okay, that's sizzle for me as well. I have no idea what you're thinking.
Yeah.
No, I think you're right on that every front point. Like, it just the script hits levels of, like, this could be quite, I think, under kind of less talented hands, this could be, like, it's one location and it's set on Mars, which, like, they make it a bigger deal, but, like, it could be quite a boring setting. It's not, but there's parts of this episode that could be very, oh, okay, that's just a normal run-of-the-mill episode, but I think the way that it is directed and the way that it is written, like, it does elevate it to a place that makes it a really, like, it almost feels like cathartic to watch 10. And I don't want to jump ahead too much, so it's the last I'll say on it, but, like, there's almost a catharsis to watching 10 have his humble, like, to have his full...
Shut up, Lauren, shut up.
They've seen it, Nathan, they're listening to the show.
Yeah, but shut up, all right?
Fine.
What's the joke we always make with Doctor Who, you know? Oh, it's a far-off alien planet, or is it a quarry in Wales, okay?
Yeah.
But surprisingly, this week... the quarry looks good. It works.
It looks
works
amazing.
for Mars. Like, holy shit, they actually went to Mars for this.
Yeah.
Oh, Lawrence, first of all, the first question I have to ask you, did you notice how crisp and HD it looked?
Nathan, I made a special note on this, right? I understand my shortcomings of last week. And I did listen back to that episode, and I was like, oh, Lawrence.
You fool.
You sound a fool. The court jester of the show.
Yeah.
Where I specifically noticed it, and I know this might be an odd thing to say, was the crispness of the lettering on the intro.
I thought he was going to say something else. I got excited for a moment.
Oh no! What did you think I was going to say? I thought he was going
to say the crispness of his blue suit.
No. You'll never get... That's the one episode flaw for me. You'll never get me on side for this.
It's beautiful. Anyway, go on.
The crispness of the lettering in the intro when it flashes David Tennant's name, I'm like, oh, that's HD. There's not a blur in sight there.
Yeah, it's been redone. It's been revisualized, and it looks great. And shame on you for not noticing all that hard work last week. Lawrence doesn't care about VFX artists and their time or talent.
Yeah, it's true. I don't. Sorry.
Just gonna let that one sit for a while.
Yeah, I know. I like them quite a lot.
Anyway, Lawrence, we're on Mars, all right?
Yes.
We're in a quarry, but we're on Mars, and it looks good.
Well, that's the thing. It's a quarry, but it's mixed with visual effects, right? Like, there is even a...
when it needs to be.
I think... no, because you need the sky. You need, like, the skyline looking a bit...
No, that's just a filter. It's just a tint.
It's not a filter. There's visual effects on the screen.
It's just a filler. They just put a filler on it.
They put a whole base there, Nathan.
No, it's just a filter.
They're using sepia tone.
What was that? I don't know. They're using Jaipur on Instagram or whatever. New York.
Oh, God. Look, I watched Confidential. You often tease me because I don't watch Confidential.
Oh, you actually did some research this week.
It's the waters of Mars, Nathan. I figured we're going to have to talk about something else to pad this to 6 hours.
Come on, then.
No, but they even make a joke about how it's like, you know, it's often... It's either visual effects or it's a quarry in Wales. And, like, this is the perfect melding of the two. You don't think Mars looks brilliant? Like when
I
the,
did. No, I
when
do.
the
I
TARDIS
do.
lands?
I have a specific note later, it's towards the end of one particular shot, which looks, in my opinion, fucking incredible.
Yeah.
But no, it does. It does look very good. Yeah, and
For its day too, 2009.
Yeah, this is something I've been thinking about recently. I think there's like a bit of. I get it. It's Doctor Who, and Doctor Who historically has not looked great. All right, so I get what you're saying there, but what you said about it being 2009, I think there's some like revisionist history about like how everything before like 2017 looked fucking dog shit and was bad, and like that's just not true. Like I've seen people like, because that fucking Suicide Squad game came out, people have been like, look how good the fucking Batman Arkham Knight looked 10 years ago, and I'm like, yeah, but it was a PS4 game, and like a PS4 was a huge leap in graphics, and it was a very good and very capable console. Like a lot of PS4 games look very good. There's this idea that somehow everything looks like a fucking Wii U game or some shit, just because it's the previous generation. But that's not the case. Look how good Red Dead looks. Look how good fucking other games of the era look. And I think people do that with movies too. Like if it's from like, 2009, they'll say, fucking Avatar came out that year.
Yeah, but let's talk about the budget.
I know. Avatar's not Doctor Who, I know. But it was possible to have good-looking stuff come out. And it was even before that as well. Like, plenty of good-looking films came out before that.
No, I completely agree, but I think it is allocation of resources. Like, the budget is obviously bigger than it once was.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about Doctor Who there, because I know Doctor Who does not have fucking $300 billion to spend on an episode, okay? Yeah. I get it, all right? But, like, I'm just talking generally.
No, but it's like what we spoke about. It was either on this show or the last show, or on AHP.
Or another show.
Or another show entirely, that's what I was trying to say. Was that, like, when you're younger, you've never seen better than what you're looking at, and then you get older, technology progresses, and then when you go back to stuff, because there is a revisionist to it. Like you go back on something and go, hang on, that's not how it looks in 10 years from now. So what the hell? Why was it so bad then? Like, do you know what I mean?
No.
What you were saying, like if you go back and play like an old video game that you loved as a kid, it looks terrible, but back in the day, you're going, this is great.
Oh yeah, because you didn't know any better. Because you didn't know what was to come.
Yeah. Once you start, I think everything looks amazing until it gets basically replaced with something better, and then your mind adapts, and that becomes the new norm that you accept.
I remember thinking when it came out, GTA San Andreas was the most realistic looking game I've ever played in my life. I remember thinking, like, they can't do better than this. Like this is the future of game. This is. This is one-to-one real life. Like, this is incredible. Yeah. And, like, and now I look back on that, I'm like, God, that looks like shit, man.
Man, that guy's shoulders are triangles.
Yeah. Wild. Anyway, I was also thinking as well whilst I was watching this, because often, I'd say, like, this scene really scared me as a kid. I don't think I can say that anymore, because I was fully not a kid when this came out. I was just about to turn 16, so I was getting up to all sorts of nefarious stuff at this age. So.
Like what? Name them.
No, I won't.
List those nefarious acts.
I will not list my many crimes as a teenager.
He was watching women get owned compilations.
No,
on
I
YouTube.
wasn't. That's you. I was actually studying feminist theory. Actually,
oh no.
Yes.
He's a progressive man. We are slowly approaching that. I mean, because I'm not too far behind. I would have been 12 or 13. So
that's a little boy.
I'm a little boy, but it'd be embarrassing if I was terrified at 13.
More a little shit, really, I'd imagine.
Nah, I was cool. I was studying feminist theory.
I mean, I said a little shit, and you went, "No, I was cool," but like that's not what I said. Though. I said
no, but I wasn't a little shit. I was cool.
But okay, you can't be cool in a little shit.
I don't think so. I think being truly cool is to be a well-rounded individual.
Anyway, Lawrence, we're on Mars at 26 minutes into the episode.
Yeah, I just looked at the clock and I was thinking we used to be wrapping up by this point.
It's true. We
Terrifying
genuinely
thought.
did. Yeah, and we're literally just getting started.
Right, so the TARDIS lands on Mars, and out pops the Doctor, but he's wearing a little different outfit, Nathan, to normal.
He is. He's wearing his beautiful orange spacesuit. I'll have you know.
It's suit talk time.
Here we go. Strap in for an hour of suit talk on the orange suit, everyone.
So has this always been the same orange suit?
Yeah, I think so, because when he left, it's the one he was wearing when he left, fucking Devil World with the Ood or whatever. He didn't give it back to them. I mean, they didn't need it back, but he didn't give it back to them. And then it showed up again in Sunshine 42.
42. Yes, 42. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it's come up again.
What for 10 since 42?
Yeah, I'm sure it's been at least one more time.
When is he out in space that he would need it?
I don't know.
When is the Doctor out in space? That was going to narrow it down to pretty much every episode.
Yeah, sometimes he just doesn't need it. Mars is one of those rare planets in the Doctor Who universe where it's you can't breathe. So it's the opposite of our universe where almost every planet is inhospitable. But with Doctor Who, it's quite the opposite.
It is very strange that it is very. I think it's just when they go, we want him to look really cool this episode. Or if it comes into plot, yeah.
They're on Mars, so they can't just be like, oh, actually, no, Mars is fine for everyone. So
but they could say it's fine for the Doctor specifically, couldn't they?
But why? He's got lungs. He breathes oxygen like us.
He might have two. Wait, we all have two.
We all have two. You fucking idiot.
No.
You're so fucking stupid.
I got my stupidness out of the way quick this episode.
Well, we'll see. You might have extra to fucking deal out. No, it's good. I think it's the same one. And it makes sense. And he's just like, I like the look of this. I'm going to steal it and keep it. It's mine now. And he kept it for fucking thousands of years. So,
and he was like, right, I finally get a chance to use this again. He looks great. It's just a cool design, isn't it? With that big yellow helmet,
Yeah, it looks good. I like it. It's always a treat when it pops up, I reckon. Could you have suit talk? Can we agree?
Yeah, I know. This is a rare occasion.
I know.
I'll tell you what, I'll bring some conflict back in. Did you ever have this action figure?
Oh, here we go. It's fucking Richie Rich over here. Fucking hell. Lawrence, famously, I did not have any action figures of Doctor Who growing up because, Lawrence, we can afford those, all right? Santa didn't come down my chimney. He did, but he didn't bring Doctor Who figures. No. Anyway, no, I didn't, Lawrence. Go on, show off. Tell us all about your fucking archive of action figures with fucking spacesuits and everything.
There is a video
listen to
on
the
our
rich
Twitter.
kids show off for a little while.
I had this spacesuit action figure of the 10th Doctor, and the helmet came on and off. It was cool. It clipped into place, but you could take it off so that you could have some dramatic close-ups as he ponders his role as a Time Lord. Might come up again in this episode. But no, it's a cool action figure, nice and bulky. There was nice wrinkles on the orange costume, like it wasn't cheaply made. I was quite impressed with it.
Good for you. It wasn't cheaply made.
They want to hear this.
What a dick you are.
No, you never had like a toy of any kind and gone, oh, this is cheap shit. Like it is made like cheap shit.
No, really. No, if I got a toy as a kid,
I was like, you act like you were fucking. You act like you were all like fucking. What's that kid in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? Like, you all shared a bed and you had one chocolate bar a year.
We did. That was my life growing up.
You fucking didn't.
We did. We were a poor family, all right?
Fucking if you play me up, don't forget that he also plays himself up, all right? Can't be having this.
I don't. It's all the truth. We're a poor family, all right? No, but genuinely, though, I didn't notice that as a kid. Like, if I did have a toy, I'd be like, it's a toy. I'm not like, it's a cheap toy.
No, I didn't notice it as a kid. But I'm saying because I rediscovered all these toys in my mum's attic, didn't I?
As an adult, I'd be like, yeah, that's probably cheaply made and shit.
Yeah.
But
you can check out the quality. There's a video posted on our Twitter of all of my toys I discovered that were still in the loft. So go and catch that. I don't know where they are now. I think they're downstairs somewhere.
Moving on.
So what is happening then? What's happening next? The Doctor is arrested by Gadget. He's trespassing, Nathan.
That's not what happens next. What happens next is we see a young Gemma Chan.
Oh, yeah. Gemma Chan, yeah.
Yeah, a very young Gemma Chan. Not to say that she's an ancient old crone now, but like she's still quite young. But just an even younger Gemma Chan. So there we go. Before she was famous, in following in the footsteps of Daniel Kaluuya, Andrew Garfield, others perhaps. She too has gone on to star in a Marvel movie. So yeah, good for her. Good for her. This is the scene where we get the introduction of, well, some of the group, not all of them. Yeah, we get Yuri, who seems insufferable right off the bat. Yeah, because he's like, it's a joke, but like you've ruined a piece of like what I would imagine is very expensive equipment, and even Adelaide says like every pound in weight is like 3 tons in fuel or something, and that's just wasted. Yeah, like gone. Maybe this is me being grumpy, but I'm with Ed on this one. Like that's just a waste of resources. I think this is a good like test for like your maturity levels. Whose side are you on in this dispute? Because that it is funny, but at the same time you're there funny. Like, but how is it funny? It's funny. He's just written no trespassers on a famously barren planet. Well, is it barren, Nathan? Who knows? Yes, it is. Well, look, maybe that's a sign. If we had more polite monsters of the week, they might have listened. It could have saved their life. You don't know. But the monsters weren't trespassers. The monsters were already there. Yeah, but then they just needed to be activated. This is going to make me sound terrible, but you know how it is. You move somewhere, you build a house. Go on, finish that. No, go on. No, go on. Commit, Lawrence. No, I won't. Say what you want to say. Go on. No. He was going to say something racist, everyone. No, I wasn't. Yeah, he was. I was going to make a joke, and now I realise it's not a good joke to make. Lawrence wants to keep out all those foreigners. And that's not what I said. Yeah, that's what he said. Cancel him, everyone. No, please. It is funny, but it isn't also a massive waste of resources. But it's not funny. I like Yuri generally, but just in this one scene, I was like, "You are insufferable." I hate you. I'm with Ed. All right. But this kind of dynamic is what I like, because often you get like when Doctor Who does an episode where they're on like a space station, and you get like 5 or 6 characters that are like just one-offs in the story. They're often kind of underbaked, and especially when they start, as in Doctor Who fashion, if there's about 5 or 6 side characters, you can bet half of them are going to be dying, right? So like often they are. Well, that's what they're there for. Well, yeah, exactly. They're cannon fodder to make the stakes of the story resonant. But like, I like that in this you get their, you really get like a sense of camaraderie between them, but also like their dynamics. Like, Adelaide walks in, you immediately get the sense that Ed is second in command. Yeah. And you get like Gemma Chan is having a little laugh. She finds it funny, so she's obviously on the more immature side of the group. Well, she's the youngest. She's only 27. She's only 27. As we'll find out later. But anyway, Yuri seems insufferable, and then the Doctor gets held up by a robo with a fucking gap. Yeah. 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 Robot's got a piece. Robot has got a piece. Where are you at with Gadget? Where do you land on him? Mixed feelings. I'm with the Doctor. We like, why does it have to be like a funny little robot? It's annoying. It's boring, or whatever. But then, he seems like a nice fellow. He's in the middle of the line for me. He's not funny enough to be a funny robot, but he's not boring enough to be a boring robot. Yeah. He's just a bit bland, really. Yeah. Like, it's like a big like Wally. Yeah, really, that's a good design comparison. Yeah, it's kind of like a big Wally. And like, you watched The Confidential, you saw like how much it like broke down and shit. Like David Tennant's anguish of his hand. Yeah, and his hand holding the gun would just fall off after like 1 second of movement or something. What I like is how that's like immediately followed by like the guy who designed it in the heads of department meeting. He's getting a big pat on the back from the showrunner, being like, "This is excellent work. I like this. I really hope the director likes this. Everyone, well done to this man who designed this." And then it's very good. Very good.
And then in practice, it's just falling apart.
Well, it's just the hands. It's not completely falling apart, but
no, it doesn't quite exude that like very capable robot who needs to have steady hands for pivotal plot points.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to look a little bit shit though, because it is often like shaking and electrocuting and like I think it's supposed to be like outdated tech really, because like. You know, the base looks like a lot more high tech than this shitty little robot does.
Was
really.
it built by that?
We
nerd?
probably no, I don't. I don't know. We probably have like better fucking robots now than this guy.
Mate, the ones that deliver food to people in London,
yeah,
like, they are better designed. They look slicker.
I hate those cunts.
Do you know what? I used to dislike them, but now I find them quite endearing. I like seeing them drive, and I like how helpless they are, right? Because one of them drives along the road, right? And I've seen a video of one, and it approaches like a zebra crossing, or no, like a place to cross the road, but you actually have to press the button to request traffic stops.
A road crossing.
Yeah. But then it gets there, and obviously it can't press the button. So then it starts saying, "Could someone please press the button?"
Yeah.
It's very funny, I think. Because imagine if no one does.
Just pay a guy to deliver it, I reckon.
Yeah, look, I'm not...
Just do that, I reckon.
No, for fuck's sake. I'm about jobs for people, Nathan, but I'm just saying I find the design of them fun, all right?
Okay.
They're little silly boys.
If I was you, if I was a man whose job could, in about 10 years, be very easily done by a computer, I wouldn't be speaking so highly of these robots, all right?
I think you wake up one day. I think you wake up every day and you like write down in your little notebook all the ways you can make me seem posher and more elitist than you. I think you wake up.
You seem elitist.
Look, my job's not going to be fucking replaced by AI, right?
It could be.
They're not even remotely close to where they'd need to be.
But like, look at the leaps that AI has taken within just the last year alone.
Yeah, I agree that there's benefits to it, but it works
I'm not
best
saying
when it's
that.
a tool.
I'm not saying there's benefits to it. There is, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying that how much it's advanced.
Yeah, but it still needs to be operated. Someone still needs to. There are video editors now that use AI.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, this is all for now. Give another 10 years of progress, when in the last year we've already had more progress than the last 20 alone.
Yeah.
So, like, following that fucking rate of growth, mate, someone's going to be out of a job.
Nathan, something's come up, and I need to write a CV. We're gonna have to put this recording on hold. All right. The guy who loves Gadget, the guy who like has his controls Gadget.
Yeah.
You know, as and when the script commands.
You can use his name if you want.
What's his name?
I don't know, but you can use it.
Yeah, is it Luke Rattigan?
No, it's Roman.
Okay, well, it gives me Luke Rattigan vibes.
That's purely the accent.
I don't think it is. I think it's his wild little bug eyes and his little creepy head tilts and everything else.
I think it's purely the accent.
It's not, but I'm right. More. I'm telling you that it's not. There you go again.
What?
Trying to make me like I'm either racist or misogynistic or something.
How's that racist?
I'm not comparing two people because of their accents, Nathan. I'm saying, right, that he gives off Luke Rattigan vibes. He's got the bug eyes.
He's nowhere near as creepy as Luke Rattigan. That dude was like the ultimate fucking creep.
I agree, because he was there, but then like this script isn't calling for Roman to be making like fucking like plans to accelerate fucking what's the term? You know the term. Luke was talking about fucking what was he talking about? Like breeding plans and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, this episode doesn't call for Roman to be doing that, but I would feel like...
because he's not a creep.
No, he's not a creep, but
why do you assume he's going to be fucking coming up with breeding plans for everyone?
Because, no, I just think that he's like... He gives off that weirdo energy, right? He's got the bug eyes, he does the weird little head tilts, he says lines weirdly. I think he's a little weirdo. Accent. All right. The accent isn't a part of it. I'm talking about the cadence of his voice when he says things. He's like, "Oh, it's hilarious." What?
I think what you just described there is an accent.
No, it's not an accent. That's his little creep voice. That's not an accent. He can have another accent and still move his fucking head the same way.
Yeah, all I'm saying is they have a very similar accent, and you've just put two and two together.
I haven't. Watch the fucking episode again and tell me.
I have seen the episode. I don't think he's that much of a creep. He just likes his little robot.
I think he's a little weirdo, and he gives me Luke Ratkin vibes.
Okay. He does nothing anywhere near as weird or creepy as Luke Ratkin. And the creepiest thing he does is when he's talking to the doctor, he just like fucking like just looks like he's spacing out for a moment. And like he's like talking about the robot and he thinks, I think it's funny. That's it. That's the weirdest thing he does.
And that's a pretty weird thing to do.
It's not that weird. In the grand scheme of things, is it really that deep?
No, look, you're trying to say other things. I'm merely stating the point that he has very similar mannerisms. I'm not saying he's a creep like him. I'm just saying he gives off Luke Rattigan mannerisms and energy.
I don't.
Right, well, fine. What happens after this? We've met all the people.
The doctor's been arrested.
Yes.
Adelaide says to him, state your name, rank, and intention. So he does, in the form of the Doctor. Doctor. Fun.
It's a very good line.
Yeah. Is Doctor his rank? I don't think so.
Yeah, almost certainly not.
Yeah. And technically speaking, the Doctor's not his name, but he's not going to give that out.
No. But I feel like that's a good, interesting point, though. To be fair, because I feel like he would still have an understanding of, like, if someone was, like, in medical danger, I feel like he'd have an understanding of it. But that doesn't. He's not like a qualified doctor or anything. But I feel like he'd know that about any species.
But doctor doesn't specifically mean medical doctor.
No, true. That's also true. Yeah.
I can be a doctor of podcasting.
He's a.
And I am.
And what a title! Did you just say, "And I am"?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Welcome back to Dr. Nathan's Still Got Legs.
I always used to want to have a doctorate, a PhD, but then I found out how much fucking work that goes into it, like how many just years of university and masters and grad school and everything. I was like, fuck that. No, I'm good, mate.
I'm more qualified than you.
Okay.
Just saying.
Yep, I know. I mean, technically.
No, factually.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, fine, because it's true.
Okay, great. Go on then, show off. Tell everyone about your little masters.
I have a master's
which I don't
degree.
even think you've technically finished or graduated from.
Okay, straight up lies. I graduated. There wasn't a ceremony because of COVID, but I graduated and I passed, and I achieved my grade.
All right, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you. Have you spent like 6 years thinking I just didn't finish this?
No, I thought I knew you finished it, but I thought like in my head you you didn't like. I think there was something to do with like you didn't pay like the final course or something, so they're like, oh, you're not having your certificate.
No,
or something.
This is not true.
Oh, well, that's what was happening in my head.
Okay, I think you make up little things about me to get cross about sometimes.
I make up nothing.
apart from that one thing we've just clarified.
Anyway, you have a master's. Well done. What does that prove? Why did you need to mention that?
No, nothing. I'm just because you said you had a PhD and I felt like getting an easy win. All right.
Okay.
All right. I have a real master's.
Okay. Oh boy. Okay.
Welcome to Master Lawrence's Still Got Legs.
Oh, never call yourself that again. Fucking hell.
All right, Lawrence Heisey, MA. Is that better?
I know you wouldn't, but somehow I can imagine you putting that on your name, like just being the most insufferable person there is.
I don't think it's even on my CV. I don't like my education is on my CV, but I don't think I put it after my name.
No one, unless it's like at least a PhD, you should.
Yeah,
no,
you should.
No one should do that. Like John Barrowman always signs his name as fucking John Barrowman MBE, member of British Empire. I'm like,
oh my god,
fuck off, mate. Fuck off.
He's got that vibe, though, hasn't he?
He really does, yeah. Remember when he went to the cinema and didn't like the movie, so demanded a refund or whatever?
Yeah, that millionaire demanded a refund of his, like, £6 movie ticket or something.
He fucking put a video up on Twitter just demanding a refund or something.
Oh, just his general vibe in that video just fucking boils my piss. Like,
so insufferable.
He's like, I just saw that movie. Garbage! It's like, oh, yeah. What a cunt you are.
That's like me with, like, when I see you on Letterboxd or whatever.
Nah, I'm saying cool things and insightful thoughts.
No, you're not. Anyway, yeah, is the Doctor fun. Bit of fun. Good stuff.
Bit of fun indeed.
Anything else to say on that?
Not really. It's just a little bit of
fun.
All
right, great. Moving on then. Look at that beautiful blue suit. It's so crisp in HD. It's so glorious. You can even see the red pinstripes in greater detail, Lawrence, because it's in beautiful, crisp HD and it looks glorious. He's got a nice pale blue shirt underneath it. Oh, he's looking good, man. And we know this is technically a new blue suit, as 10-2 fucked off with his other one.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Yeah, so he's went out and got himself, he's treated himself to a new blue suit, and you know what? It breaks my heart that this is the last time.
It is, isn't it? Yeah,
we'll see such drip on screen, such beautiful outfits, and it's a shame we'll never reach these heights again for the 10th Doctor.
Are we gonna have we might be dry on suit talk for a while after this. Just thinking about
suit talk.
Season 5's pretty. I mean, like, we could argue about one color of one thing.
There's some variations. They're minor, but there's some variations.
Okay, I know there's that one shot in one scene where he has his buttons done up for once, and everyone's like, "That's wrong."
That's in Series 6.
It's not Season 5. Look,
no,
I will
say...
That's
an entirely different jacket.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll get there. I will say, in HD, I adjusted my television set. I had a little look.
No, you didn't.
No, I know. Look, it did it automatically. I was being cute. Right? Okay. God, you're picky today.
Because you're annoying.
Yeah, I know. I can tell I'm annoyed you. It looks fine. It looks as good as it's ever looked, which is just okay.
Why do you wake up with so much hatred in your heart? What is wrong with
it's not the suit he's wearing for his final outing. I think that's very telling.
No, it's not, because they decided that his definitive look is the one that he first started, and that has to be the definitive Doctor look, because fucking nostalgia blinds everyone, and you can't fucking deviate from whatever the first thing was, even though it looks so much better.
I disagree. And
you're wrong for that.
Look, he looks okay, right? But
he looks brilliant. He looks incredible. He looks amazing, okay?
I'm not going to say David Tennant can't pull off a suit. I'm just saying it's not a nice suit. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. I still, after all these iterations of Suit Talk, I do not understand how you think it doesn't look nice, and yet the brown, ugly, just fucking bland, beige-filled mess looks good. It looks scruffy and ugly. This is a man who is put together. This is a man who knows what he's doing. This is a man who is on fighting form and is ready to take action. Brown Suit 10 doesn't even know what fucking day it is. All right.
Listen, right. Right. This is a man in his blue suit that has been given £100 because he got accepted into sixth form, and he's gone off to Top Man. That's what this suit gives off. It's a big ugly red tie.
Brown suit gives off Top Man vibes.
No, it doesn't. Brown suit is a distinguished gentleman with a fancy, swirly, colourful, patterned, rich, textured tie that feels more alien and feels more out there than just a blue suit that I could go and buy at a local H&M.
You could buy that at a local H&M.
No, you couldn't.
What fucking distinguished gentleman is wearing a brown suit?
David Tennant.
Ugly.
Nah, look. Look, read me your final closing statements for this blue suit, all right? Because you'll never see it again.
It's unfortunately that is true. Well,
No,
he might
you'll
wear
never
it in
see
an
this
episode
again.
No, I think he might wear it in an episode of Sarah Jane. Maybe.
All right, you'll never see it again in Doctor Who.
Yeah, no, that's true. Unfortunately, well, for now.
Stop trying to find a win.
Who knows? Look, it's a shame. It's a shame that the blue suit did not go on and did not carry on through his final journeys. But unfortunately, this is the end. And it's lived a good life. It knows it's the MVP. It's the beautiful blue suit. It's so good.
You're saying it's got nothing to prove.
It doesn't have anything to prove. No, it's got the burgundy boots. It's paired well with a nice pale blue shirt, a nice tie. Looks good. This is a well put together man. He's looking his best, and he's ready for action. And regardless of your insane and ridiculous thoughts, you cannot take this away from me.
I'll let you have it. It's your closing statement. I will offer no rebuttal, but you please offer me the same courtesy the week after next.
I will not. No, because we will see it again.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Fine. Well, when we get there, then offer me the same courtesy.
No, because even then, there's still a chance we'll still see it again.
Yeah, it's true. It could come up.
Yeah.
It'll never stop coming up.
It'll never stop.
Nathan, there is a lovely botanical garden on board.
There is almost certainly the same place where Jenny died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really does give off that feeling, doesn't it?
I think it is. I think I also filmed that at the botanical garden. So, yeah.
Just the classic Doctor Who. Location pulling, it's got to be done.
It is what it is. There's no weird alien fog or the Hath or whatever, so it looks a little different.
It's a good location, I think. It's nice, all these kind of wide open spaces. I like that they work in a little chase sequence a bit later on. My
next note says, bro is eating a raw carrot. What a psychopath.
And from the bottom as well.
Yeah.
With its roots still attached.
Yeah. Why would you do that? You deserve to get infected.
Yeah. It's nasty. I'd rip off the end and then take a chunk out of it at most. But
Surely you bite the thin end, the small end.
No, because you don't want the stem attached, though.
Well, you're not going stem first, are you?
Well, he did.
You put the stem in his mouth?
Yeah, because he pulled it up from the little leafy bit at the top, the green bit.
Let me go to the tape.
And then I'm sure he put it in his mouth stem first.
No, he's gone skinny end.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
So no stem in the mouth?
No stem in the mouth. Anyway, the point, he's still a psychopath for eating a raw carrot.
Yeah, it's still very strange. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got to season it. How do you like your carrots done?
Roasted only.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big fan of roasted veg. Boiled, can't stand it.
Mate, too mushy.
It is.
Yeah.
I don't like it at all. Roasted veg is the pinnacle. It's also the unhealthiest, but
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a reason when it's fried with oil it tastes better, right?
Yeah.
But you're right. Yeah. Otherwise, it's too mushy and squishy. I need my vegetables to have a bit of crunch to take them seriously.
Oh no, a bit of crunch on the outside, but inside quite soft.
Oh yeah, you want to melt in the middle core.
Yeah. Love a roasted butternut squash.
They wanted 6 hours. It's carrot talk.
An hour in. Oh my, this. I don't know what. I know people have said time and time again they like longer episodes, and we haven't had a single person say no. We want them shorter, but there's still something there which is you can't do this. Come on,
yeah, but then it's us.
Up.
It's us. We're bored of our own voices.
Yeah, it's true. I'm this is insufferable, surely. But,
yeah.
Hey.
I couldn't imagine anything worse than listening to two strangers talk about carrots. What a truly dreadful way to spend your time.
This is the one everyone wanted. Anyway, yeah, what a psychopath.
Indeed.
But obviously that we see that happen for a reason, though. We see that happen for a reason. The reason he obviously gave that carrot is plot relevant.
It is.
So I think is it Maggie, the other woman in the dome with him in the gardens?
Yeah, I think Maggie.
Do you not have that list up?
I don't know. I put it down.
We'll bring it back up. I think it's Maggie.
Let's find out. It is Maggie. You're correct.
Great. Well done. Yeah. So Maggie is talking to him, saying someone else, but in the background we see, and they do this quite a lot in this episode, but we always seem to see the infection taking over, the flood infection taking over the host's body, like out of focus in the background. It's always quite blurred and behind someone, and it's really effective. It's really well done, and it's quite scary just seeing the body just start to like convulse and shake in the background and stuff. Like, almost like a bit of a stereotypical zombie infection, but like done well.
It is. I mean, down to the contact lenses, you do get a bit of that.
Yeah.
It is like an effective horror technique. I always like that it's normally when the character in focus and at the forefront of the shot is talking about something that's quite like human and personal to them. Yeah, and then off-centered, off to either side and out of focus, there is just this kind of convulsing threat that is out of focus. You can't really see, and often facing the other way. Like, you can never really tell what is going on. But the jolting, it just it works really well to unsettle you and make you like we've just landed here, and the episode's slightly longer than normal, but we're still getting straight into there's a threat, and you need to be on your toes for this one.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah.
He does a scary spin though. They do away with any subtlety.
Yeah, no, he does. But it's still like it's the briefest glimpse of it though. It's probably less than a second though, and just a quick flash of the face, the infected, the mouth all like cut up and stuff, and looks great. But yeah, we'll get a better look at it a little bit later.
Yeah, we'll hold the design talk until Maggie's revealed.
And I do want to talk about it because there's some good stuff to go into. But the Doctor then realizes he's on Bowie Base 1. Obviously a reference to David Bowie's Life on Mars, great song. And also the name of a show about time travel, kind of, as well.
With John Sim.
John Sim, yeah, as well.
It's the Master!
It's the Master! Have you seen Life on Mars?
I think I've seen an episode of it, and I liked his leather jacket, but I never got around to
very Ninth Doctor looking that, actually.
Yeah, it is actually.
Yeah,
Cause we spoke a lot about the Ninth Doctor and how he's kind of like raw dogging the leather sleeves with a t-shirt on.
Stop saying raw dogging.
No, but right, but have you ever worn a leather jacket of a similar ilk?
Yeah, you can't do a leather jacket with no sleeves.
Yeah. But also like no sleeves underneath. Your arms are gonna get stuck.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying.
Yeah. I thought you meant a leather vest.
No. You can do a leather vest, but
I don't think you should.
You can't just like have leather over skin. Just no. It's no good, mate.
You need maybe no t-shirt, maybe a thin jumper or sweater.
You need something to insulate. Yeah, something there. Otherwise, you're a sweaty boy. I can tell you that. But I Life on Mars is a good show. It's a very good show. Really good.
How many seasons is it?
I think it's just 2 seasons of Life on Mars and then 3 seasons of the other one. But he isn't in that. Okay. What was the other one called?
Oh, there's just like a spin-off of it?
Well, it's like a spin-off / follow-up, but like it doesn't follow Johnson's character because spoiler alert, he dies.
Doesn't he get? Isn't he like just a guy in like the 50s or something that gets?
So he's a cop from modern day, which at the time was like 2007 or whatever. Yeah. He's a Manchester police officer, Manchester Metropolitan Police, and he's like going to arrest someone or something, and then he like gets into an accident. Something happens to him. I think it's like a car accident or something. I can't really remember. But anyway, he like basically thinks so it seems that he's died in that accident. Yeah. And then he finds himself in the 1970s after that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And he's like trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, basically.
One to add to the AHP list, I think. I would like to get around to that. That sounds quite cool.
Yeah, it could be cool. Yeah, it's good. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I never saw the follow-up show, but Ashes to Ashes, that's what it's called, I think. Ashes.
Yeah, I've heard of this. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, good song. Good song and good show. Yeah.
So that scene where the 10th Doctor does realise where he is,
yes,
obviously becomes a very pivotal plot point of the episode. Probably the biggest, one of the biggest conflicts of the episode, in terms of something that the Doctor's got to work through. But I think, and I wanted to get your take on this, because I think that normally we've spoken about the show before having not, I wouldn't call it an expositional problem, That's the problem's the wrong word. But often we get large stretches of information through the Doctor just going, this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened, and the blah, blah, and the companion's going, then what? And the Doctor goes, this happened again, and blah, blah, blah. And it's often delivered to us in a way that is like, here's what you need to know, now you can do the episode.
I think in this very episode, there's two specific examples. There's in this very episode, there's an example of how to do exposition right and how to do exposition wrong. And perhaps I'll talk about that one in the later segment a little bit later. But this is very good, like fucking exposition. And what I really find intriguing about it is, first of all, it's like it kind of doesn't like hold back with it. It's not like, ooh, I wonder what's going on. It's just like immediately died 2059. Like, yeah. We meet this character and we instantly know that she's going to die. Like, it's not something that's revealed later or anything. It's just all cards on the table. This is what's happening.
It's their obituaries. Just like, the Doctor goes, you're this person and I'm so happy to meet you. They're smiling away thinking, this is nice. Someone's really proud of us from back home, or so they think. But like, they're chuffed and they're just poof, obituary, died. And as it goes on, it becomes more harrowing, and then it becomes they're all the same year. Right,
the same day.
Yeah, and it's just, I don't know. It gets harder and harder to watch, and it puts us in the Doctor's headspace, which is he shakes every single one of their hands, and then you have to assume immediately they're dead. Like the Doctor shakes their hand and goes, "Oh," every single time. Like he has that moment of connection to them, and then goes, "Oh fuck yeah, they're gonna die today."
Yeah,
which is pretty wild. Yeah, no, I think this is a great harrowing way to introduce everyone. And also, like, just as an audience member, I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm like, how? How then?
Yeah, 100%, yeah. And I also really like the concept of, like, because if you think about it, this is a historical episode in the sense of, like, a Pompeii, a Shakespeare, a Richard fucking, not Richard, fucking, what's his cunt's name? Christmas Carol, Gelf.
Dickens,
Charles Dickens, yeah, Richard. That's why that happened.
Yeah.
Charles Dickens, yeah, it's a historical episode in the sense that he's visiting this famous historical event that's happened. It just so happens to be a historical event from our future, a historical event that we don't know about. So I find that really interesting, to be honest. It's quite exciting. Yeah,
it's a fresh look at, like, and also again, Russell. We've often said this as well. Russell is often not someone that plays with time travel too much. He tends to go, we're in the past and this is happening, and then at the end of the episode they leave the past and go somewhere else. Whereas, like, I think this is more of that, but it is a more interesting version of, let's look at something that the Doctor has a reverence for and has a cultural significance to Earth.
Yeah,
just not in our lifetime.
Yeah,
because it's the way the whole kind of conflict of this is that what happens here today sets in motion events that will reshape the Earth's future in the wider context of the galaxy and universe at large.
Spoiler alert.
What, Nathan? Please.
I'm just saying.
but you know, it won't. We might not ever see that, but however, its importance here today is something that in the past shapes the future, even though it's in the future for us.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And it's also just a great chance for David Tennant to show off his articulation and pronunciation skills as he's just going through everyone's name. It's like, what is it? Senior technician Steffi Ulrich and all this sort of stuff. It's like, he's good. He nails it. He does a really good job. He's like, he will have no trouble reading out, someone's name on an email. Not like me. I'm fucking terrible at it, but he'd be straight in there.
He would be, but also that's character as well, right? Because the Doctor holds these people in such high regard, like they're such significant. I mean, he fucking salutes to Adelaide.
Yeah, he does.
And if that's not something you pick up on in terms of the Doctor and how much he hates salutes, like that tells you everything you need to know about the levels of respect he holds for the crew.
And then what I really like as well is, like, once he's like realize what's going on and realize where he is like, I should go. I really gotta go, and like, but it's like, he's wrestling with it. Like it's like an itch that he can't help but scratch. He knows he should go, and then like that like almost animal like growl comes over the intercom sort of thing from the gardens, and he's like, "Oh, I really should go.
I really should not be
but that's very intriguing. But I really should go."
I think that's what tips him over the edge about this, right? Because we see it as well, like earlier in season 4, in Pompeii, he knows all the facts, and he knows that he shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
You know, but here, the thing that I think really makes him wrestle with leaving is the fact that it's a mystery, even to him.
Yeah,
it's something that no one ever knows what happened there, just that it was tragic and heroic.
Yeah, Pompeii's just a big volcano.
Yeah, and that's probably quite boring to the Doctor.
Yeah, big volcano blew up, everyone died. Oh, know what that is, right? Donna, we gotta go. See you later.
Yeah.
It's a mystery. It's who knows what happened.
Yeah.
And he has the chance to find out, but then he's like, "Oh, but that's risky.
Yeah.
Shit can happen. There are rules. There are laws.
There are, yeah.
For now, anyway.
There's until there very much isn't, and then there is again. Look, what a nice writing quirk that I like in this is that once he shakes all of their hands, after that point, for this scene at least, he refers to them only in past tense.
By the way, it's raining quite bad here, so if it does, I don't know if it will pick up. But if you do hear weird sounds, it's the rain hitting my windowsill. I'll try and keep it out as much as possible. But...
It's not Nathan just tapping or something.
Yeah, I do apologize.
Just banging on the window. No, he only... Mm-hmm. Yeah, after he shakes all their hands, he only refers to them in past tense, just another detail of like... You know, for a man that knows a lot of the history of time and space, he's conceptualized who they are, and he's probably spoken about them in past tense before. But like I know that they make a big deal out of the "you were only 27" line, but then another one that went unnoticed.
You're only 27.
I am. I would hate to die. That would be really bad. Oh no.
Was Gemma Chan 27 at this point?
I mean, she looks about that age. She's not. She
what is she? Is she like in her 40s now? Because surely not.
I'm gonna find out.
She is. She looks great.
41.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's wow.
I mean, 41's not that old, but like
no, but to look that good at 41.
Yeah. I'm 30 and I look horrific. Like, fucking hell.
Yeah, you don't want to. You guys are lucky. This is a podcast. You don't want to see what we're working with over here.
You don't want this to be filmed, trust me.
No, but another line that went. It hasn't obviously gone unnoticed, but it wasn't as big of a deal as the "you were only 27." It's that they never forget your names, and that's a haunting thing to say to a group of people that you don't know.
It is, yeah. I'd be like, "What do you mean by that one, Chief?"
Yeah, I wouldn't. They let it go way too quick. I'd be like, "Hang on."
What do you mean by that stranger who just showed up on this desolate planet?
Rewind, brother, please. But yeah, so yeah, you're right. They hear that kind of animalistic growl on the radio. They get the camera feed up, but the lights start going out.
Yeah, so they go check it out.
Yeah, they go check it out, and then that's very. I think from this point on, it's a lost cause for the Doctor. Like he's
not quite. There's a moment a little bit later where he has another bit of crossroads moment.
He does have a crossroads, but I think if he'd have just left here and now, he wouldn't have got. I mean, obviously he wouldn't have because he wouldn't have.
But also if he left then, he wouldn't have got either.
Yeah, true. But I feel like he would have. I feel like that's an emotional crossroads that happens later on because he knows.
No, I'm not talking about the emotional one. There's just another one like, oh, I should go again moment.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Not to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, on their route, on their long old corridor run, same corridor.
Too long. Yes, of course. Yeah. You're not building. They're not going to 2 corridors, are they? It's just a flip of the angle. Fucking warehouse. Yeah.
Yeah. So he hates it when people reduce robots by giving them silly voices. Yeah. The hypocrisy is called out. But
what do you mean?
Because he's like, oh, and you know, they dress him up as things, and he's like, yeah, I know someone that made their robot a dog, and he's like, oh, that's different. Obviously, referring to K9.
Yeah, he didn't build K9 though.
No, but he loves K9, doesn't he? So
Yeah, but he says that's different.
I do like that. It's like I hate silly robots. I'd much rather put them in a cupboard and make him look at a wormhole.
He has nothing to do with putting K9 in a cupboard. All right, that's all on Sarah Jane.
Yeah, it's
all right?
true.
I'm gonna call a robot RSPCA on her.
Yeah. That woman will address her crimes when we get there, and we will.
And we will, maybe. After Classic Who, we'll get there.
Oh my god, yeah, we're not going to be there for years.
Although, I don't know. I still haven't decided on the order.
I like that it's just your decision.
It is, yeah.
Okay, good.
This is my podcast. You're the guest, the companion.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you do say it, and I do let you get away with it.
What do you mean, let me get away?
Oh, shut it. You can't let me have anything, can you? Allow me some semblance of dignity, please.
I will not. Anyway, it turns out Andy is making that growl. Andy is the bloke who ate the carrot raw, just raw dogged that carrot straight up.
Yeah.
And he's the one who's growling like a fool. That's pretty scary. That's pretty spooky.
That is pretty spooky. But you missed out that on their way, there's a pretty significant question that the Doctor asks Adelaide.
God. Okay, go on then.
6 hours, Nathan. Oh, no, also, it's a pretty big plot thing.
All right, go on then.
Is that he gets a chance to actually speak to his hero one-on-one. And he asks her if it was all worth it. And I think it's just a nice little conversation between the pair of them. Like, Adelaide says something to the effect of, she gets to go above the planet, start a fresh thing somewhere where a planet isn't filled with smoke. Like, everything that's ever happened on that planet, standing above it, makes her feel like that she's embarking on an extremely important task, which she is. And I don't know. I think this is another nail in the coffin for the Doctor leaving, because it's just that I think he can grapple with that. Like, he has also stood mighty and tall above planets, and experienced other lives out there, and seen the fall and seen planets decay over his many, many years of living. So I don't know. I like that connection moment between the pair of them.
Also means we got some shit coming as well for us.
Yeah.
Not great.
No.
Not great. Not great look at Earth. Yeah. Pretty bleak. But I mean, we knew that already. It's already pretty bleak.
We did, yeah. Maybe that's the Wally connection. Maybe that's why they based Gadget on Wally.
Maybe. I don't think Gadget was based on Wally. Well, actually, maybe. Subconsciously.
That
probably
kind
that
of like,
thing where you're like...
Yeah,
you don't really think about it, but it just like infiltrates your mind anyway,
Yeah, and you kind of look at the two pictures again, and you go,
like a unconscious inspiration or subconscious inspiration or something. One of them.
Something. I know what you're saying anyway. Yeah, it's in the back of your mind. You associate that with a robot. You go, I could make a play on a robot.
Yeah,
a typical robot. Yeah.
Anyway. Adelaide, at one point when they get to the botanical gardens, the Doctor uses the sonic screwdriver to turn the lights on, and Adelaide's like, "What the fuck's that?" And then she asks if he's a janitor, and he calls himself the maintenance man of the universe with such a big smile on his face, and like. That ego, that famous 10 ego, really is riding high right now, isn't it? We're reaching dangerous levels of that ego. There was just something about the little smile that was like, "Oh, you smug prick, man."
Yeah. Hey, look, he is smug, but it's a playful smug. It's not a terrifying smugness, which happens maybe later on.
Maybe,
but,
yeah.
The maintenance man of the universe is very silly. And I do you know what? I feel very vindicated by someone that sees the sonic screwdriver and then just goes, "That's dumb."
I don't think she said that's dumb. She didn't say that's dumb.
No, but she calls him a janitor. She's like, "What, are you the janitor?"
That's just because he's got a screwdriver.
She's not impressed by it, Nathan. Quite clearly, as evidenced by her tone.
You would be impressed by the screwdriver.
Yeah, but I'm not from 25. Oh, but she was born in 1999. Yeah.
Yeah, she's younger than you.
Yeah.
She's Gen Z. You're Gen Z, technically.
Oh my god, that's dreadful.
Yeah. No, it's not. Nothing wrong with being Gen Z.
Yeah, but aren't they the one that everyone makes fun of?
Everyone makes fun of everyone.
Oh yes, the world.
Yeah.
Silly me.
I'm a millennial. Everyone makes fun of millennials because we say hecko and Hecko Pupper and Hecko Doggo and all this sort of stuff.
What happens to Gen Zs? What do we say?
On God, that's cap.
I mean, I opened the podcast in a particular way, so
yeah.
But you found that funny as well. You found that really funny. You said, no rebuttal.
Anyway, moving on.
Right. So what's going on? Andy was making a Raw.
Andy was making a Raw. Yeah. Here I have a note that just says Adelaide fucking hates Ed. And I think that was because they were talking about the Raw, and Andy was like, "Oh, let me know," and she's like, "Shut up, Andy." And
then, get off the fucking comms.
Yeah, she's like, "Get off the comms, Ed." Like anytime Ed pipes up, she's immediately like, "Shut the fuck up, Ed."
Yeah,
like,
but then they have their moments.
But then there's a scene later, spoilers, where his final words, spoilers, are, "You never could forgive me."
Yeah. So there's history. There's obvious
so
history.
some has happened. Yeah, some has happened. And she, like, maybe he cheated on her. Maybe they were together. They were former lovers.
No, but you jest, but it does feel like that. Like, there is
Possibly,
a connection
yeah.
between them, and she always pulls him up on shit rather than reprimand anyone else.
She's very harsh on him, yeah. So.
Yeah, no, I like that. They have a nice little... They have a bond.
There's mysteries afoot.
Yeah, there are. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm just trying to think. He wasn't watching along with the family, was she? Was he? Ed wasn't. Trying to think. Is that his granddaughter as well?
No. Well,
she might have known Ed for a very long time. We don't know.
I don't think so. No. I think they would have mentioned that, like, Susie Fontana's grandfather was also on this thing.
I mean, maybe, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
In this sexist world we live in, I suppose.
They are very specific about the fact that it's her grandmother's inspiration, not, not both her grandparents.
Well, yeah, so. But if her granddad was Ed, he might have been a swine. He might have been a philanderer out cheating amongst the world.
Then what's he doing on Bowie Base 1?
Good at his job.
Stop this.
He might be. You know as much as I, which is not much.
What is it about you that whenever you propose a theory and I like correctly shoot that down and give you reasons why that can't happen, you're like, no, but it might if this impossible thing happens,
because I have to be right.
Exactly. Shut up, Lawrence.
Okay.
Anyway, we're in the Botanical Gardens. I think this is where we get a better look at the design of the flood and stuff. Because we see, we see Andy initially from behind, and we just see him like seemingly staring into space. He's soaked, his clothes are dripping, there's water coming off him. It's really scary. It's really good.
Should we do some design talk?
No, we'll do that later.
Okay.
Yeah, but it looks good.
There goes my point then.
All right, but it looks good.
It does look good, yeah.
Anyway, Maggie changes in the background. Oh, wait. No, where am I?
Maggie gets back to solitary confinement.
Yeah, Maggie goes back to solitary confinement. And then Yuri's been insufferable once again.
He's not. He's being nice to her.
Yeah, but we'll talk about that later.
Oh, no.
No, here's what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about the scene where they find Andy and I think it's Tarek, the other guy. And this is one of the standout shots of the episode for me, and I think this is why Graham Harper deserves like the praise that he gets, because there was just something really striking about the way that like Tarek is just kneeling, and it's almost like he's been baptized by the flood, basically, with like Andy and his hand just outstretched over him, just like that's very striking imagery. That's like something we can all recognize, like almost like a worshipful sort of pose, basically.
It's like an initiation, isn't it? Kind of
exactly.
Thing.
Yeah, and the way he's just like shaking as like he's baptized and soaked in this water and stuff, and there's way it's like it's not like it's not properly lit. You can only see them like by the shines of like the Doctor and Adelaide's torches and stuff, and it's really effective. It's really well done, and I think it's good stuff, man.
It's like I wrote down that it was kind of like the imagery itself when they shine the torches on them is like, at first it's kind of a shock, like it's like a deer in headlights situation.
Yeah.
But very quickly you realise that, like, as a deer would be in headlights, that these two aren't afraid.
Yeah.
Like, they've been caught and they were startled, but they're like, oh, fucking prey, basically.
100%. Yeah.
And that dynamic very quickly changes from like two people that are armed, and it becomes another point later on that, you know, the gun never goes off, a testament to the caliber of Adelaide. But it very quickly becomes, oh, this is a cat and mouse situation, and we're not who we thought we were in this.
Now we can talk about the design.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Go on. You made me wait, but you can take first run if you like.
It's great. It's so well done from a like fucking practical prosthetics point of view. It's genius, really. Like, obviously you saw the Confidential, but for those who don't know, what they were able to do is they were able to like run tubes of water along their face, which is then covered up with like prosthetics and like the scarred and cracked mouth and everything like that. But then the tubes go into their actual mouth and is just constantly pumping water out. So that's how they get that effect where like the water is just constantly spilling out, and it looks so freaky, but it looks fucking amazing, man. It genuinely looks incredible, and it's always dripping out their sleeves as well and stuff.
That's the other thing. I think it's like I think it's probably one of the best makeup and prosthetics design works that the show's had this far.
I think so. Yeah, definitely.
And like, yes, visually it's striking and it looks cool, and like I love the cracked skin around the mouth because it feels like it and this becomes a thing later on, but like, the water is patient, the water will always win. It feels like it's cracking away. The constant pouring of water is eroding away at their flesh.
Yeah.
And like, it sounds ridiculous, but drying their mouth out.
Yeah.
Because like the moisture is leaving their body. But like, all of that aside, right, even if that wasn't so cool, like, it's an absolute testament that they can basically pour aggressive floods of water onto their prosthetic and it holds place whilst an actor is moving their mouth and it's being rained piss on. Like, it genuinely, like, it's an incredible achievement, and it's fucking horrifying to look at as well.
It is. It's so freaky. There's that, like, Maggie in particular has this like really unsettling look on her. There's something about the wide eyes that she has, and like the way she turns her head and looks from person to person, like when they're all like in that room trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with her. It's really haunting stuff, man. And it looks great. It looks so good.
I will forgive the contact lenses that are very obvious, but like,
well, but isn't that like, I mean, yeah, they're obvious, but like
you can see they're around. Yeah,
I don't care though. Like,
no, I don't either. Like, it works somehow.
Yeah.
Like, and also like the rest of the design is so fucking impressive that if you can't really take the entire thing down by being like, oh, I saw the contact lenses around the eyes.
Yeah.
I like that. So the Doctor and Adelaide run away.
They run away on a robot.
But before they get to the robot.
Okay, there's more. Okay.
There is more. I like that they shoot water at the thing. The door is not open, right? So one of them shoots like a spray of water at the door, and you hear the sound it makes as it cracks against the metal. Like it's a proper bang. And I like that. I don't know, as just in terms of what the episode is doing, like, in terms of keeping us on our toes as an audience, like, water, when you're in space, right, like, water is a resource that you can put a number on, right, like, and obviously it becomes a thing later on, but it's something that would seemingly be scarce but good, and a home comfort, and something that you need to survive. And I like that they straight away recontextualize it as a weapon, like, it's something that's physically being shot at them as a threat. And like, you know, that's fucking it's scary stuff. I think that's kind of the idea behind the episode, really. The idea behind
the flood and the monster, and what makes it so scary is because water is fundamental to survival. Like it's essential. It's not a choice. We fucking need that to live.
Yeah.
And they've taken the one thing we need to live and turned it into a monster. That's pretty spooky stuff. That's just from a writing perspective. That's good writing. That's good stuff.
Yeah, it changes everything. It changes even if they defeated the flood, they need to come home. The mission's done. Their water is contaminated. They can't carry on without this key resource. I like that they bring up the idea that the humans are like, was it 60 or 70% water? What are we again?
I don't know. 60, I think.
Yeah, we've got a lot. We're watery boys, right? That's the point. And that makes human beings the perfect host. But design-wise, did they look a bit more like facially? Did they look a bit more bloated?
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? They feel like they're a bit more. They look like, and maybe it's the prosthetics.
Yeah, right? That's what I think it is, realistically.
Yeah,
but, yeah.
But, I mean, it looks great. It serves.
It
that
does
effect.
look
They look
great.
like they're carrying water weight on them.
Yeah, yeah,
which is cool.
And I guess they are. So.
I mean, yeah, like, actually they are. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so now they escape on a robot.
Yes.
They escape on a robot. My note here says, "Why is this dude having the wildest orgasm of his life while the Doctor rides Gadget?"
It doesn't make sense, right?
It doesn't. Why is the fact that the Doctor's riding Gadget suddenly mean this guy has been hijacked? Like,
he's like screaming and shaking, but like he doesn't move when Gadget moves.
No,
he controls his arms. That's it.
I don't know. It's a weird one.
It is, and I just think that they wanted to do a bit of cross-cutting so that we didn't just stay on the Doctor and Adelaide on a fucking roller coaster for a minute.
Yeah, because they spent the VFX shots elsewhere on this episode. So they were like, I mean, there are times when you see that robot and you're like, oh, that's going 4 miles an hour, if that, you know, like,
with a wind machine.
Yeah, exactly.
They love an opportunity to blow a fuck off wind machine at David Tennant's hair, don't they?
He always looks good.
He
always looks good. Hair, and there's that gif. What's that gif? Hair trembling with emotion.
Oh yeah. It's good hair. It shouldn't work, but it does somehow.
It does. Where are we here? Where is this? Here we go. So yeah, we have then a scene pretty similar to the last one, where like once again the infected, the flood have like, well, the Doctor and Adelaide are in the little airlock room sort of thing, whilst the flood and the infected are on the other side. And the Doctor has this great line where he just says, "Water is patient. Water just waits. It wears down the cliff tops and the mountains, the whole of the world. Water always wins," which I think is very good.
It's a great line, and also a great line to come from the Doctor, who knows that they all die. I think that's the last gasp of him trying to be like, you need to leave. Like, this needs to not be my choice.
Yeah.
But you need to get out of here if you want to live. He's sowing seeds for them to make their own choice, I think.
100%. Yeah.
A great line as well. Like, it just sets, like a basic human need up as the most terrifying threat. Like,
and he's right though as well, because there's no stopping water.
No, you can't,
it's like you can't. It's like fucking hell. It's so powerful, and I always think back to like scenes in the Titanic, which I am obsessed with, obviously. But just those scenes of the water just ripping through like metal and windows and just coming through it all, like it's you can't win, No, you can't. You can't beat water.
Out of interest of keeping this longer for the 6-hour fans out there, now is a perfect time to bring up that I recently failed to highlight an example of a point I was trying to make on another Happy Pod. Where you told me that every 3-hour movie that exists could have something removed to make it an hour and 30.
Fuck. I know where you're going with this. Fuck. All
so anyway, the Titanic. Can you tell me what hour and a half you would remove?
Surely this is a conversation for another Happy Pod.
Yeah, but these guys want 6 hours, and we're here.
No, but they want 6 hours. It's still got legs content, all right. So
nah, it's an easy get out for Nathan. Come tune in on another Happy Pod this week, where Nathan will be put on the spot.
We'll see.
You've evaded me this time.
If you remember, because we know what your memory's like.
Listen, right? Do you know what? Hey Siri, set a reminder for Sunday at 9 p.m.
What do you want to be reminded about?
Nathan Titanic thing.
That'll come up and you'll be like, what the fuck does that mean?
No, I'll remember. It's whether I remember to bring it up when we start recording or not. That's the next.
Yeah, you'll forget 10 minutes later once we've started.
It's true, I probably will. Nathan, the Doctor speaks ancient North Martian.
Yeah, makes sense. He knows every language.
Yeah.
What? Does it not make sense?
No, it does. It does. It's just silly, isn't it? We just get like.
Why is he silly?
Because it is. It's always silly when he goes like and just says silly noises. He's making
like
guttural noises.
No, this sounds like a language. He's not just going Joe Ro Mo Fo.
No,
it sounds like an actual language. This does.
It's better than Jadoon, but it's
a lot better.
But it's definitely silly. It's definitely still silly.
I'd rethink that statement if I was you. I don't think it sounds silly at all.
I would put money on the fact that there weren't lines and David Tennant made noises.
No, I don't think so.
No,
I think they're smarter than that. No.
Okay.
I think they got a linguistic expert in.
No chance. For what?
Why
For
not?
one line?
Yeah.
No chance.
They got in a fucking They got in a lasso expert on the next Doctor when David Morrissey has to lasso a fucking cyber shade.
You make a fair point.
So
yeah, all right, fine. All right, I see your game.
Yeah.
It's a fair point. All right, so we find out that the base has been built on top of a glacier frozen over.
Something to do with the Ice Warriors.
Yeah, what's all this about then? This is a classic thing,
I don't
right?
know. They purposefully kept it quite vague though. So
Yeah.
like maybe it's related to them, but maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, because they were the previous inhabitants of Mars.
Maybe I don't really know.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
So anyway,
They're a classic monster anyway.
Yeah. All the water is filtered, so that's where they get their water supply. That's why they've not had to carry big old tubs for years and years. All the water supply is filtered and screened and checked for contaminants, and it goes through any check. So basically, it's always safe. Whenever they drink
always.
it. So we find that out, and
as long as that filter is there,
yeah,
it's always safe.
So that's just
It's
left
great.
there for a little bit. I wonder what could have possibly happened.
Yeah, as long as that filter is in place and everything is safe. Anyway, on an unrelated note, no, but we will get to it. This is where the Doctor then has that moment, like, because then they speak to they don't speak, but they look at Maggie for a while, try to figure out what's going on. They decide, right now we need to evacuate this cunt. Let's get out of here. People are infected. We can't let this shit go on. But then the Doctor is like, "Oh, but maybe you're infected, bitch. What do you think about that?" He doesn't call her bitch, just full disclosure. And then she's
You can't
like,
start flagging like this, Nathan. We got a while to go.
No, I'm trying to get to a point. But there's stuff I need to get through.
Okay.
So then they're like, "Oh shit, cunt, you're right." So anyway, let's go check out the water. So they go see the ice. But oh wait, no, yes, fucking hell. So Adelaide goes to check out the ice, and then the Doctor's like, right, yeah, no, good, you go do that. I'm gonna go. I should go, shouldn't I? Yeah, I should. I really should go. Yuri, no point in me seeing the ice, is there? Ah, fuck it. And then he just goes.
Adelaide!
He does the definition of Olivia Rodrigo's "Fuck It, It's Fine" from the
yeah, he does. Yeah.
from the that song I enjoy. What's that song called? Yes, I know that he's my ex, but can two people reconnect? I only see him as a friend.
What is that
What's
song
it called?
Nathan?
Something about an ex, maybe. I know what that song's called. Fuck, what is it called?
It's a good song.
It's a good song. Olivia Rodrigo. Not driver's license.
No, it's
That's
driver's
the other one.
license.
No, it's not driver's license. That's the other one. Bad idea, right?
That's
of course.
it. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm seeing you tonight. It's a bad idea, right?
Oh, I was right there in the chorus. For us.
People were screaming at us then.
Yeah, come on!
It's this, you fucking idiots! We're old men, okay?
Just know if he cut that down, it took us a good minute to remember that.
Yeah.
And we didn't even remember it. Nathan checked it.
Anyway, yeah, he's like, again, that itch he can't help but scratch. He knows like he shouldn't, but he just cannot help himself. He needs to know and to see what happens and to get involved with this mystery.
I fucking love this moment, that kind of switch.
And I think this is the nail in the coffin. Like you were saying it was earlier, I think this is the final nail. No, once he's had this moment, it's like, that's it now. You're involved, cunt.
Yeah, no, I would say you're right. Yeah, I love that. It does feel like this is the point in the episode where it pulls off a pretty rare feat in Doctor Who, which is that as an audience member watching it, we always want the Doctor to save the day, right? We're going, this is the part where we start to digest and make a plan and start to win the day.
Yeah.
And this is one of the only occasions I can think of where I'm sat there going, I won't feel rested until the Doctor leaves.
Yeah.
It's one of the rare occasions where, as an audience member, you go, no, don't help.
Yeah.
Go leave.
Yeah. Fuck off, Doctor. Just get in the TARDIS. Roll credits. Let's do that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But that's a crazy achievement, isn't it? Like, a show that's Monster of the Week makes an audience member feel like the monster should not win. You don't want the monster to win, but you don't want the Doctor to help.
Yeah.
It's a very well. It's really well executed from a script and directing standpoint, and performances as well.
And speaking of performances, we get what is an amazing scene next, and one of the best. David Tennant and Lindsay Duncan, they're a fucking powerhouse together. They have like at least 3 scenes together during this episode where it's just amazing. It's just fucking talk about performances from both of them. But this one in particular, they're having a look over the ice field or whatever, and then Adelaide gets a little bit curious as to like why the Doctor seems to know so much about like what's going on here and stuff, and he's like,
it's a fair curiosity to have, isn't
it? Yeah, and he's like, oh, like, imagine if he was in Pompeii and stuff, and he talks about this supposed theory he has about like fixed points and all this stuff. But then he goes into like, you know, the legacy of Adelaide and talking about, you know, her granddaughter being inspired and being inspired by her legacy and then traveling out further than any human has gone before. And then because of that, generations to come, you know, the human race spreads out amongst the stars just all because of Adelaide. It all started with her. And it's such a beautiful scene. This is like, again, like I mentioned it last week, it's one of those things the Doctor does well, especially the 10th Doctor, when he can find that, like, when he's talking about humanity with such reverence and like love and just such wonder and fascination, he has like, it's almost poetic. There's almost something poetic about the way he talks and the way he makes it sound. It's really good, and it's just really nice to listen to, and it's quite emotional as well.
It absolutely is. I think that there is obviously the Doctor. There's a reason the Doctor keeps going back to Earth, and it's because that's where the audience is from. But
he's got a human fetish.
Yeah. Oh no, Jesus.
He does. Particularly 19-year-old blondes.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
Chris Hansen coming into the TARDIS. Why don't you take a seat here?
Doctor, take a seat. I'm Chris Hansen.
You're on How to Catch a Predator.
Doctor walks into the... that's funny.
But no, you're right though. There is a reverence and a high regard he holds humans in, and he's always. I think there is a part of him that he is so elevated beyond what humans are capable of. Like, he's a time traveler that can live for however many years he can, regenerate. Like, he's got all of these abilities, but he still has such a respect for how humanity has like blossomed, grown, evolved, changed, developed, and it's slowly taking its place out there in the universe.
I always remember that line. I can't remember what episode it's from. I think it's around season 2, but I know it's from Devil Planet one with Yude. But when he goes, just the way he says this line always stuck out to me, and it is such like a not a thesis statement out of 10, but one of them anyway. But just the way he says human beings are amazing.
Yeah,
it's like that
yeah.
with his little high pitched voice when he gets excited and stuff. It's great.
He's a big kid that's easily impressed by like. What it feels like is when like you like your excited older brother, like your little brother figures something out and goes to show the older brother, and the older brother's like, I knew this, but that's really cool that you know this too now.
Yeah.
But yeah. Right, so this scene, it's a really fucking interesting scene in general.
Very interesting.
And we might be on this scene for a while.
Well,
I've got
strap in, everyone.
I got some stuff to say.
Okay.
It's a Stolen Earth reference, which is interesting in itself.
Yeah.
Which does two really cool things for me. One, it makes the previous stories hold weight to the side human characters that it does affect.
Yeah.
Too often and we'll we're going to get all of this to come, but too often it's like, remember the Daleks? Nope. No idea. They only killed my neighbours, but I have no idea who they are.
There's a reason for that, though.
I know there is, but we know the real reason for it, don't we?
Oh, yeah, but I also agree with that real reason as well, though. I think that should happen.
Okay, well, I'm
because then I think it loses the impact if you're like, oh, it's the Daleks again. Like, humans are just like, oh, it's the Daleks. We know the Daleks.
Yeah, I do see your point. You need it to keep it fresh.
Yeah,
but I think, I don't know. I think there's a certain handling of it.
Anyway, that's conversation.
Yeah, it's by the by, right?
Yeah.
The second thing I think it does is it makes the Doctor feel grander in the universe. Like you get like this.
There's not enough of that going on.
No, but like I like it, right? This is one of the things that I like. I like it that Adelaide was inspired by what she saw. Meanwhile, the Doctor was up there in the stars fixing that problem. Like it just like it's, and the Doctor would probably have known that. He knew about the Dalek, and he knew, what day that it happened. Like, I just like that he's off doing all these amazing things, but he's still so continuously impressed by the persistence and the how influential this one woman was.
Here's something that's interesting that I just thought of. So the Doctor knew, obviously, about Bowie Base 1. He knew about Captain Adelaide Brooke, and he knew about what she said about her story with the Dalek and stuff.
Yeah.
So do you reckon while the Stolen Earth was going on, he had a thought? Like, I
think probably he considered it, yeah.
Because, I don't think he would have known about that event specifically, because if he did, he'd probably have mentioned it at one point.
This is where the time travel gets icky, right?
Yeah, this is where it gets confusing, because for a man who knows, like, all of time and space, there sure are a lot of events he does not know about and suddenly finds himself in.
Yeah.
But that's
and
time
also
travel.
Probably events that change. Probably,
yeah.
Because he always knew about Bowie Base 1.
Yeah.
So then he gets there and he's like, do I now remember this? Do I remember
Maybe.
what? Like, it's all very confusing.
I don't know. Yeah, time travel is confusing.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I like it. I it's quite beautiful, the Dalek scene, and seeing like a creature that is literally designed to kill.
Yeah.
Decide to spare a life for some reason, and we know the reason. We all know the reason, but like it's quite interesting just to see the Dalek just looking at her. And we do get that reused Dalek shot, which is good stuff.
Yeah.
I love a reused shot in Doctor Who, just the eye stalk coming down. The one practical shot, like, it's a wholly CGI Dalek throughout the whole thing, but then they have the one practical close-up, which is like, we're not getting a Dalek for this episode, all right? Just reuse an old shot.
Just change the background, all right?
Just put it close up, no one will know, all right? Don't worry about it.
I had this down as Doctor Who magic, and I wonder if you'll agree.
Oh, here we go.
And you kind of already said it. It's the Dalek's iconography is associated with hatred and oppression. That's their whole role in Doctor Who is always tends to be, most of the time, 99% of the time, is about dominance and being victorious, right? Spreading hatred amongst the stars. And I love that their entire role in this episode actually has the opposite effect. It inspires the best in humanity. And And the doctor's line about how Adelaide followed. I knew I was going to follow it one day, not out of revenge, but out of discovery. I wanted to see, like, not just where it came from, but like what was out there. I just think it's a beautiful sentiment that the humans can find. You know,
it's a beautiful sentiment.
Yeah.
Is it Doctor Who magic?
I think so.
And but as we know, I am the leading authority on Doctor Who.
And look,
magic.
I come to you humbly with
It
my
is
pitch.
a phrase I coined, so allowed. It is agreed.
All right, cool. Yes.
I slammed my judge hammer.
Thank you. You're. Is it a gavel?
A gavel. I deem it Doctor Who magic.
Hell yes. All right. Not only is it a certified banger, it's also Doctor Who magic certified.
All right. Let's take a break and then we'll come back for the remaining 4 hours.
Oh, we're doing this again.
No, we're not. We'll keep going.
No, I know. The water is absolutely drinkable and fine if the filters are there.
This is my next note, yes.
What a fucking idiot.
I'll read my note. It's like, so they just didn't use a filter? Like, it was bust and they had no spare, so he was just like, oh, well.
Yeah. He's making a little video diary. He's like, and of course they don't fit. I'm like, that's a pressing matter.
That is a big problem.
You need to send that. You need to be pulling water resources now. You need to have buckets.
He really did not seem bothered that they were just going to have unfiltered water. He found it quite amusing.
Yeah. You need to drain that glacier now.
But then he's off soaking his carrots in water like it's fucking no one's business.
Oh,
mate.
he is, yeah.
No wonder.
He deserved to die, that one.
He did.
Moron,
he did.
yeah.
Strange. So weird.
Look,
I won't use that phrase because that's reserved for another bit, but it's strange.
In an incredibly well-written episode, it seems like quite a large contrivance.
He does. It's just the fact that he doesn't seem fazed by it at all.
Yeah.
It seems like... Because they do make a clear point of saying the water is filtered, it's safe, you know? And like, okay, but what's this guy's issue then? Is he just a fucking idiot? I don't know, man. Yeah,
I'll show them for sending us the wrong filter. We'll all die. See how they like it.
Such an odd moment.
And also, boots on the ground on Earth. Send the right ones. How much money you poured into this project?
That's a big oversight.
It's a mass. Oh, what a. But also,
surely someone should have checked if the filters fit.
Why do they need a new filter? Did it break? Can't it just be taken off? No one drinks.
You have to. Filters can only be used for a certain amount of time. They'll wear down over time.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, like the filter in your Brita or whatever. You know that Brita?
Yeah.
In the big jug you put in the fridge.
I don't personally have one because I'm not rich like you. But
I definitely fucking don't have one, mate. So you here with your fucking countertop dishwasher?
Oh, listen, all right, it's useful.
There's my dishwasher right here.
He's holding up his hands, everyone. He did a visual joke. He knows better. He's got a PhD in podcasting.
It's true, I do.
So yeah. Anyway, what a fucking idiot.
What an idiot. My next note then goes on to say, it's talking about Ed and when they're packing up the fucking ship to evacuate and stuff, and Ed tells everyone, I haven't had enough time to do the fucking food or whatever, so if you want food, carry it yourselves. Do you not want food?
No, I think he's got protein packs for everyone, but I think he's saying, he's like, if you want anything that doesn't taste like shit.
Oh, I see. Okay, well, I've missed. Okay,
I might be wrong, but he might just be counting on other people taking in the bacon or something, and he's like, I'll have a bit of his.
I see. Okay, well, it still sounded a bit weird though.
Yeah, it does. It is weird. Yeah.
Yeah. If you want food, you have to carry it yourselves. But like,
yeah,
it's a 9-month trip, mate. I think you all want food.
You might need it. Oh, they might go in a little cryo sleep thing though. You don't know.
You still need food, Lauren. You still need to sustain the human body.
I thought if you get frozen, you don't need any of that shit.
Also, that's technology that doesn't exist. You're just basing this off Interstellar.
Yeah, that's cool. It's cool technology. You don't need to eat if you're in, like...
Again, this is technology that doesn't exist. We're arguing about a fictional fucking thing.
Nah, Captain America did it in the 40s.
No.
And he ain't even have no machines, Nathan.
Enough of this.
Tell me I'm wrong.
I will not entertain this. Oh god.
The Doctor's watching them all pack away.
Yes.
And it's very like he's just he's watching them waiting for the other shoe to drop, and it's almost like he's at that point where I know we spoke about it earlier, but like yeah. But
it's not even that one.
It's the final, like it's the final moment. If he doesn't leave now, he never will. Because this is the point now. It's all fucked from here.
Yeah. He's holding that orange spacesuit in his hands. He's like, he's looking at them. He's looking at the door.
Adelaide has that look to him as well.
Yeah.
She walks past and she just like, she looks at him, clocks he's by the door, and then just carries on. And I think he feels quite shameful in that moment.
Yeah. I mean, you would, wouldn't you?
Of course you would. And it's not necessarily Ten's fault.
It's not his fault at all. At this point.
It's, my man has got to carry some shame in a bit.
Yeah. But at this point, he can leave with his hands clean. You know, everything is, it's not fine. Like, it's sad and shit. But, like, he's done
greater
nothing
good.
wrong.
He would have adhered to, although a terribly difficult choice. That's part and parcel with being the Doctor.
And he does. He gets in the airlock. He puts on the suit. He's ready to. He's fully ready to go. Ready to leave. But Adelaide stops him. Adelaide is like, "What's going on here, you little bitch?"
And that's very human nature in itself, right?
Yeah.
That's the pulling on the. I mean, she doesn't mean to, but you want to know.
Yeah.
I've been told I'm about to die.
She hasn't at this point.
Oh no! Yes, true. Yeah.
She hasn't at this point. But if there was suddenly this man who seemed to know everything about you and your future and your family's future, and then he just weirdly was looking very remorseful at you and all your friends for about 10 minutes while you packed up, then you'd be like, what's going on here, cunt? What do you know? Yeah. Something seems fishy here.
The vibes are off.
The vibes are way off. What is going on, Doc?
And they've just had an emotional scene where they discuss backstories, which only means.
But then we get another emotional scene again. Like, again, another fucking powerhouse performance from them both in the scene where she's like, what's going on, cunt? And he's like, I don't know.
You tell me.
Don't ask me.
I know nothing. This is the scene I wrote down. Tennant's probably Tennant's best performance, because
incorrect. But go on.
Oh, he manages to look so like remorseful, and he manages to convey so much of that through just a blank expression. And it's just so good. There's sadness in that man's eyes, and it's so really good. Wonderfully kind of delivered to us.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, he tells her. He straight up just tells her what happens. He decides to I don't know, for some reason it's probably, well, I don't know if it's a good idea, but he just thinks she deserves to know that information. So yeah, he tells her that she blows up the base. No one knows why. Obviously now they do, but it's because she was trying to save Earth.
Yeah.
But
I think there's a part of Ten, because Ten isn't a coward. But we've this is the point, right? I think we've seen in recent episodes he's and maybe it's not even consciously doing it. He's very good at getting others to fall on the sword for him, and inspiring people to be the best version of themselves so that he can live to walk another day. And I don't think there's a part of him that does it consciously, but it's an uncomfortable truth and a pattern. And I think that there's this secret. I think the reason he tells Adelaide is because he's looking for her to tell him what to do. He knows that she has such a strong moral character. He's idolized her, right, for as long as he's known about this event. And I think he looks at her to get the green light, whether to. The Doctor's promise, like fucking, he's not ever going to turn his back on someone begging him for help.
I see what you're saying, but I don't necessarily think so.
Go on.
Just because, like, he was going, and after this, he does continue to go as well, and it's like, it's another thing which makes him turn back if he does. Spoiler alert.
We don't know yet.
We don't know.
I see your point, but like. every time he takes a step out, he's half a step back in. He's
well, of course,
second
but I
guessing
think
everything.
that's just the nature of 10, though.
Yeah, that's
really.
true. Yeah,
He does have that like addiction that he can't help really to this kind of stuff.
Well, I think that's, and I suppose that's one of the best things about Doctor Who being this well written is it's just open to certain, like how does one person see it might not be how other people see it, and it's just 10 is a very well explored character, and this episode is easily his biggest fleshed out character episode. And it's
So he tells her, he tells her, and then she just has to deal with that basically, and just go back and help pack up the crew whilst knowing that she's probably going to kill everyone there.
Do you think that's acceptance, or do you think she's trying to change that?
Well, she does ask him to try and change it.
But do you reckon she tries to take it into her own hands?
I think it's acceptance to me.
Yeah.
I think Adelaide seems like the kind of person who, like, and very understandably, initially she was like, don't want that, do something about it.
Yeah.
But I think as she was speaking to the Doctor, I think she seemed like the kind of person who'd be like, this is what it is, you know. She's seems to be someone who's very much, she'll do her duty. She'll do what she needs to do, and she will and deal with the consequences of that. Okay, she knows she cannot let this flood get back to Earth. She knows not a single drop of water can get back, so she'll do what she needs to do. So she just needs to go along, see how things play out, and does what she does basically.
There's
and that's
no time
kind
to
of what I
think about
think.
herself in this scenario.
Yeah. I think she just has to go through. I don't necessarily think she's trying to change anything at that point.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically everyone gets back to it. The Doctor is. This is a very. It's kind of a long set piece. This part. The Doctor is working his way back to the TARDIS. But whilst also just hearing terrible things over the comms.
He's still got the comms on, and this is where he kind of just has to listen to them die one by one, basically.
And mate, some of those deaths...
Awful. Steffi's in particular, harrowing, mate, harrowing. There's something about, like... Because, like, the water kind of traps her. It, like, starts to break through into the control room, and then it kind of traps her into, like, that, like, computer room or whatever.
Yeah.
And yeah, just the way she plays like a video of her family, her children. Well, what you assume is her children.
You want to talk about acceptance?
Just the gasp as the water just like falls on her. Just the shock and the fucking resignation of it. Like it is what it is, you know. Just the way she cries as it soaks her. It's horrible.
It's a great performance when the water does hit her, and you just see that, like it's you see it in her eyes. I'm gone.
She's done for. Yeah.
And I also think there's a nice, and again, give Graham Harper his flowers, right? But there's a nice visual representation of the water running down the screen with her innocent kids on it. Yeah, it's very like this is why we're dying, so that this doesn't affect them. It doesn't get to them.
Yeah.
Who else is dying? What's going on? Who else is...
Roman is next to fall. Just a single drop falls on his cheek.
That one hurt, man.
Yeah.
Just the drop.
Well, you hate him. You thought he was a creep.
No, he is a creep, but he's still... That one drop, man. And no one else sees it. That's what makes it worse. No one else sees it, but he's like...
He could have got away. He could have been the one guy in the group who hides his infection.
This is what it reminded me of.
Not really, because it takes over pretty quickly. But still, you know...
He could have tried to deny it for a second, but he was honourable to the last.
Yeah, he said, go on without me or whatever. Yeah. Not one drop.
Yeah.
And then he starts to convulse and shake. And then it's Ed, I believe.
Ed on the rocket.
Yeah. Maggie manages to spray Ed or whatever in the rocket, and then he's like, better blow this fucking rocket up.
Yeah, because I like the fact that he, like, in a second, he won't be able to trust his own body. He's like, I'm not letting you fly this. Down we go.
Yeah. And he does, in doing so, he does kind of doom the rest of them, but
what can be done? This is why it's such a fucked time.
Has to be done. Maybe they can hold out or whatever, but they can't get back home, not at this point.
No,
Yeah, so he blows up the rocket, and this is where I was saying earlier, I think there's some great VFX work in this episode, because there's a shot of the explosion behind the Doctor, and it kind of throws him forward.
Yeah.
Which I've always thought looks great. For Doctor Who especially. I think it genuinely looks great.
It does look really good. It's also not lost that it's pushing him. It becomes a thing later on. He's not just fighting the Flood. He's fighting the time itself.
Yeah.
And I like that it pushes him in the direction of the TARDIS. And it's like, get the fuck out of here.
Go.
Yeah.
Leave.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no. But this is where things start to turn for the Doctor, though.
Oh!
First of all, a steel beam falls, and it's the same one that fell on Davros, so that's pretty cool.
Okay. Yeah. The Doctor doesn't notice it. He's like, oh...
I recognise that. It fell on Davros.
He looks close, and there's Davros' eye just fucking impaled into it.
Just hanging off it. His metal hand still holding on.
Just still gripping like a cartoon.
Oh, I like, of all the things to recycle on Doctor, just a fucking metal beam. I mean, I like it. It's Sustainable Kings. Go for it, mate.
Yeah, exactly.
But weird. Anyway.
That's budget filmmaking for you.
I'm not just the Time Lord.
Oh.
I'm the last of the Time Lords. And here we go. It's fucking Flashback City.
Yeah.
Through audio form.
I love a soundbite, man. I love a Doctor Who soundbite.
So we're getting a lot of sound bites of the Doctor talking about being the last of the Time Lords and the Time War and Gallifrey and all this sort of stuff, just basically emphasizing that he's the last of the Time Lords, basically. And this is what then but this is what, here's the way I've described it. I just put, here we go, Ego is going God mode. And then he turns back up on Bowie Base 1. There's a heroic light shining behind him as he steps into the into the control center, just looking like a god amongst these quivering mortals.
Yeah.
And immediately, the fucking music is kicking in. There's bum 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 ba da dun 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 dun. And immediately you can just see this arrogance and cockiness to him, which is, it's weird, man.
It's a bad day for us 10 stands, I will admit.
We've seen him be like, be like arrogant and stuff before, like when he's like really amped up and like ready to like fucking let's go and get into it and stuff. But there's something about this where it seems extra cocky for some reason.
It's I'm the Doctor, look me up on steroids, right? It's like
he's got a certain glee to him, and like he's delighting in it. Like things, even at this point, like things go wrong, but he almost seems to revel in that. He almost seems to enjoy that things go wrong so he can find a new solution and come up with something and show how clever and amazing he is and how he can fix this problem.
Yeah. It's just been it's been bubbling at the surface of he knows how to get them out of this. Right?
Yeah.
And it's as simple as get in my godlike spaceship and fly away with me, who can save the day. If I wasn't here, there would be no way out of this. And like, I don't know, Russell said something that I fucking loved in Confidential. I was like, that's the perfect of it. No, it's not an interpretation. He fucking wrote the episode, but like it's a perfect way to conceptualize it, I think, is that Russell said that Ten has always viewed himself as a victim of the Time War. And this is when he flips the script, and it's the first time he considers himself the winner.
And he does say that, yeah.
Which is a dangerous fucking mindset for him.
Yeah, I think for a long time I thought myself just a survivor, but I think that comes a little bit later. But yeah,
I think that's the interesting facet of it, right? Being a survivor and being a winner are two vastly different mindsets.
Well, he basically screams at one point, "The laws of time are mine,
and they will obey me."
Yeah, exactly, and they will obey me. Like, Jesus, man.
It's defying fate. The 3 knocks is all you're getting.
Yeah, we do get the knock prophecy coming back. He does tell Adelaide that he was told he was going to die with someone will knock 4 times, and then right on cue as he says that, which is quite funny.
It is funny.
They were waiting specifically for him to say that.
No, it's time, Nathan. Time is influencing events.
No, it's funny.
It's got to stop this maniac somehow.
It's good stuff. But the 3 knocks is all the Flood gets, and then he's back into fucking ego, arrogant cunt mode, just doing whatever he can.
Get electrocuted, cunt.
Get electrocuted, yeah. Anyway, yeah, so he sends Gadget to the TARDIS, which is fine.
The hero of the piece.
It doesn't... I'm not buying that cunt's getting in the TARDIS at all, for a start, but all right.
Recently there's been a very great piece of inclusion included in a new episode of Doctor Who that I feel like Gadget would have struggled without.
Yeah, he probably would have. He's definitely not gripping the controls enough to fly it to them.
Do you reckon somewhere there's that water version of Roman who's just having another orgasm?
No, he's not got his gloves on.
Oh, yes, silly me.
Ten's got the gloves on. And he's doing more... The way he smiles at Adelaide as he's like unlocking the TARDIS with the key and stuff through Gadget. It's... I don't even know how to describe it. It's just like... It feels wrong. We're in a moment of real, like, fucking peril and danger, and you are probably doing something you shouldn't, but just the big smile on his face as he does it, it doesn't feel right.
The way I thought about it, and I think, like, I can't obviously say what Tennant was kind of chiming in on whilst he was performing, because this is a fucking incredible performance from him. Like, how he manages to still feel like the Doctor and keep up the Ten smug characteristic that's always been there, but just make it that slightly bit off kilter that makes you feel unsettled by him. Like he's one of my fucking childhood heroes as this character, right? And watching it, you look at him and you're disappointed, but he's saving the day, and it works on every facet. He's saving the day in a way he shouldn't, that feels wrong, and it's like the way I wrote it down is I said like 10 is tenning harder than ever before. Like, all of his mannerisms are turned up. He's grinding his teeth. He's enunciating everything. But he also feels like there's parts of his performance that feel influenced from, like, a drug addict regressing. Like, he's doing certain things, and Adelaide is questioning him on it, and he's just justifying it in any way he can. And you can see he's making it up as he goes along.
I don't think you're necessarily disappointed at this point.
Do you not?
And I think we are now, because we know how it plays out and stuff, and we know the consequences. But I think on a first-time viewing, and you don't necessarily know the ramifications yet, I think you're probably just like, yeah, go Ten, go. Good stuff, you know? Yeah. But obviously we have like more context to this moment and stuff, so we view it differently, I think.
Yeah, that's true. I suppose on a second viewing, you're sat there going, I'm watching you sow the seeds of your own doom.
It's like watching like a horror movie or something.
Yeah.
But for the second time, when you know like the steps they take which lead to their downfall and stuff, you know, you can see the writing on the wall, as it were. So the TARDIS, it like picks them up. Barrow Base 1 explodes, and they're back on Earth. And this is the most haunting scene in the episode for me.
Oh my God!
In an episode of Doctor Who, which is terrifying throughout, with the greatest fucking prosthetics and makeup for the monsters, the chilling way they scream and interact. Oh, actually, first of all, just shout out to those actors, because they must have been fucking freezing whilst all that water was pouring on them, because they make a point of saying how like fucking cold it is and confidential, like the water. It's like, because obviously it can't be heated. That's not safe. Like it needs to be cold. But just the amount that, like, when they're like fucking like doing that fucking like baptizing thing as it all falls, those poor cunts, man. Those I mean, one take is all they need for that one. Let's get it. We're good. Let's go.
One of the actors is being interviewed on Confidential, and she says, it's not like that lovely feeling of warm water running down your face as you sing in the shower. No. It's like way more akin to just having a fucking jet wash thrown at you.
Yeah, like had not been a fun day on set at all.
Do you remember that scene in Breaking Bad where Jesse's held captive by the Nazis and he gets power washed against a wall as a shower?
No, I barely remember Breaking Bad though.
It doesn't really work now because you don't remember it, but it feels like that.
Well, I can imagine someone getting power washed wouldn't feel great.
No, yeah, probably ache quite a bit.
Yeah,
ouch,
probably would.
That stings.
But yes, so we're back on Earth, and again, this is the most haunting scene for me because
Yeah.
it's just so wrong from start to finish. There's something about the Doctor's attitude which is just so inherently wrong and isn't what it should be.
Aren't you
going to
thank me?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, he's literally described as the man who never asked to be thanked. I think River says that about him. And here he is. No one going to thank me. Like, it's expected.
Yeah.
And we know Ten has an ego, and we know he can be cocky, but like, this is to another level. This
Yeah.
is something entirely different, and it's almost like a superiority complex.
Yeah,
Like,
it absolutely
he
is.
sees himself as bigger and looking down on these people that he saved. He even fucking calls fucking Gemma Chan and Yuri little people because
yeah.
they're not as important as Adelaide, you know?
And it's how he throws that away as well. Like it's
Yeah,
it's
like,
little
it
things.
doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Like, it's just anything anyone would say.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't mean anything.
Oh,
at
I've
all.
done
It's
a
not
bit
significant.
before, you know, save some little people here and there. Like,
Yeah.
he did not expect to be called up on that. He didn't deem it a significant thing to say. Like, what I like as well is you almost get like something again in Doctor Who we're so used to seeing is people's gleeful reaction to the TARDIS. What is this wonderful place? Right, but like
Gemma Chan's having none of it.
she's scared of him.
yeah,
She's scared of him. She's terrified of the TARDIS.
yeah.
Like, I love that she runs off. And the other guy, he has
Yeah.
nothing to say.
Yeah.
And like, 'cause he's just like, that was the worst day of my life.
What the fuck just happened?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah. What I love about it is it's this big. It recontextualizes the Doctor in that his power in the way he chooses to use it is the difference between endearing and intimidating. Right,
100%,
He
yeah.
is a god, and if he's not a friendly god, then he's a terrifying god.
A vengeful god.
Yeah, and I like the way he says, the way she goes, no one should have that power, and he goes, tough. It's like a child.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like you've got no reason for this other than the chip on your shoulder that you've been fighting off, like, for the past couple of years.
And I think this is where he says, you know, for a long time I thought myself a survivor, but no, I'm the winner. The Time Lord Victorious, he calls himself.
What a loser
We're here.
as well.
We did it. We made it to the Time Lord Victorious.
Yay!
Yay! The downfall of the Doctor.
What? But also, like, I don't know it's a serious thing, but let's just talk about it for a second, right? What a loser, calling yourself the Time Lord Victorious.
Yeah.
You fucking virgin, mate. You know,
He is a big loser.
he is a
but-
massive loser.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. So what? Then we get the ending of the episode, which is...
Well, Adelaide rightfully calls him out on it
Yeah.
and says it's wrong. No one should have this much power and stuff. And of course, he disagrees and stuff, but he's like, go on, off you pop, you're home. And he even opens the door with the sonic screwdriver. And even that, it's like, I don't know, it's kind of chilling. There's something almost sinister about the way he opens that door for her.
It clicks open like a creaking
Yeah.
horror movie kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah. And he's like, oh, didn't expect that, did you? Well, I'm Mr. Magic Man who can do anything.
Yeah, and
everything.
it's show-offy. Look at this.
Yeah, it is. Exactly.
And then
And then she says, "Is there anything you can't do?" And he says, "Not anymore."
and
Which is,
he's waiting for that as well. Like, but the thing
Yeah.
that gets me is he sonics the door, then he turns around, he doesn't say anything. He sonics the door, he turns around, and he just looks at her like, "You're impressed, aren't you? Like, I know you're
Yeah.
impressed."
yeah.
And oh lord,
And Adelaide, rightfully, she brought up some points. She's like, "But you told me about my granddaughter and my legacy and stuff." And he's like, "Oh no, you can inspire her yourself now and all this sort of stuff." But she's like, "But that's not what you told me. That's not the future and all this sort of stuff."
Yeah.
So she takes it among herself. She walks into her house. We see her removing her gun from its holster, and then we see the flash and hear the shot.
a testament to her, by the way. She wastes no time on herself.
No, she's like, "This is wrong. I should not be here. I was supposed to die on Mars."
The quicker
but-
I'm gone now, the better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what instantly brings the Doctor right back down to reality. He hears that gunshot. He realizes what's done, because he is now directly responsible for her death. Before he was just an observer. Before he was just passing through. It wasn't his fault. But now his blood is on her. wrong way. Her blood is on his hands because he changed time now. He is direct. He killed her. He fully just killed her himself.
Yeah, and it's complicated, right? Because the way he forces her hand to end her own life rather than letting her choose to lay it down in a much more heroic way than shooting yourself in your living room. Like he robbed that from her. Yeah, and that's in such a high reverence and high regard as he held her legacy this entire episode, and he pissed on it, completely pissed on it.
It's almost as if we talk about the ego of 10. You know, he literally saw her saving the day and took that moment for himself.
Yeah.
He stole the heroic moment for himself. And now because of it, she's killed herself.
And the only changes, right, that happen because of this is that the two survivors, Gemma Chan and Gemma Chan's mate, right?
Yeah.
They go away and eventually tell their story. And now the mystery is able to be resolved, right? The human race knows, for better or for worse, what happened. And the thing that really bothers me is that the mystery around Adelaide never changes, right? Adelaide died on Mars originally, and no one knew why. Yeah. But it was clearly a heroic death. You don't nuke yourself for fun. It was clearly an act of immense sacrifice for the Earth's continued survival. And what I hate about the Doctor is that how he takes that from her, and now there's still a mystery, but the mystery is, how long was she back on Earth? Why did she kill herself? She had family here she hadn't seen in 2 years, and she's dead.
How did she get to Earth?
Yeah, and it's that's the whole thing about it, right? It's the questions are so less revered. They don't look at her legacy in the same way. Yes, it inspires her, but it almost feels like an inspiration of her granddaughter of, I'm going to do better than that.
Yeah.
Rather than an inspiration of, what an incredible woman. If I could be half of her, I'd be proud.
Yeah. Really.
What a prick. What a fucking prick.
What an absolute prick. And Ood Sigma shows up to tell him that. Except not really, because he doesn't say anything.
No, but he's there like...
He's there. Like,
judging you.
You know. And immediately he's terrified.
Yeah.
He's... The Doctor, that is. He's fucking... Immediately, he's like, have I gone too far? You know, is this it? Is this my death? That good meme. Is it time? Which is a good meme. I enjoy that. It's like me when my mum asks what herbs I put on the chicken. Is it time?
Is it time?
It's so stupid, but it's such a good meme.
It's akin to it's the spiritual pairing of but Donna's still in there.
It is
when your mate throws her kebab away in the bin after a night out.
But Donna's
still in there.
Oh, I love those silly little memes. Anyway, but yeah, his death is coming,
and he faces it like a bitch.
Well, I was just going to say his death is coming, and what does he do? What he always does.
Yeah,
he runs.
And again, this is the beauty of the ending of this episode, right? He is brought crashing down by Adelaide's suicide, right? He is. Oh fuck! I've really pushed it too far this time. And then Ood Sigma shows around and he goes, "It's all about me again."
Yeah.
Time for me to run away. Not a thought for Adelaide spared in that moment where he's running.
I cannot tell you how much I really want to talk about next week right now, and specifically the opening and my thoughts in general on that, but we'll have to wait.
Look, maybe I've never done a rewatch to this effect, right? Maybe my thoughts on it will change because of my newfound... Like, I always love this episode, but I haven't really watched it properly as an adult, I don't think.
I will keep my thoughts on it until next week.
Okay, yeah, please do, because look, you know me, I like some stupid cheese. I like some silly business.
I'll keep them.
Right, he declares no, Nathan. I love that line.
He does. He declares no. In a scene which I will admit, like, Doctor Who is HD now, and this scene just in particular looks so very crisp.
It does,
and so very good. There's something about just the way he stood there in the TARDIS, in that beautiful blue suit, of course.
In that beautiful coral TARDIS, you mean?
No, horrible.
Beautiful.
You can see all the cracks. You can see all the ugly cracks in it even more now.
I meant to fucking press you about this. When Gadget starts working on all the levers, there's more than one lever.
He doesn't. He fucking doesn't.
He does. He's pulling all sorts of knobs.
He's not. He pulls one lever.
No, he presses a few buttons.
I'm going to say...
Do it.
He pulls a lever and a switch. And the TARDIS is going.
All right, well, look, it's two things, all right? You only said there's one thing in the past.
And for all we know, they could have added those for these episodes because we've never seen them before.
I mean, that is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, fine. Nathan, is it time to do Weirdo of the Week?
Lawrence, I think it is time to do
Weirdo of the Week. Weirdo.
Lawrence, this is everyone's favourite segment of the show where we get to take a chance to look back on some of the weird and wonderful and grubby little cunts who come across our screens each and every week. You didn't even laugh, whilst we discuss this show that is Doctor Who. I feel quite offended by that.
Sorry.
If I'm being honest.
Sorry.
You were just staring blankly into space.
I was just checking my weirdo. I was having a little thought.
Well, I'll make you laugh. But
Sorry.
Anyway, who's yours?
Mine's not that imaginative this week, I'll be honest.
Mine's not either.
Yeah.
Slim pickings this week.
It is, because everyone's
which
good.
I think is a testament to the writing and the strength of this episode, really. There's no weird, grubby little cunts about.
No, because everyone's a well-fleshed out character that actually ends up being quite heroic, yeah.
Yeah.
Mine is just the Doctor.
Okay.
Because of the last 20 minutes of the podcast.
Yeah.
Is basically why.
Because of the Time Lord Victorious.
Yeah, and also giving it a name.
Yeah, that's very edgy kid, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Energy.
It's like his Xbox gamer tag kind of thing.
Yeah, you have to call me Darth Garen now. Actually,
Time Lord Victorious _69. Right.
Yeah.
All right, who's your weirdo of the week?
Well, again, slim pickings, but I went with Yuri.
Okay.
And not just because he's insufferable. And to be honest, he's not insufferable. He's mostly fine.
Yeah.
But just this scene where Maggie was in isolation, like she's infected, but we don't know it at this point because it's hiding, it's dormant.
Yeah.
And he's just watching a message from his brother, and he's like, "Oh, this is funny," and she's like, "Oh, is that your brother?" And he's like, "Yeah." Anyway, let me give you all this exposition about Earth whilst you're here. Let me pull up this hologram and show you exactly how Earth looks and how much water there is there. It's just the exposition was just a bit like heavy-handed, really.
It was a little bit like this would be information you'd want to know if you were a water creature.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's just not how people speak to each other.
No, it's not. Yeah.
It's just very much this is exposition I have to deliver sort of scene. And yeah, bit of a weak one for Weirdo, but as we said, slim.
That's a good thing.
Really.
That's always
and
a
that
good
is
thing.
a good thing. Yeah, that speaks to the caliber of the episode itself. When there are plenty of weirdos to choose from. Oh boy!
There's some plot holes somewhere or some.
You got yourself a Love and Monsters situation on your hands.
Pavement nonce.
Pavement nonce returns.
Indeed.
Right, Lawrence. That is it. Unless there's anything else that we need to do.
Well, Nathan, it is that time of the week called Still Got Thoughts. This is the part of the show.
Oh, I forgot about this. It's not even remotely close to being over.
No. Nathan, it's that time of the show where we get the audience to have their say. What happens is Nathan will tweet out a post, let you guys know what episode we're recording and when, and then our lovely, lovely loyal listeners will send in their thoughts. They can reply directly on Twitter, or they can email us over at stillgotlegspodcast@gmail.com. Be warned, casual listeners, now is a pretty good time for you to jump off if you're not a fan of in-jokes and silliness.
If you're not a real fan.
Yeah, if you're not a day one, right, then you need to bounce out of here.
I don't think anyone's a day oneer.
No one's a day. We were day oneers.
We were day oneers.
Because we checked, we were like, is it up?
We had to be here.
Yeah, it's true.
We
It
didn't get a
wouldn't.
choice.
The Still Got Legs victorious. Nathan, let us know what the good people think about the waters of Mars, please.
Lauren, should we do Twitter or emails first?
Let's not break tradition. Let's do Twitter.
Good. I was going to do that anyway. Regardless
Good.
of what you
I
chose.
win.
this time, maybe. Right, where do we start? So, strap in for a long one, everyone.
Oh, jeez.
Like you said, I do put up a tweet, and the tweet happened to mention that we were recording Wednesday night at 9 p.m., which didn't happen to be true because we later pushed it back.
Yep.
But Jared Coastal then replied to that tweet saying, "But this means you'll be up recording until 3 a.m." Which would have been true, but is now incorrect.
Yep.
So
and also wouldn't have been true.
Well, maybe we don't know how long this bit
That's true.
So, yeah. So don't you look quite the fool, Jared? Thank you for getting in touch. Return of the Dastardly Wizard at King Carbonara says the artist fucking hell, fucked that up. The artist formerly known as Soupy Soup Brain here, back after a scuffle with the Musk. After watching this episode, the crusty water people were a recurrent theme in my nightmares for like 2 years. That tells you everything you need to know about the quality of this episode. And then in a follow-up, says, just saw the retweet telling me we may have more time to leave more comments, and wanted to say that personally, I find being reminded of Elton's Road Dome whenever I look at your banner a rather fulfilling experience. Elton's Road Dome.
It's not a nice phrase.
It's not a nice
Well,
phrase.
we have news on the banner. We've reached an agreement.
Well, I changed it.
Yeah, but I have accepted it, and I'm now calling off the Still Got Legs hounds.
Call off your dogs.
Yeah. Now everyone is to leave Nathan alone. We have agreed on a lovely Trinity Wells.
Yeah, go check it out. It's beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, Damn the Lamb at Damn the Lamb says, definitely the episode that freaked me out the most as a kid, which probably marred my opinion on the episode for a few years. You all right?
I was just itching my leg, yeah.
All right. I thought he was having a stroke or something.
I'm just getting quite progressively closer to the camera.
You're just leaning off to the side there.
Just slowly slipping off.
But now I can appreciate it for the banger that it is. True that. True that. The fuck am I? The design for the infected is so simple and effective. And Tennant's performance at the end is so good. Also, the writing does a great job of making you care about each character before they will eventually meet their demise. 10 out of 10, no notes. Also, thanks, boys, for the 6-hour episode. Ooh. Ooh. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Robert Vasquez says, first of all, this is longer than normal. I mean, usually this would be the end of an episode and we're just starting the fucking Still Got Thoughts.
Yeah, by the time we wrap up, you'll have had your fill,
yeah,
all right?
Yeah.
Do you know what?
Everyone
Get the
calm
fuck
down.
off our case.
Lawrence, stop. You go too far every time, all right? Okay? No one kill yourself, please.
Okay, yeah, please.
Okay. Robert Vasquez and RW Vasquez says, what I love about Time Lord Victorious is that it isn't born out of a master-like sense of chaos or a Davros-like sense of hate. The Doctor genuinely wants to save these people and can't stand by his listeners as they die. But the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Ooh, I like that.
Ooh. Yeah,
It's true.
Good line.
It is.
Where's that from?
Else?
That's a lyric. No,
it's
it's not
a
from a
saying.
lyric, but it is a lyric in a song.
It's a saying. I don't know.
The
Google
road
it.
to hell is paved with good intentions. Yeah. Is it Kylie? Feels like a Kylie.
Don't know.
Yes, it's not Kylie. It's a Madonna and Justin Timberlake with 4 minutes.
That's 4 minutes.
That's in 4 minutes. Yeah. But if I got a night, at least I can say I did what I wanted to do. Baby, how about you? If you want it, you already got it. If you
That's what I was doing.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm with you. I'm backing it.
But you was out of time.
And you can. Well, no, you were out of time.
Well, I started.
I started singing first.
I prefer the Glee version. Rach at Acting Strange, but the is anyway. Okay, so I love this episode, but I've always wondered, couldn't the Doctor just have taken the crew to live in a different planet or time period? As long as everyone on Earth thinks they're dead, it's all gravy. But then again, who am I to question the Time Lord Victorious? That's right, not you mere mortals, okay? No one questions this god that is the Time Lord Victorious.
See, that's an idea, and I'm thinking like the crew would probably have something to say about that. But then I'm also thinking, like, the alternative is death, so you choose.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, but like, the answer is it's more dramatic to do this.
I mean, yeah, look, it's a tech show, isn't it?
Yeah,
So.
it's a TV show. Yeah. It's more dramatic to do this. Like,
it's not very.
Yeah, that
the
probably
episode's over soon. If the doctor's like, hop in, we're going to go to Jupiter or something instead.
Also, the water monsters fall into my favorite Who cliche: an intelligent species shown to be totally capable of normal speech, who decide to occasionally make scary growling, hissing, screaming noises. Anyway, just to let everyone know. They're the baddies. That's good.
That's true. Yeah,
I enjoy that. Also, I'd like to know if the possessed Mars water is tasty. And could I carbonate it? This is probably my most pressing question, actually. I do love a carbonated beverage, so I'd have to agree there. Yeah. I would like to carbonate the Mars water.
You can save on fizzy drinks as well by carbonating your water at home.
Exactly, yeah. Pour a bit of juice in there. You got yourself a nice Fanta.
There you
Make
go.
it at home. Yeah. Good stuff. That's why everyone's like, who's sparkling water for? It's for me, all right? I like it. I put a bit in my juice, all right?
I agree with the juice. Sparkling water on its own is a war crime.
I think it's all right.
Nah, you're wrong.
It needs it. Like it's always better with a bit of flavour. Don't get me wrong.
It's drinkable.
I'll
with
enjoy.
Flavour.
No, it's drinkable without flavour. I think
it just tastes like the concept of sharp.
It's just water, but it's.
I know what it is. It's the way you moved your hand there, you were like, "It's just water. It's just fizzy."
It's spicy water.
Spicy water.
You know that you heard that? Like, it's like a TikTok sound where it's like, "Why is it spicy?"
Yeah,
it's like that. Yeah, it's me. Anyway, August. Yep. Says they put water on Mars? ? And then with I think it's called an emoji. You know the ones you can make the face of, like it'll take on your face. It's like a pig with his head exploding. So
I like that one. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's fun. Greg Cactus Face, the man, the myth, the legend, at G Cactus Face says, in this episode, spoilers, but Adelaide dies via a gunshot to the head. As with a surprising amount of previous episodes, this is also how horses die, and is my fun dead horses from the Neverending Story fact for this week. Thank you, Greg. We appreciate it. A movie plot point, if this episode is how important drinking enough water is for astronauts. In a game of baseball, the players are advised to drink at least 8 ounces, whatever the fuck that means, of water per minute. Per minute? That seems excessive.
Wait, per minute?
That's what it says, yeah.
8 ounces.
8 ounces, yeah.
How much is an ounce?
I don't know.
Like in a regular sippy cup.
I know that like a regular, like a burger you'd get at a restaurant is usually 8 ounces, I think.
How many ounces in a pint?
How many? No, there's not. A pint is probably like 20 ounces, I think.
That is bang on.
Oh, shit, really?
Bang on, apparently. 1 imperial pint is 20 fluid ounces.
There we go, see? I knew it.
So you have to
how much is 8 ounces? Put 8 ounces into milliliters.
All right. Is 236.5.
That's a lot of water in a minute. That's like just under a can, like a little bit less than a can of Coke.
Yeah,
like,
that's too much water.
Per minute?
I can't be running on that.
Constantly?
I can't be running, let alone on that.
Greg also says, oh yeah, also like just about every episode of the pod, I will be listening to it in Adelaide, South Australia. Adelaide, of course, being the namesake of the main character of this episode.
There we go. A little coinky dink.
Adelaide, South Australia. Well done.
Nice.
Shout out to Adelaide in South Australia.
Indeed.
No, the place, not the person. Guy Armstrong says, this episode contains an incel's worst nightmare, being forced to take a shower. Also, the Time Lord Victorious is the biggest fuck you to the Doctor to ever have happened. He changed the future for this woman, and she just goes and kills herself. Side note, it says nasal, but I think it's supposed to be NASA. NASA once sent a woman into space with 100 tampons for a week-long trip. So doing the math of 4 female characters and a 10-month trip to and from Mars, that comes up to roughly 32,000 tampons on that ship minimum, but they couldn't bring the right shape filters.
I'd heard about that. I'd heard about that fucking tampon theory as well.
Yeah, that's very funny.
Anecdote, yeah. What a bunch of stupid fucking idiots.
Yeah, we're a bunch of stupid fucking morons. Ultra Bastard at Dave D 22469555832 says, bit wet, innit?
Fuck's sake.
There we go.
Oh, these insightful comments.
Mel. We got to do them all, Lawrence.
I know.
And maybe I'll turn on that soon. Mel at Melly Mel says 10 really portrays the gamut of emotions in this episode. Giddy, cheerfulness to total devastation to excessive hubris. What a ride. And then 3 what is water drop emojis, but I always associate it with something else.
Yeah, it's cum.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, I wasn't gonna say it.
Yeah, but it is though, isn't it?
It is, yes, but yeah, water drop emoji. I agree, though. I agree.
Yeah,
very 10 shines in this episode, as you say.
He does.
I'm checking in with you because you're doing that thing where you're just thinking you can go silent.
I listen. I said it was cum. I'm listening.
Don't say that.
I'm listening.
You need more interaction, Lawrence. All right, this is not just a segment where you can just kick back and take your time.
Yeah, but if I have nothing to say, then my input is just me being like, yeah, cool.
Well, have something to say.
All right, fine.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
No, don't. I saw this last night, and this made me laugh quite a bit. But Pierce,
it was cum. You were supposed to laugh, Nathan.
Anyway, I saw this last night, and this actually made me laugh quite a bit. Piers Moore writes, ha ha ha, the water killed off Andy first. Cry me a river, you fucking vegan. Go eat some more raw carrots like a rabbit. And then in brackets, please let the record show that this is satire. And then a follow-up tweet, also in brackets, reiterating this, and then all in capitals, please, for the love of God, let the record show that this is satire. And then again, another follow-up tweet, all in capitals, just the words, please. Which made me laugh quite a bit.
We don't mind a little light bit of vegan hazing on the pod, all right?
I do. I don't want any of that shit here.
No, we're not. No one's ridiculing or judging.
I'm not going to haze a vegan just for making good choices.
But a light bit of grazing, maybe the wrong word.
Pun intended.
Oh yeah, go on. Sorry.
Abby at Sapphic Slowpoke says, incredible episode. It's got sort of the same vibes as Midnight, where we don't directly see the monster. We only see what it does to people and makes them not quite human and uncanny. Anyway, the whole situation could have been avoided if they just drank Pepsi Max instead of water. I love a Pepsi Max. Do you like a cherry? Do you like a little additive flavour? I do. At the moment we have mango and lime. That's 2 different flavors, by the way.
Yeah.
One's mango, one's lime.
Yeah.
And I enjoy those quite a bit.
I like a lime myself. If I don't have a lime, I typically tend to add a lime.
Ooh. What kind of house just regularly has limes?
I've got a drawer of frozen fruit.
Oh, frozen's not the same.
Frozen fruit is the same.
It's not the same though, is it?
I mean, you do. You can add it to a drink.
If I ever want an orange, I'm not just going to go to my bag of frozen fruit and get a few
I have oranges, Nathan. I don't freeze oranges. I'm just saying I have a bag of frozen fruit for when I make smoothies and such.
How often are you making smoothies?
I have about 2 a day.
Oh, fuck off.
I'm on my health kick.
Anyway.
I've lost 1.5 stone, Nathan.
Have you?
I have actually, yeah.
Have you really?
Yeah, genuinely.
Oh, congratulations. That's really
Thank
good.
you.
Oh, well done. I didn't know that. You didn't tell me.
You always make fun of me for my health kick.
No, serious. I make fun of you when you be a prick about it.
Yeah, that's true. I deserve it most of the time. Yeah, no, I'm quite happy with it. Anyway, shut up. Don't be nice.
Okay. Fuck off, Lawrence.
Thank you. Much better.
Carly at Carly's Acting says, was it ever confirmed if it is the same spacesuit in the Impossible Planet / the Satan Pit as this episode? I've not watched The Waters of Mars in a good while, so I can't remember if it was ever really brought up. Lawrence, tell us the tale.
We confirmed it earlier.
We confirmed it. The show doesn't.
No,
but we know.
But we know what the fuck is up.
We know. Yeah,
That's the official Doctor Who podcast.
Exactly. Yeah, write that one down, Russell.
Yeah.
Yeah. The show never says it's the same one, but it is. We all know.
Like, how could it not be?
Yes.
And he dusts it off. We said as well, he dusts it off in 42 as well.
And in many more episodes to come.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Very true.
Some beautiful looking boys and girls will don that suit.
Oh yeah, there's a few to come actually, isn't there? Yeah.
There is.
Does Capaldi ever get his day?
Let's see. Here's where it's a little bit different because, and this is a bit of a spoiler, I guess, for episodes to come.
Well, we're not giving him a 6-hour episode, so we can have this.
Clara wears this suit, okay, in an episode with Capaldi, okay. But I don't think Capaldi specifically wears this suit, but he does wear a similar spacesuit, which is like already on a space station sort of thing.
I see. So it's one off the rack.
But it's not. Yeah, but it is a little bit different. But yeah,
okay. It's not.
But
the
he does wear a
Doctor's
spacesuit. It's not the Doctor's own. No. Anyway, that's a little sizzle of conversations to come on you guys lucky. Ultra Bastard once again at Dave D22469555832. I always feel like Captain Holt when I read these ones up. This is in reply. This is in reply to the video of you coughing during the edit video that I posted.
Oh yeah.
So not really relevant, but still I'll read it out. Says leave them in and call it the dirty boy Lawrence edit brackets. Unless that was you coughing, the speaker on my phone is arsehole, so I can't tell. It was in fact Lawrence. Callum, but also not Callum at CJ George 2339J says. Forgot to message the other week, but I can't believe Jackson Lake's son did more in season 2, episode 10 of Torchwood, in brackets, he was in a coma, than he did in the next Doctor. Anyway, Waters of Mars, what a banger. Did either of you follow the Time Lord Victorious? No, I didn't, but I know of it. I'm assuming you haven't.
What's follow the Time Lord Victorious?
Big Finish.
Oh, no, yeah.
No, so they did a... And it wasn't... I don't think it was just Big Finish, to be fair. I think it branched out into other stuff like comics and sort of stuff. But yeah.
Is it just more of 10 being a rebellious cunt?
Yeah, I think so. Like the artwork is quite good. It's like you see 10 in like Time Lord robes and looking quite beaten up and scarred and stuff. I think it's like look up Time Lord Victorious artwork and stuff. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure what it is. I think it's something to do with just expanding on the Time Lord Victorious. Maybe he does more nefarious stuff, and I think he might, go back to Time Lord or Gallifrey. But I don't know. I might be speaking out my arse here.
Oh, that's
unfortunately,
very cool.
I didn't follow it. You seen the artwork?
Yeah, that does look really, really cool. There's I don't know if this is something that's actually in it, but there's a bit of Paul McGann in there and a bit of Ninth Doctor. So I would imagine there is some Time Lord stuff. Yeah,
potentially.
That's really cool. Yeah, he looks great. I mean, the Time Lord costume is two things can be absolutely true at the exact same time, and it can look amazing and incredibly stupid at the same time. And he looked I'm yet to see an outfit that David Tennant can't pull off.
Brown suit. Non Tiscordadime at Callum, but also not Callum. Also says in a follow-up tweet, and I begrudgingly read this out. I did say I would read them all out. However, let it be known that I don't sign off on this. Okay. But also it says, also Lawrence has the better Docky Who opinions and hashtag justice for the Cassandra Twitter banner. Lawrence, call off your dog.
All right. Thank you for saying my opinions are better. That is objectively true.
No,
but yes, no more Cassandra slander. We have agreed a fair middle ground of Trinity Wells, and if you're truly a Doctor Who fan, you will support Trinity Wells with us.
Exactly. We all love Trinity Wells on this podcast.
I appreciate the Cassandra support, but the war has been. We've had peace talks now.
Yeah. last night when we decided we'd push back the episode because you were lazy, I put out a tweet just letting people know they had more time just to get in some thoughts and stuff. And Nontiscordadame, I hope I pronounced that right, at FI4MMETTA says, you can't reach 6 hours, can you? Oh, probably not.
No, look.
No.
Nathan tells me I'm not allowed to shower people, right?
You're not. No, you're not.
But come on. I don't know. Right now, I will say this. I don't know a single other Doctor Who podcast that is going to go 3 hours deep on every single episode.
Speaking of which, and this will pad out at the time a bit, I checked out some of the competition recently. I had a little listen to...
a Radio Scaro, did you?
No, I didn't. I listened to some of the other Doctor Who rewatch podcasts out there and had a look how the other half lives, as it were. And mostly enjoyable. Good stuff all around. Really.
I don't know about that. Which ones? No, you've just said they're good, so...
Well, but now you put me on blast, so it seems weird if I don't say. No, doesn't it? I think what was it called? I think it's To Watch Who, I think it was.
Oh, as in two as in the number two?
Yeah. As in like two people watch who.
No, I'm off to watch who.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It was To Watch Who it was basically. And that's just focused on the classic series, which is why I tuned into it. But yeah.
Any Who culture?
I haven't checked out Who culture. No. And I know who I wouldn't out respect for you as well.
Yeah, you fucking keep it that way.
I know you have a personal vendetta against Who culture.
I will never. I don't think I've ever said it, and I don't think I ever will. Just in terms of my own career.
Oh, you're never gonna?
I don't think no, because it reflects badly on me everywhere else, doesn't it? Like,
I mean, yeah.
Look, they come off way worse.
Yeah, they fucked you over.
They did fuck me over.
Yeah.
But what? Well, no. And look, there's the hosts are
allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. No, it's one guy.
Okay.
It was one guy, and I won't tell the full story of what happened, but I will use the phrase "absolute fucking time waster."
Ooh.
Yeah. But the hosts are lovely. The actual I've never met or spoken to them, but like I've seen some of their stuff, and like they're really cool people.
Cool, man.
Yeah, enough.
You done?
No, I'm not. You've brought something up in me.
You brought it up. I didn't bring up Who culture.
I know.
You brought them up.
It's pissed me off since.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry that you brought them up.
That's okay. Thank you.
Believe me, I am. Okay. Stephen Newport at The Real SWJN says, absolutely certified banger. Always remember the Doctor disliking the robot because it's not a dog like K9. Also, are you guys aware here in Ireland we can't watch any old episodes of Doctor Who anywhere legally? Oh no. It's the actual worst. Anyway, hi from Ireland. Hello, Ireland.
Old episodes as in classic? Or
yeah, classic. I would assume so.
Yeah, you can watch them once when they air, and if not, fuck you.
Oh no, maybe it just means just old episodes. Because I guess they don't have iPlayer there, do they?
I suggest you strap on your eye patches, your peg legs,
don your parrots and eye patches, and get ready to sail the high seas, as it were.
Look, it's not convenient, but I have a real simple solution for you.
Pirate.
You just pirate.
Yeah, just pirate.
And if anyone that shouldn't have heard us say that, you didn't. And
no, the official Doctor Who podcast would absolutely not endorse such behaviour. Because
I'm not going to purge myself on the record.
But I'm just saying, sometimes you just gotta sail the high seas, as it were.
You do.
High seas.
Hey, that's me.
Remember when you had a YouTube channel called High C, and the whole premise of it was you just ranted about how bad movies are?
Yeah, so I did two of them. I did two of those videos. One was about the Suicide Squad, 2016, and the other was about and these I think I made these in 2016, and the other one was Assassin's Creed. Two movies I'll stand by as both sucking absolute shit. Right.
Yeah.
Well, there's some moments. But yeah, I don't really know what that was for. I think I was just angry.
You was in your edgy film bro era.
I was.
guess. Which you still kind of are.
No, I don't really.
Yeah.
I try not to talk about
No,
stuff I
you're
don't
not-
like now.
Yeah, you're not in your edgy film bro era. You're more in your pretentious film bro era. Right
I
now.
think you reserve the word pretentious for anything you just don't like. That's what that word means to you.
That's not true. Oh, that's not true at all.
We're about to couple of episodes away on AHP. We can get into some pretentious talk.
Go on, remind me.
No, it's a little sizzle. We're Saltburn. That's a movie I genuinely believe to be entirely pretentious.
I haven't seen it. Don't know. We'll see.
I'm excited.
Little sizzle. Kate, our good friend Kate at Kate. Fucking hell. Kate, our good friend Kate at Tortured Poet 13, which I believe is a reference to Taylor Swift.
Change that username quick.
Did actually, yeah. Lawrence, have you pre-ordered the vinyl?
No, you know I haven't.
Why not? Go on, you gotta get your pre-order in.
Look, she's great. She's an incredibly talented woman, and I wish her all the success in the world. But I'm not like this. All right,
Lawrence, they'll sell out. You gotta pre-order.
Look, I'm only like this for Succession and Better Call Saul are my Taylor Swifts.
Okay, all right, well. Aristotle's coming to Disney Plus though, so
I just keep seeing it on my TV. It's available somewhere already, right?
yeah, it's very. But it was announced yesterday that it's coming to Disney Plus.
Oh hell yeah!
In March, I think,
For
or
free,
April.
then is it?
One of them for free, then yeah. So that'll make
We'll make
something
use of
easy.
that.
Well, yeah. Well, we're doing it on another episode.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll tell you guys here first. You can know.
Yeah.
If you even care. Anyway, Kate says, this is everything a Docu Who ep should be and has remained my favourite since 2009.
Whoa.
Terrifying, but with amazing character development, plot and side characters we instantly care about. I adore that we have tie-ins to Journey's End. Really feels like this era has built a world. Very true.
Yeah,
Very true.
that is very true, yeah.
Yeah. Congrats on your first 6-hour ep. Ooh. Although if you're losers and still pussying out on stretching it all the way, Nathan, just ignore Lawrence's wrong opinions and start talking Glee right here, right now to get it to the 6-hour mark. Oh my God, yes. What's your fave song and why is it Smooth Criminal? Oh, Smooth Criminal is good, you know.
Look, Smooth Criminal's good.
You've
but
got
if we're
Barry
talking-
Allen himself. You've
Yeah.
got Mercedes. You got the two. I was going to call them violins, but they're not cello players there as well.
The two people going absolutely fucking nuts.
Going ham on those fucking cellos.
And is it Naya Rivera? Naya Rivera?
Naya Rivera, yeah. Rest in peace, God bless.
Yeah. But she's absolutely fucking smashing
Powerhouse performance, mate. So good. One of the best.
There's a bit in that song where she goes, I don't know. And then the music kicks back in and it's like, chills.
Eddie, you okay? Eddie, you okay? Are you okay?
Grant
Very
Gustin
good.
kind of fucking shits the bed in that. And I know he's meant to be worse.
good. He's a good boy. That's the Flash himself you're talking about right there.
I know.
Lawrence.
I tell you what, my personal favourite Glee number, since we're doing this, is Darren Chris's Blaine's cover of Teenage
Cross?
Dream.
Darren
Darren
Cross?
Chris.
Is it
Darren Cross is the guy from from Assassin's Creed.
Oh, he's fucking hell. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, sorry. Shit.
I love being right.
Anyway, go on. Sorry.
It's Darren Chris's Blaine's cover of Katy Perry's Teenage Dream. I find it's an incredible, heartfelt piece. I think it's beautifully acted, and also, if reports are to be believed, they told Darren Criss, just go away and create your own reimagining of this song, and then he came back with this, and I'm like, wow. It's rare to say a Glee version of a song is better. Oh, I also do like Heads Will Roll and the Thriller mashup.
I love that. Yeah, that's
a
great.
banger too. Yeah,
That's great, and I think it started a trend of like somehow every mashup and remix ever becoming Heads Will Roll. Because there's
he did, didn't he?
yeah, there's always like a remix song, and then at some point you'll just hear ba ba ba. You know, the lead into Heads Will Roll.
Yeah,
which somehow always seems to happen. But
it's close
that's
to
very good.
midnight.
I do also love. Was it the Warblers? Were the Warblers when they did Bills?
Bills is a great one. Yeah.
Because they did all the a cappella shit as well, which
and
is
we're
quite
supposed to believe that guy can go. Dun, 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 dun. The Warblers have a few bangers under their hat. They have Somewhere Only We Know, which was great.
Somewhere Over Only We Know is good, yeah. Of course, there's all the racist ones that we...
Yeah, there's a lot of racist ones.
There's a lot of racist ones in Glee. Like,
I have a personal favourite of Let Me See That Thong, the Thong song by William Schuster.
We've long said that Will Schuster is a war criminal.
That man
this is why
needs to be tried in The Hague.
This is why we need to do a Glee rewatch podcast.
No, because I'd lose my mind.
But it'd be so much fun. It'd be so much fun. I keep trying to get him to do it. I'll keep trying.
Oh,
thank you, Kate. I love that. I love getting the chance to talk about Glee.
I'll humour you this once.
Well, we'll see. Kate also says, careful reminder that if you don't get this episode to 6 hours, I will figure out how to clone myself just so I can kill myself twice in front of both of you to change the trajectory of your lives. Don't get it twisted. This is a threat. Okay.
Right, I see.
And there we go.
You know what I say to that? Bring it on.
No.
I've changed my tune. Fucking do it.
No, please.
No, don't
do that. Don't. Fucking do not say that. Oh my God. Thank you, Kate. Thank you very much. That's
it's rare that a podcast could be a podcast episode could be admitted into evidence, isn't it?
It's probably happened, but yeah. Thank you. That's all the tweets for this week. So now we go over to the emails, which are historically longer. Yes.
Yep.
Again, as always, I have not read any of these. These all remain unopened in my inbox.
Whoa.
So if there is any racism, it's not my fault. Oh boy, just immediately opened this email.
Immediate racism.
No, just the length of it is quite striking. This is from Jared Coastal. Subject line: Water of Mars. I don't know if they missed off the S or if it is intentional, but we'll see.
It happens to the best of us. I did that also on my notes page today.
Well, there we go. But hey, maybe it's intentional. Hello, TARDIS team. Hello. Snack-wise, Water of Mars is obviously a Mars bar. Lots to chew on and delicious, but lacking a little crunch. Beyond snacking, I'm aware you may struggle this week to hit the promised 6-hour mark for this episode. Boy, don't you know it. So here is a dump of relevant trivia you may consider using to pad the episode. I've snuck a fake fact in. Can you spot it? Ooh.
All right, game on. Let's go.
Here we go. The name of the Mars colony, Bowie Base 1, is a reference to musician David Bowie and his song Life on Mars. This is confirmed in Is There Life on Mars 2009, which I think is the confidential. The name of the confidential.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah. True. I deem that true.
I think that's true, yeah.
Well, it is. We know that.
Well, no, but, I guess, yeah.
It's obviously true.
When you haven't heard all of the facts, so you have to be a bit cautious.
No, but
what if all of the next facts are like David Tennant hates this episode? David Tennant pooed on the floor on the set of this episode.
But then I'd say that one's not true. So
right. I'm wrong.
You fucking idiot. Every week you always say something. You've had 2 now as well this week.
Well, it's a longer episode, so you're welcome.
It's not that much longer. We're just getting started. Phil Ford envisaged Mars in the adventure as a terraformed planet with the Bowie Base personnel flying great distances to various installations. Russell T Davies encouraged him to take a much more low-tech approach to the story, with Bowie Base as the rugged first outpost on the untamed Martian frontier. I mean, it could be true, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing. I've never heard that.
Yeah, me neither. But I think it's too early to throw in your fake fact, so I'll still say true.
Okay, all right. Well, let's reserve judgment on all of them.
No, I'm going to judge each one as they come up. The spacesuit the Doctor uses is from the Satan Pit, 2006. True.
We already done confirmed this.
We done know. When initially sketching out the story, RTD considered Helen Mirren as a potential actress to play the character that eventually became Adelaide. In an early draft, the character that became Adelaide was a Russian named Valentina Kerensky, but this was then changed. Still thinking of Mirren as a potential guest star, Davies felt it would have been too close to a character played by Mirren in 2010's The Year We Make Conflict. In 2010, The Year We Make Contact, 1984. Her original Russian surname would ultimately be reassigned to Yuri. I do get Helen Mirren vibes from Adelaide, you know.
Yeah, I do.
I think she has that look about her.
I'm just thinking, is Helen Mirren fucking around with Doctor Who?
In 2009, yeah.
I mean, Helen Mirren's had a long and...
Yeah. But, like, they got Kylie.
Yeah, that's true. And it's the heyday of Doctor Who.
Kylie's a big name. They got David Morrissey himself.
If David Morrissey's not Helen Mirren...
They got Daniel Kaluuya.
Daniel Kaluuya was also not Helen Mirren.
They got John Sim.
Well, look, there we go then.
Is it the next time trailer? Spoilers.
He is, and he does a laugh. He does that.
There's a little laugh.
Laugh.
There you go. There it is.
There it is.
Loves doing an impression. We all know that.
I don't know. I'm not sure where I land on this one.
Is 2010 The Year We Make Contact? Is that one of those bad sequels to 2001? Because I know there are quite a few sequels to 2001.
Are there sequels to 2001?
Yeah, there are. Yeah, quite a few. Yeah.
Not Kubrick envisioned sequels. Just
no.
Studio grabbing onto what they can do.
Well, no, I think they're based on the books, which...
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. It's a series of books, I believe. Yeah.
I don't know. The Helen Mirren being in Doctor Who thing throws me off. I don't think she'd have considered it. But I'm not willing to say lie yet because it's still very plausible.
This next one's interesting. The service robot was inspired by WALL-E, 2008. The original plan was for the robot initially to be clunky yet lovable, but might later go mad and become a threat to the Doctor. The aspect of the character went ultimately unused. I didn't hear no mention of this in Doctor Who Confidential.
No, nor did I. And they spoke about that robot quite a bit.
They did, but there was also quite far along in production at that point. Like, they were getting
Russell
ready to
seemed
shoot.
to react like he hadn't seen it.
Yeah, but because they were getting ready to shoot the episode and stuff, they were in
no, they were doing a heads of department. I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, they were doing a tone meeting.
See, I feel like WALL-E, like we made that observation. I feel like that's an observation normal people would make.
Russell T Davies considered drawing on a rejected concept for the 2008 Christmas special in which the world would be transformed into a fantasy landscape drawing upon the imagination of one J.K. Rowling.
Yeah. Also, isn't that there's elements of fear there?
Hold on. By having the aliens engage in an otherworldly festival of time-stopped Earth, the story would end with an Ood appearing to the Doctor, beckoning him to return to its planet. This would presage the Doctor's regeneration in the final special. See, I'm sure I've heard something about a J.K. Rowling-inspired Doctor Who episode before, so...
but isn't that more of just good old J.K.?
No, I'm sure there was... No, because I remember there being something about an episode... Or maybe there was rumblings of her possibly writing one or something. I can't remember, but I know her name came up with something to do with it.
Okay, so, all right. These are all very plausible.
I know. I mean, maybe we'll never know, unless there's one like really obvious one that like I don't know. David Tennant.
Yeah, watch us. We're all taking this so seriously.
Yeah.
It's just going to be a blatant. Like, David Tennant was thrown off the set for racist outbursts. Like,
yeah, and that one could be true. No, it couldn't. True. It definitely could. One unexpected complication of recording in the Great Glass House was the loud and persistent bird song provoked by the bright lights set up by the crew. Russell T Davies duly amended the script to indicate that the birds were housed in the biodome to control the insect population. That seems reasonable. That sounds like a very deal with a problem and just write it into the script sort of thing.
Yeah, and it's one off the cuff line.
Yeah.
It's not like a plot point. I see that very easily being included last minute.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. RTD has previously been opposed to the idea of the Doctor dealing with a problem by summoning the TARDIS via remote control. Now he thought that such a solution would help establish the Doctor's emerging propensity to disregard the rules he used to follow. Makes sense, I guess.
It makes sense, but it's like the Doctor doesn't try and have a harder life. I think it's rules that Russell follows, not the Doctor.
Yeah, but that's what he's saying though.
Okay.
Yeah. Some significant edits were required to bring the episode to a suitable length. Amongst the cuts were several sequences dealing with the romantic relationship between Yuri and Mia, Gemma-chan, respectively, as well as any references to the waterborne intelligence as the Flood. I'm sure David Tennant says the Flood at one point.
Yeah, but I feel like there were edits because there is, like, you see in the background that Gemma-chan's character is obviously in a relationship with this guy.
Well, she holds his hand at one point.
Yeah, but but that's never
really brought up.
It's never really brought up, so I feel like there could,
but does it need to be?
Have been cuts. No, it doesn't. I think it's just natural that but you don't meet people and they go, "Hello, we're a couple."
Exactly. Yeah, it'd be weird if they did just go, "We're in a relationship and this is our backstory."
No, but in previous Doctor Who stories, even in the last episode, you've got that older couple, and they're like, "We're on our way home for tea. We love each other. He does the cooking, I do the washing up." Like,
I get what
they
you're
make
saying.
it clear. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I've lost my place here. Sorry.
Oh no, in this sea of an email.
There we go. Russell T Davies was enthusiastic about the idea that the narrative could be set within the lifetime of younger viewers, and so he was keen to take a realistic approach to the depiction of the human outpost. That was true. I heard it on Confidential.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah. Fuck you.
Checkmate, Jared.
Joplin Sibtain was previously...
Janice.
I see what you did there. Joplin Sibtain previously played Mark Grantham in Warriors of Kudak. Don't know. Part 1, 2007 / Warriors of Kudak Part 2, 2007. 2007? Isn't... Or is it Big Finish, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, I've never heard of that story.
I don't know. It sounds like the title of a classic Doctor Who episode, but the fact that it's 2007 has thrown me off, so that's why.
So maybe a Big Finish revisiting a classic hero story.
Or a book or something.
It feels like a book, yeah.
But then why would someone star in it? Of course, no.
Audiobook reading?
But no. Which is what Big Finish is, kind of, I guess.
Oh, yeah, that's true, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. I don't know about that one, Chief. Maybe. So remaining complete physical harmony with the episode's title, David Tennant only consumed water and Mars bars for the entire shoot. Sus.
That's
Found
the
it.
lie.
I think that was the lie. That seems... Why would he do that?
David Tennant's a man who is incredibly fit. Do you think?
Yeah, he's not snacking on Mars bars all day long.
At least, look, he may have the odd Mars bar. I'm not saying the man's,
you can have a Mars
partial
bar
to a snack.
Yeah.
But every day for the entire production of a big series special episode?
No, that's not happening.
No chance.
Not a chance is that happening.
You can't. You can't. You can't satiate yourself with that.
Yeah.
Like. I don't know if you know this, David. I'm on a health kick, and you need a balanced fruit profile.
Lauren, shut the fuck up, okay? This is where you're getting on me. Okay? We fucking rumbled you, Jared. I knew your name all along. We rumbled you.
Okay.
Oh, fuck, I've lost my place again.
So this is email number 1, right?
It's email number 1.
Fucking hell. Oh, my God.
Oh, here we go.
This has got to change at some point. It can't go on like this.
I know. Concerning the discovery of liquid water detailed in this story, on 28th of September 2015, NASA made an announcement that there was proof of liquid water actually flowing on Mars. You know what? I remember this well because I was at uni. We just started uni at this point. London South Bank is... Oh, shit. Should I say that? I don't know. I think it's fine.
It's the uni in London, yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, what does that mean? Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. I remember this quite clearly because I went to see The Martian. You know The Martian?
Oh,
Matt Damon is on Mars.
The other Mars movie, the other space movie he was in that year or something. Yeah.
Yes, Interstellar. No, well, Interstellar was the year before.
Tomato.
Well, different years. not tomato at all. Different years. Yeah, no, because I remember I was in the movie, like, as that news broke, and then I remember coming out of the movie, checking my phone, and be like, oh shit, they found water on Mars?
Why wasn't this in The Martian?
Why wasn't that unrealistic? 0 out of 10. I immediately pulled up Letterboxd.
Time to love.
That's fun. Russell T Davies insisted that the Doctor's pivotal exchange via intercom with Adelaide should be performed in a single take. This was a departure from the normal practice, which would have involved filming David Tennant and Lizzie Duncan's dialogue separately, then editing the conversation together in post-production. Seems reasonable, I
That's
guess.
absolutely what most shows do, yeah.
Oh, most shows, yeah, do the other one.
Do the one at a time.
Separately, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they'll just get some fucking extra or runner or something to read lines to.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that makes ridiculous sense. Like we said, these two have a powerhouse performance episode. It makes sense they play off each other.
Russell T Davies' main contributions to the script were the service robot and the Bowie base crew being renowned throughout human history as Mars's lost pioneers, implying everything else was Phil Ford. Maybe that's why it's so good.
We'll never know that for a fact.
Well, never for a fact, no, but anyway. After the rushes, RTD became concerned that the appearance of the infected crew members were too scary for younger viewers. He found that the eerie contact lenses given to Joplin, Sibtain, and Alice Rusco were particularly dehumanizing. It was agreed that Sharon Duncan Brewster would not wear them when playing the infected Michael Caine. Given the character's considerable screen time and appropriate changes were made to dialogue in some shots, the infected personnel would also now be filmed with their eyes closed. Did that make any sense to you?
Yeah, so they decided midway through, whilst watching the rushes, when we film this woman's scene, let's film her without the things. And that makes sense, because it's a real weird half-baked reason as to why some of them have contact lenses and others don't.
Well, only one doesn't.
Yeah, but I feel like it would be and we saw on Confidential there were
did talk about
lengthy
them looking too
discussions about
spooky.
the specific eyes. Yeah,
Yeah, they did talk, like, Russell did say, like, they're too spooky. Yeah.
I would say that's true. Yeah.
What we know is, we found the wrong one.
We don't know, Nathan. We just don't
No, we
know.
did. We found the Mars
Keep
one.
up the game. Otherwise, what are we still doing here?
I don't know. We've still got so much to go. The special is nearly abandoned due to the 2008 financial crisis, as it was seen as the least essential of the specials. Fortunately, Julie Gardner was able to secure the necessary funds. This was seen as the least essential.
Were they watching the same specials we've been watching?
Were they watching The Next Doctor? And then decided
wild.
that insane
That's
in the membrane.
genuinely insane. Yeah.
Insanity. The original plan for the flood was their hosts would erupt water from the top of their heads, which was scrapped due to the difficulties of getting that practical effect to work. The solution was to have water pour out the host's mouth instead. Which the special effects team agreed both looks more plausible and is creepier as a result. I got a quick fire through these now. In a deleted scene, the Doctor suggests that the Ice Warriors were unable to fully defeat the Flood and fled the planet as a result, explaining their absence. Makes sense. The last scene to be filmed was a remount of the Doctor outside the TARDIS at the end of the story. It was recorded during work on The End of Time Part 2 in 2010. Nikki Wilson described Captain Adelaide Brooke as the Doctor's cleverest and most strong-minded companion yet. Russell T Davies said, well, she's not really a companion like the others have been. She's very wary of the Doctor. She's not the sort of person you can imagine hooking up with him and riding off into the sunset. Seems weird. She's kind of the alpha male in the room, really. So the Doctor has to learn to assume a slightly different role when he's around her. That seems odd.
That seems.
I don't know about that one, Chief. Lindsay Duncan and David Tennant have both provided voices for droid characters in Star Wars. No, David Tennant, obviously, in Clone Wars and Ahsoka. Who's Lindsay Duncan played?
I have no idea. I'll find out.
Well, why don't you look that up for me right now?
Maybe I will, maybe I won't.
Please do. While you do that, I'll read the next one, which says that Planet of the Dead 2009 was supposed to mark the series' transition to high-definition recording. However, confusion with the BBC resulted in the abrupt loss of the funds, which had been embarked to facilitate the change of the format. The only solution was to use some of the specials budget to make up the shortfall. As a result, Phil Ford's vision of enormous computer-generated water monsters attacking Bowie Base had to be abandoned. That's quite interesting and probably worked out for the better, I think.
TC-14 in The Phantom Menace.
Oh, okay.
She's
Genuinely, I know who that
3PO.
is. Yeah, she's the one who... I'm TC-14. Yeah, she's the one in the Trade Federation ship.
There you go.
But yeah, interesting. That's Lindsay Duncan. Interesting. Okay. Oh, she's the one who, like, I think Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan just ignite their lightsaber. She goes, oh my. Star Wars droids, very funny. Did you hear that fun fact? It doesn't matter. Russell T Davies originally had an idea in which Earth is frozen in time due to an alien. This is the first email. Oh my fucking god!
Nathan, stop talking. Go.
Much of the action would be based around a hotel, which would suddenly be empty except for one human who would become the Doctor's temporary companion. Originally, Davies had envisioned this as a father who would be driven to assist the Doctor by his desire to be reunited with missing family. However, he was eager that one of the surrogate companions be a strong older woman who might be played by an actress by the caliber of Judi Dench or Helen Mirren, and so this character instead became a grandmother. I can see the bottom of the email now. It's insight.
The end is near. Is it time?
Is it time? Russell T Davies and Phil Ford wanted the base personnel to be a distinctly multinational cohort, as in serials from the late 1960s, such as The Moon Base and The Wheel in Space. In particular, it was suggested that the base commander might be Russian. Interesting. The story was inspired by the announcement that NASA's Phoenix Mars lander had discovered water on Mars. Phil Ford had a different idea for the special, which was originally meant to be the 2008 Christmas special, but replaced with the next Doctor. It would have featured the Doctor in an eerie hotel. Didn't you just read this one? I'm just going to move on to the next one. Biodome was actually the Great Glass House, part of the National Botanical Garden in Wales, in Llanelli. Russell T Davies had scripted the scenes in the Biodome with this location in mind. The story is the only one of the 2008-9 specials to feature the normal end credits music, with the rest using the same music from the opening credits. That seems weird. The episode was dedicated to Barry Letts. Oh yeah, I noticed that. Who was Barry Letts?
I have no idea. Let me find out while you read more stuff.
Adelaide was originally named Grace. This was changed to when Russell T Davies pointed out it was similar to Grace Holloway from Doctor Who the Movie 96. The final scene was filmed on a city street, which production team covered with artificial snow. The story was envisaged as a Christmas special. In fact, the Doctor was originally supposed to have use of the base's metal Christmas tree as a transmitter to contact the TARDIS. Several festive references remain, such as the crew on Mars preparing Christmas dinner and the snow in when the Doctor arrives back on Earth. He claims he likes snow in this phase of development. The episodes had the working titles of Red Christmas and Christmas on Mars. And then finally, Phil Ford served as producer as Tracy Simpson was busy overseeing chaotic post-production of Planet of the Dead 2009. We fucking did it, Reddit.
According to this very hasty Google search and very reputable Wikipedia article, Barry Letts was a Doctor Who producer who also directed and wrote some episodes. He directed Patrick Troughton in quite a few. His main highlight is apparently revered as being one of the driving forces for casting Tom Baker.
Ah, okay.
So there you go.
And I just counted, and that was 34, pieces of trivia. Some of them quite lengthy. Jared, never fucking do that again. Okay?
I definitely remember 7 of them.
We appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you, Jared. But please, never do that again.
The worst thing is, like, next week is a regeneration story, like,
and
then we've got a regenerate. Like, you better believe it. The Beast Below is going to be half an hour long.
I don't think it will.
We need a break, man.
There's a lot to say on that episode.
Oh.
And I just opened up the next email, and it is quite long as well.
For the love love of God.
And also the font is smaller somehow.
Right.
Dear Nathan, this is from Pat, our good friend Pat, Patricia, Patricia, and the subject line is still got a lot of thoughts on Waters of Mars. Dear Nathan and Lawrence, I'm so sorry that my emails are so long. I think I'm just unable to keep them short. You probably understand it. It's like your episodes. I guess you're trying your best today to reach 6 hours long because a lot of lives depend on it, so you don't mind another long email. Oh boy. If you want them short, though, let me know.
Yes.
I feel mean.
Well, no. Do you know what? I'll be the villain.
No, don't be mean.
Stop
Don't
it.
be mean. Don't be mean.
I'm not being mean. Right, after this episode, you're all on ropes, okay? Sure.
I think at some point we will need to have a discussion about this segment, okay?
Yeah, and be prepared for it.
but let's not be hasty, okay? Let's not be hasty. Yeah, I love the engagement. First of all, I'm not a bot on Twitter. Thank you for that, Lawrence. It's just in Italian. I like languages. Ha, Lawrence, you were just racist.
No.
Waters of
My
Mars,
wife's
right?
family are from Italy.
No, you're racist. Waters of Mars, right? I was so hyped for it. I excitedly turned it on and discovered it was boring. What? After 30 minutes, I was strongly considered why did I like this episode so much in the first place and what was different about it during the rewatch. However, after the 40 minutes of warm-up, the banger began and I was glad I rewatched it all. I still love it. Now, lads, you need to tell me, is it me or are his sideburns getting bigger?
Yes.
Oh, they definitely are.
Yeah, season 4 sees them grow to ludicrous lengths, yeah.
Yeah, it's part of the Time Lord Victorious. His sideburns grow. Yeah.
Mate, there's a certain particular shot in End of Time Part 2 where his sideburns are ludicrous.
Yeah, they grow with his ego,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
And he can't help that. That's just something that happens.
It's fat as science. It's testosterone.
You know when you grow older, your nose and your ears get bigger?
No.
Oh, well, that.
All right. I'm not looking forward to that.
Get through this.
Lawrence.
No, I don't care anymore.
I've lost my place again.
Oh, no.
Now, the other thing that this series has taught me, if the orange spacesuit is around, I will cry at the end of the episode. Always works. Interesting.
42 didn't get me like that.
Was 42 an emotional one? I don't remember it.
I remember you liked it a fair bit, and I thought it was lukewarm, and you crucified me for thinking it was a pretty okay, fine episode.
It's a great episode, I think.
It's a fine one.
You're boring. I don't know about you, but I found the website flashes a bit annoying. I don't know, maybe it's my dyslexia, but couldn't they just show us our Queen News lady and tell us the stuff? Do we really have to read? And also, there was the same sound effect over and over again when they were shown. The sound effect was a bit egregious.
Yeah, but if the alternative is like the Doctor shakes, we spoke about that scene earlier, the giving exposition scene. The Doctor shakes all the crew members' hands. Then if it cut to Trinity Wells being like, died. Also, by the way, a really old Trinity Wells.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, Trinity Wells. She would be almost probably dead. Probably
they've wheeled her on.
Yes. Now, linguistic student talk. If the Doctor talks in a language, but the TARDIS is around somewhere, that means the others should understand the language, like in Christmas Invasion, right? So what happened there? A plot hole, probably. I've always understood it as you have to travel in the TARDIS for the thing to work, for the translation software.
It doesn't
to
emit
work.
anything. The TARDIS gets in your head.
Yes, I believe so. But saying that, though, Pat is absolutely right. In the Christmas Invasion, that did happen, though, because Harriet Jones and all the other politicians and stuff, they heard the translation.
Yeah, but there's some
for the Sycorax
regeneration hijinks going on.
Yeah,
there.
whatever. We'll write that one off as a.
If there's orange glowing, don't worry about it. New rule.
Yeah. But also, I always see Doctor Who as through the eyes of the companion, though. So I think the that's why what the Doctor says isn't necessarily translated, because we're coming in through the eyes of the companions. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's a nice take.
Yeah. So
took you 4 seasons to get there.
What do you mean?
I never once heard this opinion of yours. That's quite interesting.
Well, it's never been relevant until now.
Okay, well, fine. Yeah, so you're dusting it off. You got some tricks up your sleeve.
There's another plot hole for you. Andy got infected because he ate a carrot, which he washed in water, but the water can't be infected because it takes a week till it runs through the filter. I thought this. So they were using different water for drinking and cooking, and different in the garden, so it wasn't filtered at all in the garden. If so, were they using unfiltered water to wash their hands and take showers because it's super easy to swallow a drop of water when you're taking a shower? Were they washing their teeth in unfiltered water, or did he get infected from the carrot because perhaps they were watering it with unfiltered water? That's a plot hole right there for me. Feel free to prove me wrong. I can't.
No, I got nothing from that.
Yeah, I got nothing. Yeah, that did confuse me a bit. I'm sure there's a reason for it, but
I can't say I thought about it until just now. But the most likely is probably they watered the carrot with unfiltered water, and then he ate the carrot.
Yeah, because presumably you'd cook the carrot, which would, get
we
rid
did
of
say
any.
this guy's a maniac for just pouring out a carrot. Yeah.
If you cook something, then you get rid of any like fucking bacteria or anything like that. So but. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, I cried real tears when Steffi died. I remember when I watched it for the first time in Polish. Well, that's interesting. I had the translation from German, and I don't really remember what her daughter was saying, but it was nerve-wracking. Her daughter in the background while she slowly turned into a monster. I don't know if it was sad for you too. I think it was simply well done. I think it was beautifully sad in a way, I think.
I sent Nathan a picture of my wet eye and told him I was crying in the club.
I was at that scene.
That was that scene, and Nathan just called me a virgin.
Lauren, don't say that.
Don't tell them the truth. You did.
It's true. No, but still, don't say it.
All right, sorry.
Don't expose me like this. Also, I chuckled a little when everyone got to do... I chuckled a little when everyone got a job to do and Roman had to watch the ceiling, the easiest job that got him killed in the end. And that part wasn't that funny. Poor Roman.
No,
and now for the main course, the Doctor. I love that he knows when he's going to die, and until there is no four knocks, he's unstoppable. However, he needs therapy. Give this man a therapist as his companion. I mean, man, is my Doctor my favorite, but even for me, he is unlovable in this episode. He's so cocky at the end, asking, no one going to thank me? After giving those people the biggest trauma of their lives. For Adelaide, the Doctor is worse than the Dalek. The Dalek followed the instructions, helped her fulfill her destiny, while the Doctor told her all the incredible things about her family and then just changed history so it can never happen. She is seeing him for the first time in her life, and he acts out of his mind in this final scene. He reminds me of the Master with his tough and the way he treats her like a trophy. He's proud not because he saved her, but because she's not a little people. She's properly important, and that's what matters, not the Doctor I love. It's very interesting, the Dalek thing.
That's a great perspective, yeah.
Yeah, the Dalek thing is very good. We should have picked up on that.
We should have done, and we didn't, and do you know what?
No, we did. I'm going to edit back.
We were going to re-record it, yeah.
Yeah.
And then not read this email. That's a great perspective. It's the opposing sides of the Time War, and it's all a matter of perspective.
100%.
All you can do is...
Well, I mean... It is all a matter of perspective, but in every perspective, the Daleks are wrong.
Yeah, the Daleks are wrong, but in Adelaide's perspective, she only has
version.
2 specific examples to work from.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Thank you. That is exactly what I was saying, my point.
Shut up. Not to end on a serious note, in brackets, I treat those emails as a stand-up comedy. Let's imagine Donna there. If Donna had heard the Time Lord Victoria, she would have laughed so hard, he would have begged her to stop. And I think this episode is yet another example of why the Doctor needs a companion. What do you guys think? I think so. It's mentioned specifically this. I did have it in my notes, but I didn't mention it. But I was going to bring up the Doctor. No, Donna does say in the Christmas Runaway Bride that the Doctor needs someone to stop him, and this is what happens when the Doctor doesn't have anyone.
Yeah, it's humbling. Basically. You need a grounding force to. That's exactly what would have happened. If Donna had heard the Time Lord Victoria, she would have been like, you are a fucking loser.
You're an idiot. Yeah.
Enough with that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You pack it the fuck in.
My weirdo is the Russian nurse guy for showing his bestie their planet and all the water in it with no suspicion that she acts weirdly fetish about it. I mean, same. It was my weirdo too. There we go. Anyway, a slow burn banger for me, you guys. Read this email slowly as you need to reach 6 hours on the episode. Cheers, Pat. P.S. I finished Capaldi's run and I need to say I found my new favourite TARDIS. So now this one has glorious second place. 13th Doctor's TARDIS is beautiful and clean and for sure doesn't smell like a locker room. There we go.
Yeah, whatever.
Well, there's plenty of TARDIS talk to come, okay?
There is. There's a lot of TARDIS talk to come.
Yeah, and we'll get there. We'll get there. Thank you, Pat. Very much appreciate it. This one is mercifully short.
Oh my gosh.
This is from Sam Nixon. Subject line, the 6-hour episode. Hello, boys. This episode is the tits. Or as Lawrence might say, spelt with a W, I will say. It's the sauce. It's got the juice with a capital J. It's risen me up like the guy giving out hand towels in the Weatherspoons bathroom. And then he says, sorry, Nathan. In all seriousness, this episode is great. The ensemble is dynamic. The pacing ramps up. The science is well-researched. Ridley Scott and Matt Damon are on top form. Roll on Skeletor next week. Thanks for the laughs. Sam. Roll on Skeletor is very funny. I also got the Martian reference. Thank you, Sam. Well
there's a lot of Martian talk this week.
There is. Yeah, it was Mars episode, isn't it?
Oh, it's true.
Would you say that, Lawrence? Would you say it's got the sauce?
I'd say it's got the sauce. I'd definitely say it's rizzing up.
Rizzing you up?
It's rizzing. Look, I've been rizzed. Right? It's true.
Right.
You can't spell Riz without Doctor Who.
Another mercifully short one from Tom Hardwill. Subject line, still got thoughts, brackets, on Elton. Greetings, boyos. This episode is a banger. The way the lads who get infected by the flood get their mouths all dry leaves me to believe this is what the massive pavement nonce Elton must look like after a class makeout sesh with Ursula. Fucking hell. I'll be honest, when the Doctor calls himself Time Lord Victorious, it does make me cringe a little. Not very victorious having to turn into Matt Smith in a couple of episodes, is it? Weird over the week is Adelaide for being so just death stare intent despite saving her life. Get over it. She seems far too keen to die, even if she's worrying about her future. I hope this gets you closer to the life-saving 6-hour mark. Tom, sent from my iPhone. Thank you, Tom. It actually does, so thank you, Tom.
Yeah, and that's an interesting surname, sent from my iPhone.
It is, yeah.
No,
I could read his actual Tom surname out, and I probably did before, but I want to do no. Because that's doxing, and maybe I already did it. Hey, this is from Ty Rotherham. Subject line, waters of... I just read out the surname then. See?
There we go.
Yeah.
Well done.
I think it's fine to read out the surname.
Yeah, I mean, I would say so.
I do on Twitter, so yeah, fuck it.
Yeah.
If you don't want me to read out your surname, let me know, and I won't. Anyway, this is from Ty. Whatever. The Waters of Mars. I hope you're not feeling too tired, hitting around the 4-hour mark by now. You're actually quite close. I assume. All jokes aside, what a stellar episode of Doctor Who. I love the inclusion of young Gemma Chan, but more importantly, I love the writing and how it really puts Ten in the most uncomfortable and dark place we've seen him. I think it's beautifully followed up by his immediate regret, which leaves things on a bitter-sweet relief. Relieved he's not going further down that path and pulled right back from the Time Lord Victorious, but obviously bitter because he still went too far. One thing I wish the previous 2 specials had done was put the Doctor in situations where he feels change in the timeline is his only solution and gets into a rut with it. Like each episode, changes made to history are more and more significant, adding more stakes to when he goes too far here. I know that would mean essentially doing an entirely different episode than what came in the previous 2 specials. Still, what do you think? What do you think, Lawrence?
I will say that I've once thought about the concept of how the Time Lord Victorious could feel. That's my one complaint with the Time Lord Victorious is his humbling happens very quickly.
Yeah, I think that's supposed to be the idea behind the Time Lord Victorious, like the series, like the stuff that was brought up. So
Yeah.
we see more of that. But
And that would be good. But I'm thinking like in terms of the specials.
yeah.
What would have been great, I think, is because we've both said the last 2 episodes have been like they're fine, like they're not.
Well, I like Planet of the Dead. All right,
I look, Planet of the Dead is okay, it's fine.
we got
but
Malcolm.
I think, yeah, I do like Malcolm. That must be said. But like, if elements of the Time Lord Victorious were weaved in to that, if there were certain, you could have the same episodes, but the Doctor tweaked and changed, and this was the reckoning, and then he went into his regeneration story, humbled and ready to accept that he went too far and it's time for him to die.
I see what you're saying, and I do see the appeal of it, but you run the risk of the Doctor as a character then being too unlikable, because he has to go about those episodes as Time Lord Victorious. And
no, but he wouldn't. It would build there. It would build there. Like we see him meddle a little bit, but he's still the Doctor. Then we see him a bit of an extra bit of a knob.
I see, yeah.
And then you still get you get this episode exactly as this episode was. So he's only insufferable for like half an episode.
Yeah, I see. I don't know, maybe, yeah. Well, any changes to the next Doctor would be good, so that's fine. True, yeah. Thanks again for all the work you do for the pod, entertaining us each week, and hopefully you don't strain yourselves too much for this episode for real. Can't wait for next week to talk about a hungry, hungry boy. Take care. So I am looking forward to that, to be fair.
Yeah.
Well, there's elements I'm looking for. Well, no, I need to stop saying this. Again, I'm not giving away my thoughts.
You need to stop it. You're giving away your stance.
I know. I'll have to bleep that. Okay. Thank you, Ty. Very much appreciate it. Also, you've been too nice.
Yeah, everyone's nice.
We don't entertain anyone with this podcast, okay? This is obligation that you have to listen to at this point. It's a chore to get through, okay?
You followed the show.
Yeah, now you're stuck with it. This is from Helen Ria. The subject line is no subject. I think that's because there's no subject line.
Right, I see.
Yeah, it's not just they wrote in no subject. I believe it's just
okay, fine. Yeah.
There is no subject. Hi, Nathan and Lawrence. I've been listening to the podcast for months and been meaning to write in for ages, but this is the first time I've actually managed to write in for the episode.
Hey.
I hope. I'm excited to join in on the fun after listening to more organised people have their say every week. R.I.P. to the Jeff Lemon review. You will be missed. You will indeed. Not by Lawrence, but by the rest of it.
We both deaded the segment for a reason.
You killed it. I've been working through the backlog of episodes as I go about my day, and I'm really enjoying the pod. I'd like to cast another vote for the longer episodes. There we go. Add that to the list, Lawrence. And listening to Still Got Legs while I go about my... This pie chart
is just a circle.
It is. It genuinely is at this point. And listening to Still Got Legs while I go about my day is now basically the only way I can get my chores done. I actually fell down the stairs while I was listening to the Journey's End episode. Oh no. No serious harm was done to anything but my dignity. But aside from the embarrassment, I can think of worse ways to go. For the love of God, please do not die while listening to this. Don't die at all, for starters.
They were probably listening to your opinions. Oh, that's so wrong. I need to throw myself down the stairs.
No, they were listening to you talk about the blue suit, and they went, absolutely not, and just threw themselves down the stairs.
Yeah, they were agreeing. They went, absolutely not. He can't wear that blue suit.
No. This episode scared the shit out of me as a teenager, to the point where I've only seen it a handful of times since it aired. I did rewatch it recently, and it wasn't as terrifying as I remember it being, but still really creepy, and most of the effects hold up, though I do think the comic relief robot suffers from the K9 effect, where they try to envision what future tech would look like, but ended up making something that looks incredibly dated. In the robot's defense, I saw it in person with a bunch of other props at the Doctor Who exposition in Liverpool Museum last year, and it actually looked quite good. Not moving does it a lot of favours. That's very cool. I would like to go to some kind of Doctor Who exhibition.
Yeah, I would too. I'd love to see the original costumes and stuff. We can have a real suit talk.
We could, yeah, in person.
Yeah, just pull out the mics. You can't do that here, sir.
We'll just set up a little table just in front of the suits.
I think you'll find that we're the official Doctor Who podcast and we can do what we like. All right? Get out of here.
I also think the Time Lord Victorious was massively wasted and would have required at least a full-length season to truly do it justice. Confining most of it to this one ep was, in my opinion, a total waste, as they touched on some really interesting themes, but in my opinion, they sort of come out of nowhere and then are basically resolved by the end of the episode. While it's been established that the 10th Doctor needs a companion to rein him in, I think it would have been more impactful to see this decline happen slowly over time, rather than essentially speedrunning it in one episode. Again, yeah.
I think we do get his ego as a constant character trait. And I wouldn't say it comes out of nowhere, because he snaps. He snaps because it's incredibly painful listening to people you respect die.
Yeah.
But no, I like I said, I think a season maybe might be too long, but these specials I really think were the perfect opportunity to tell the true ending of Ten's story. And I think they should have devoted more special time towards it, but maybe not a season. Because then you also you have that issue of what does a companion do next to that?
Yeah.
Like, unless you have a companionless season, which I don't think has ever been done. Maybe in the classic, because they kept fucking sending his companions off when they took him to Gallifrey, didn't they?
Yeah, humans weren't allowed on Gallifrey.
Yeah.
For a while.
No girls allowed.
No girls allowed to their Time Lords.
This is where we wear our cool costumes.
This is where we wear our funny hats.
Have you seen my big collar? A girl couldn't pull this off. When they regenerate into women, they just get put in a room until they die.
They get kicked.
You have to go somewhere else.
Oh, sorry, that's the rules.
Or they do that thing that they did to Patrick Troughton. They regenerate into someone else. No, I don't want to.
Forced regeneration.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No girls allowed.
I do have a theory that Patrick Troughton regenerated into a girl. Yeah.
We'll get there in 7 million years.
2, just about. Yeah. But
what for the? Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah.
yes. All right, interesting.
Yes, yeah. But hey, we'll see. I'm excited to get to the Moffat era, as I know the RTD era like the back of my hand, but I've only watched most of Moffat's run once. I'm going to start watching along with you guys every week, and I'm looking forward to essentially seeing a lot of it with fresh eyes. We look forward to having you on board with us, Helen.
Be the very same boat as me, then.
Yeah, actually. Yeah. Not me.
Love RTD's era, but have no season 5 quite well. Season 6 onwards is a blur.
Well, it's bound to be interesting. Thanks for all your hard work on the pod. Long may it continue, Helen. I hope so too. But I mean, you can go for about as long as Doctor Who goes for, I guess. So,
yeah, which is
60 years.
Forever.
60 years so far. So.
Yeah, so
we're looking
catch
good,
us saying
boys.
things like Riz at 70 years old.
Sorry, I need to stretch. This episode's quite long.
I've got to take my dog out for a wee pretty soon. Like, we need to...
Well, you'll have to wait, won't you?
I guess.
This is from Joshua Johnson, who you may know as the email we had to read out whilst he was on the phone.
Okay, week. Yes, hello.
Yes. Hello, boys. I'm pretty sure I'm in the majority when I say this episode is a good one, because it is. You are. That is true. The monsters are cool. The tension is exciting. The Doctor walking away and hearing the chaos he is leaving behind is so well done. And of course, we've seen the birth of the most insufferable cunt of all the time and space. At least he's only around for another 2 episodes. Adelaide being genuinely terrifying to the Time Lord Victorious is always a fantastic scene to watch. The dramatic zooms in on each newspaper headline when Ten was doing a dead crew roll call got tiring very quickly. Love the fact that the base is called Bowie Base 1. Just a fun reference to a classic banger. I like that song a lot.
People seem to not like this obituary flash up. I liked it quite a lot.
I think it's... I like the obituary stuff. I didn't like the noise. The noise was egregious.
But they've always done that, haven't they? They've always overused the sound effect, yeah.
Doesn't make it good, though.
I mean, I guess, yeah.
Finally, the weirdo this week is for Adelaide, for the fact that once she realised her being alive would mean that humanity never touched the stars, as her granddaughter would not be inspired, she thought that taking a fat L in the living room would do the trick. I mean, it did, though, to be fair, but yeah.
She could have taken that secret to her grave. She could have lived a long, happy life.
But she's better than that, Lawrence.
She is better than that, and that's the point, Nathan.
That
the
is
doctor
the
couldn't
point.
make that sacrifice.
Keep up the good work, boys. Much love to the pod, Joshua. Thank you very much.
Joshua.
Thank you very much. We'll try to keep up the good work, but we can't promise anything.
Ballpark, how many we got?
This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left.
Okay,
including
we're
this
getting
one.
there.
So we're getting there. We're making our way through. We're making our way downtown. Oh wait, no, I missed one.
Oh no.
We got 6 left.
All right, come on, let's go. My conscience can rest easy after 4 hours. I'll be fine with that.
This is a long one. This is from our good friend Leah, and the subject line is the trivia of Mars. I'm already having PTSD flashbacks.
Oh, God. 31 pieces of trivia, please.
No. You'll enjoy the way this opens up. Well, I will. I don't know if you will, but hello, Nathan and the other one.
Oh, right. Okay, nice. Just the gut punch I needed at 4 hours in.
I hope you're both going strong after what I presume to be hour 4.
I mean, great guesswork, you guys.
They're doing good.
It's genuinely impressive, yeah.
Well, don't worry, because it's time for the only trivia section in the world. First, though, what a fucking incredible episode. Steffi's death brought me to genuine tears. The anticipation of knowing everything that was going to fall apart, only for it not to until the last 20 years, had me on the edge of my seat. And that ending. The idea of taking the Doctor, swanning in and saving everyone's lives and then making that utterly horrifying is an idea that I hope they never do again. Mostly because it could never stack up to this. Weirdo of the week, though. This was tough. Just about every character is extremely sensible in this episode. So my weirdo of the week has to be you two morons for claiming this would be a 6-hour episode.
We've been saying.
That's good.
I've been giving people a lot of shit, but we built the rod for our own backs.
Yeah, we did this. Yeah. And when I think it was me who said this will be a 6-hour episode.
Yeah, but let's be honest, I encouraged you. Like
you did.
We're both to blame for this fucking position we found ourselves
in. You should not have encouraged me, Lawrence.
No.
On to the trivia. Dalek. In the episode, a map of continental US is seen, missing the upper peninsula of Michigan. We can only wonder where half of the state has gone. There were concerns that Terry Nation's estate was not allowed the use of the Dalek. Robert Shearman had written an alternative script using a new monster, a childish sphere that killed for fun. This may sound familiar, and that's because it was reused as the Toclophane 2 seasons later.
Okay.
Interesting.
I never knew that.
No, me neither. Henry Van Statten was originally named Will Fences. That's very funny. Will Fences. Will Fences what?
Fucking hell.
That doesn't even make sense.
Now's not the time for your jokes, Nathan.
There were 14 drafts of the script. It originally had more focus on the Van Stattens, with Adam being Henry's child, and the whole point of the Dalek being tortured was to get it to say happy birthday. The Dalek, upon finding out, would not consider the family worth exterminating. Jeez. Brutal. According to Davies, the distress call at the start of the episode was written in because the executives didn't buy the idea that the TARDIS just turns up at the right time and place for adventure. Well, they're wrong then, aren't they?
Look, come on.
We know. They're wrong.
The TARDIS does that.
Yeah. Okay, the TARDIS just happens to show up on the exact day that Bowie Base 1 is going to explode. It's not a coincidence.
No, the TARDIS was like, this cunt's been pissing me off.
Time to humble this
Time
man.
to give him a bit of humble pie. TARDIS is a maniac. He doesn't care whose fucking lives it ruins in the process.
No, it's true. The Doctor's rant to the Dalek was written to be much more mocking and flippant. Eccleston, however, decided to pour so much fury and rage into the rant, which may have been an outlet for him seeing as a father was dying at the time of filming. Oh, that's quite sad. That Robert Shearman eventually realised it fitted the scene far better. The Long Game. This episode was originally had a much larger focus on Adam. Do you remember when we hated Adam? And we still do.
What do you mean
remember
Adam?
Adam?
When? Yeah.
I know, yeah. At one point, evenly simply being called Adam. God, I would have hated that.
Yeah.
When filming began and RTD saw how good Eccleston and Piper were, he rewrote to give them more to do after seeing so. Well, good.
Yeah.
In the DVD commentary, the director makes an odd statement that Adam was stealing information so he could cure his terminally ill father. Due to the lack of indication in the episode itself, it can be assumed that this was written out of the script. So that makes sense, I guess. Script was written by
the
David.
side effect of that is you just left Aaron. You just left Adam as this vapid character with no fucking reason for being the seismic size of a prick that he was.
Everyone hates Adam, all right?
Yeah.
The script was written by Davies in 1987. The script that was sent to script editor Andrew Cartmel in the hopes that it would be a Seventh Doctor story. Almost 20 years later, Davies got his dream.
Have you watched that? It's on the Whoniverse tab. Have you seen that interviewing Russell T Davies?
No, I don't think so. No.
It's honestly great look. He goes quite in depth about his whole career. Speaks quite honestly and openly about his late husband and also how he got his start on BBC. And I think it mentioned something of that effect, something of him writing like a spec script for Doctor Who to look at.
Well,
yeah, it's great. Honestly, I'd recommend it, not just to you, but to everyone listening as well. If you haven't seen it, it's a great watch, and it's on iPlayer.
Well, there we go. Father's Day, the story that originally had no monsters in it, and Simon Pegg was originally cast as Pete Tyler. Due to scheduling conflicts, this was changed. What a different world that would have been. When the Doctor opens the TARDIS doors and discovers a police box interior, the box was meant to fall apart, but this was considered too expensive.
And isn't that just season 1 Doctor Who?
Exactly. Doesn't that just sum up the entire show in that one sentence? Do you remember when we used to joke about the budget? We don't do as much these days.
We can't. The budget's noticeably bigger. But...
It's quite healthier, but yeah. Oh, that was like a warm memory, a warm flashback to good times.
Took me back to better days.
An alternate version was written due to Christopher Eccleston possibly having to take time off due to his father having surgery at the time. This would have involved the Doctor being taken out of the action far sooner, communicating with Rose as a disembodied voice. Pete was going to take a swig of wine before sacrificing himself, but it was felt that building a connection between drinking and bravery was a bad message to send. Probably for the best.
Yeah, I can see that,
Yeah. Hopefully that killed a few minutes. Good luck with the 6-hour mark, and see you next week, Leah. Thank you, Leah. We need all the help we can get.
No, I mean, in 30 seconds, I'm classing myself as off the hook.
Well, it'll be edited, so...
All right, so let's give it an extra 5 minutes then.
This is from it says Doctor Disco, which I believe is a reference to the 12th Doctor, including but not limited to thoughts on the waters of Mars. And I will say this email has an attachment. Hello, Lawrence and Nathan.
Hello.
I watched all the Revival era show not even a year ago for the first time ever in only 2 to 3 months. Very impressive. I guess it's what happens when you're not from an English-speaking country and a little too young to have been watching it when it aired anyway. And I was delighted when I found your podcast a few months ago, especially because I haven't been able to convince anyone to watch 13 seasons of a silly British time travel show to discuss it with them. No, I don't understand why either. It's a mystery. It certainly is. So I am living vicariously through this podcast. I just wanted to send you a message to tell you how much I enjoy listening to it. Really love the random tangents and bickering and silly little bits and learning a few new details about a show I've come to love. Oh, thank you very much. That is very sweet. I always enjoy hearing that people appreciate whatever this mess is. It took me a while to catch up, especially since the episodes kept getting longer. Sorry about that. Which is great, by the way. Okay, big fan of long episodes. But here I am with some thoughts on the waters of Mars. I think it's easy to forget that the Doctor is not human sometimes. Like, yeah, he's super intelligent and has all these alien tech stuff, but in the most of the times, he just seems like some silly guy, brackets, when he's not currently floating around T-posing like Jesus or whatever. But wow, you leave the guy alone for 3 episodes without a friend to look out for him, and this happens. The episode and the Doctor's little power trip had me unable to move for the last 20 minutes of the episode. I was so intrigued. That last conversation with Captain Brooke is so unsettling, especially with her telling the Doctor that he's wrong, and he's throwing these lines around that almost seem light-hearted, but there's something about the way he says them. A lot of that was also because of the music that just creeped me out so much. Like, he knows he's in the wrong, and in these few minutes before he admits he's gone too far, made me see the Doctor in a different light for a bit. I'm almost sad they didn't let him fuck up a bit more. I think that could have been very interesting. But also, I don't know if 10 could have handled any more, if I'm being honest. I'm very curious to hear your take on it all. All in all, I think this is one of those episodes that really made the Doctor become one of my favourite characters of all time. It gives them a lot of depth, and I love moral ambiguity in my protagonists.
Yeah, cool. He crashes hard and fast, I will say.
He does, as he should, really. Yeah. Something else. I know I'm technically too late to say anything about Journey's End, but since no one mentioned it, thought I'd say it anyway. Personally, I found the Dalek speaking German very amusing. Exterminieren is not really a word commonly used in German, and it's not the word they use in the German dub either. I looked it up. Also, the Daleks use the formal of you when addressing their captives, and I thought that was very funny. I guess at least they're being polite. That is very interesting because in the first episodes of the Daleks, like the Daleks from 1963, they capture the Doctor and the companions, and they just bring them food and drinks.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, a Dalek comes in with like a tray attached to it, and it's like, here's some food and drinks for you all, which is very funny to think about now.
Maybe I will enjoy the classic leg of this podcast.
Yeah, maybe you will. I think you will. I think it'd be good fun. I like that. That was a bit long. Sorry for that, but hey, just doing my part of making that 4 or 6 hour,
it really wasn't.
Hour episode, I guess. Everyone's getting involved. I like that. They're all doing their part, you know. I like it.
I like the sense of camaraderie. But...
yeah, it's good. That's it from me, and all the best, and keep up the good work. P.S. Bonus. Sadly, the audience can't see it, but I hope you find this amusing. The mental image of the bug wearing an I Nuked London shirt in Turn Left made me laugh. So I offer you a silly little drawing. Oh, that's sweet. That's very cool. I'm going to send this to you right now, Lawrence.
That's very good.
It's good.
That's actually very, very good. Yeah.
Yeah.
The hair is brilliant on that. Yeah.
We might have to get in touch with you if we ever need some official artwork for the pod. Some fun little characters, because that's very good.
Nathan's been talking about exploiting everyone and milking the podcast.
No, I never said that. If we first of all, any time we have done that, we've paid people for their work. Okay.
No, I know.
I'm not about exploiting people. Anyway, back to Dr. Disco. Oh wait, no, this was Dr. Disco. There we go. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Disco.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I had a lot of fun with that. There we go. Right. Did I read this one? Oh,
yes. Move on.
No, this one's from Matt K. It says, "All right, boys. Hopefully I finished this email in time for this week's pod." You did. Well done. Personally, I wasn't a fan of this ep when it aired in 2009. As a weird 12-year-old and obsessed with Doctor Who, I remember this period of the show being quite frustrating. I believe I knew Tennant was leaving, and at the time these specials were no replacement for a full new season of the show. That's fair enough. On a rewatch, I think the episode stands on its own, but after Russell spoilt us with Stolen Earth and Journey's End, I was expecting too much in anticipation for Tennant leaving. Anyway, enough with the episode. I'm currently trying to introduce. I'm currently trying to introduce my girlfriend to Docky Who. A bit of context: she grew up in Poland and hadn't heard of the show before I brought it up. We watched the first 2 episodes of Eccleston's run, but she lost interest once I told her there were 13 seasons, and not all of them are great. Understandable. If you watch those first 2 episodes and then get told, oh, by the way, there's 13 more seasons of this, you're like, of this?
It's a journey. It really is. It's
yeah.
I'm like that. If I get into something, I really try not to look at how much is left.
Yeah.
It's hard. But
it is hard, yeah. It's also, I think it's quite rude as well. Like, if you show someone something, like, on your phone, and then, like, tap it to, like, see, like, the progress bar or whatever, I'm like, okay.
Oh, so you don't like this, yeah?
Yeah. I think a good starting point might be Shootigatwa's first season. Anyway, it'd be good to get your thoughts on it. Keep it up, Matt. P.S. I'm listening from Scotland. Have you ever thought of doing a fan meetup? Honestly, no, because I don't think we have fans. Just because in my head, I'm like, who would come to that? No.
The paralyzing fear of no one coming is so embarrassing.
Yeah.
That we could have 100,000 listeners every single week and I would not do that.
I think I'd do it. I'm probably more inclined to do a live show if anyone ever wanted that eventually.
Yeah. Or like a Zoom call meetup so we can all just have a chat for an hour or something. That'd be cool.
That'd be cool. I think a live show would be more fun, though.
Right,
but that's, like, way off, though.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
When people buy tickets. We're not... terrifying if they don't.
Yeah. We're weird and scared a lot of the time as well.
Yeah.
We're scared men, all right? That's what you have to understand.
Yeah.
It's
all bravado, this is over the internet. Yeah. You meet us in real life, well, hello.
Do you remember when we saw Auntie Donna? We went to see Auntie Donna live, and beforehand we was like, we'll invite them out for a drink with us, and we'll have all such a good time and everything. And then we actually went to meet them afterwards, and we were like, oh, hello, that was very funny.
Broden looked us dead in the eye and was like, thank you guys for sitting at the front. And
because we were right in the front row.
Yeah, but that got me because then I'm like, he observed me. He remembers me from being in the front, and it threw me off entirely. And I was like, thank you for letting us buy tickets to come and see your show.
And then we just got an awkward picture with them.
No, it's a nice picture.
It's a good picture. I like it.
Yeah.
I think I said to Mark, your sweat dripped on me at one point, and then he like pretended to be offended and looked at me weird in the photo. Just quite fun.
Oh god, I remember Zach was like doing this funny thing of like, because I went to like put my arm around him, and then he looked at me and like he started putting his arm around me, and then it just became an awkward thing of where do we put each other's arms.
Anyway, yeah, meeting us would be very awkward. I don't think anyone wants that, but no. Hey, maybe one day, maybe. Also, in terms of starting Doctor Who, yes, Shootigatwa would be a good point.
That's a great place to start. Yeah, it's being designed as a jump-on point.
Yeah, or just jump on at the 60th anniversary like a fucking madman. Go for that.
Yeah.
Just do that. Why not? But yeah, no, I think that's the best place. Thank you, Matt. All right, 3 more to go, Lawrence. We're almost there.
Oh my god, okay, cool.
This is the home stretch.
I'm pre-warning everyone so no one thinks I'm rude. We're going to finish the email and I'm going to jump straight into the outro.
Okay. 3 of them, though. Remember that.
Yeah, I know.
Garen Howells, the subject line is Wet Boys from Mars. Hello, Nathan and Lawrence. It's good to meet you. Good to greet you. Good to say how diddly deet you. I enjoy that. It's quite
Have
fun.
you seen the meme of someone's given Millie Gibson like a line in her hair and an eyebrow? Like, oh no, she already has the eyebrow.
She already has the eyebrow one. Yeah,
but they've made her look like quite edgy. Right?
Yeah.
And it said, "Good to meet you, good to greet you, good to say how skibbity skeet you."
Oh, God. What does that even mean?
I don't know. It's just funny.
Oh God.
Oh God.
This sounds like memes I'm too old to understand. You know?
I think they might be. Yeah.
We're getting to that age. I do enjoy good to meet you, good to greet you, good to say how diddly dee. Yeah, it was fun. I'd like to start off by following on from an anecdote at the end of your last episode and wish Lawrence a very happy birthday.
Thank you.
I'm not actually sure if it is your birthday or was just Nathan doing a bit. I wouldn't put it past him, but you deserve the well wishes nonetheless. It was your birthday.
Yeah,
Not when I called you, but it was like the day after, I think.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was the next day you called me. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was my birthday. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's
He turns 27, just
I
like
did.
Gemma Chan.
I did, yes. But hopefully no, Gemma Chan ends up surviving, so we're okay.
In this version of reality.
Yeah.
In lieu of a tweet this week, I'm sending you an email. Oh, that's right, because Garen usually tweets as Garenzilla, I believe.
Okay.
I'm sending an email collating some of my various Doctor Who thoughts to help you extend this episode.
For the love of Christ.
To the 6 hours you promised. I hope by now you're in the final stretch and can see the rising sun of tomorrow morn come up over the horizon. It probably would be if we recorded at night.
Yeah, we wisely changed this to a daytime thing.
Yeah. Feel its warm glow against your hands which are not soaked in the blood of your listeners. God, I hope not.
Fuck.
Anyway, The Waters of Mars is, in my opinion, the last banger of the RTD1 era, and what a banger it is. We couldn't have wished for a better swan song for the beautiful blue suit we all know and love. You'd think coming off the back of an episode with Malcolm, the only way to go is down. I'm delighted to say, however, that The Waters of Mars is up there with Midnight, The Parting of the Ways, and Love and Monsters, brackets, yes, Love and Monsters, you read that right, as one of Russell's crowning achievements. Tennant gives perhaps his best performance as the Doctor, and the entire production is firing on all cylinders too. So you could have benefited from some Malcolm, though. That's true.
Yeah, I mean, every episode can be better served with a healthy scoop of Malcolm, yeah.
Love and Monsters?
No.
Lee Evans and Peter Kay going toe-to-toe?
Nothing. Look, fucking Lee Evans would have made it better, but nothing redeems Love and Monsters.
Well,
purely for the last 5 minutes. Like,
yeah, it is. Well, all of it's bad, but yeah.
All of it's bad, but the last 5 minutes makes it irredeemable.
Oh, here we go. I just read ahead. This episode fucking slaps. As does. Oh wait. No, yeah, sorry. This episode fucking slaps. As does TFL. Lawrence doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh my God.
Have you ever had the displeasure of using Transport for Wales? I spent a weekend in London, and my entire week of tubing cost me less than a return to go view a house on the other side of Cardiff.
Look,
Yeah. You wanted to know where listeners are from. I'm based in Cardiff, and I've actually listened to your podcast whilst walking through those random Cardiff, London streets from the show you love so dearly. I love that. That's great.
Well, look, firstly, I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm not. I love Cardiff.
Nah, being from Cardiff, that's.
Have you ever been to Cardiff?
Once, yes, but I was
When?
very little. It was,
Yeah.
my brother went as a judo competition, and
Okay.
I came with him in the back of the car.
So no is the answer then to that question.
I've been to Cardiff. That was the question.
But you haven't really been, though.
No, there you go. See, now you're always going to turn it around on me.
Yeah. Because you have some weird hatred against the Welsh.
No, I have a weird hatred against TFL and the Welsh.
Again, Garen is absolutely right. You're a fucking idiot. TFL is great compared to the rest of the country.
Look.
That's the only transport network you've experienced, so automatically your opinion is
No, it's
invalid.
not true. You keep saying
It's
this.
true. It is 100% true.
I've got on
Okay, now,
buses
just
that
because
aren't
you've
TFL.
got on, just because you were barely, all right. You get on a
I've been on
bus
a few.
once in a blue moon, all right. Since we're near the end of this era now, it seems like a good time as any to weigh up on some of the debates you've had over the past 50-something episodes. Here we go. Season 3's Utopia, Sound of Drums, Last of the Time Lords form a 3-parter. Incorrect. But season 4's ends in a 2-parter, The Stolen Earth Journey's End, with Turn Left being a prequel. Incorrect. A prequel has to come after for it to be a prequel.
That is also true. Yeah.
Yeah, so incorrect, Garen. Sorry, I don't make the rules.
But you sure as shit enforce them.
Somewhat like the Doctor's daughter is a coda to the Sontaran stratagem Poison Sky. I also think this era's TARDIS is fucking ugly. He's right.
Oh, no.
And this is the TARDIS I grew up with. But honestly, I think things are going to get worse before they get better. I did have the TARDIS playset as a kid, though, and had great fun putting my destroyed Cassandra, Pig Slave Laszlo, and mocks of Balhoon action figures around the console. I didn't get it from Lorimer's. I saved up my pocket money and got it from Argos like a normal person.
Okay, all right. None of that.
I also think a shock regeneration would be cool in principle, but would likely fail in execution. Not saying it can't be done, but I think it would need someone with a lot of tact to pull it off. A shock Twitter banner change, though, I'm all for that. Cassandra should remain, or Ursula, or whoever you've got up your sleeve next. Well, that battle has been put to rest, I'm afraid, Garen.
I think there's a healthy mix of opinions there. It shows that neither one of us are always right.
Well, I mean, logically, yes, that's a good way to go. But no, I am always right.
Oh, okay, I see.
And I won't be told different.
It's fun to hear all our disputes laid bare like that.
It is. It's fun. I think that's all my points. Is this email too long? Nah, probably too short, if anything. Like your podcasts, longer episodes should be the norm. Keep up the good work. Sent from my iPhone. If you like longer episodes, then boy, you're in for a treat this week. Not the treat you was promised, I'll give you that. But
no,
still,
but you're getting good.
You're getting a pretty good treat. This is the longest podcast episode we've ever recorded.
On any show, yeah.
On anything, yeah. Bloody hell. This is from
well, it's my day off today. I was thinking about doing stuff.
Lawrence, how can you say it's your day off when you're working right now on this beautiful podcast that we produce, okay?
Sorry, everyone.
This beautiful podcast, all right? Have you not got a light on? What's going on?
No, well, it was day when we started, so I didn't need one.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. And it was midday when we started.
Jesus Christ.
It's almost 5 o'clock. Fucking hell. Good evening, Nathan and Lawrence. Oh, sorry, this is from David with the Talking Pictures podcast. That
hello, David Irish and Brian.
Boy. Hello, David and Brian. But Brian doesn't listen.
Furiosa.
I've listened to their episode on zombie movies recently. It was quite good. Did you listen to that one?
I haven't checked that one out.
No, because you haven't checked any of them out.
No, stop it.
No, I'm kidding. I won't take too much of your time on this 6-hour-long extravaganza. Ooh, I'm sure everything has been said by this point in the episode's praise, so hopefully I'm not repeating, again, points that have been spoken about to death. It's a great episode with the vibes of John Carpenter's The Thing. Ooh, you're in for a treat.
Yeah.
Wait, is that out yet?
Will be tomorrow.
Will be tomorrow. You're in for a treat tomorrow. Well, actually, you're in for a treat right now because
a couple of days ago.
This comes out. Yeah, you're in for a treat a couple of days ago. A group of scientists trying to escape a presence that can't be negotiated with alongside a 28 days later type virus that if a single drop gets on you, you're a goner. It also reminds me of the Vashta Narada in a lot of ways. Great one-off monsters yet to be seen since. The Doctor quoted the prophecy and how we can't die and there's no knocking, only to be immediately followed by almost 4 knocks was great, for as cheesy or predictable as it is, though it was great and I felt genuine fear in 10 after it. He was scared. He was a scared little boy.
He was a little, proper humbling. Proper humbling. And he saw God. He saw fear in those eyes.
The flashes to the newspaper articles are interesting, if a little overused, to show every single one of the crew members dying, but as far as I'm aware, it isn't ever used again. It's a nice simple way of showing the ripples of the Doctor's actions, even though in this case it only changes a few words. I'm trying to remember if it is used again. I don't know. I don't believe so.
I don't think so. I quite like the implication that the Time Lord Victorious's grand effect was one word on a piece of paper. Like it ultimately shows the Doctor like he has got power to influence real change in individual people's lives, but the grand complex concept of time wins overall.
Lawrence, shut up. If you allow...
Do you know what? I'm fine with that. Come on, rush him.
If you'll allow me, I'd like to nitpick a thing. Two things, actually. Firstly, the Doctor tells Adelaide he knows the story of the Daleks stealing the Earth and how it inspired her to become an astronaut. But if the Doctor knows that, how didn't he know the story about the Earth being stolen? I mentioned this. I assume he would have brushed up on where the Earth was taken in order to make that almost universe-destroying event a little bit easier on himself. Are you all right?
Just checking my dog.
Oh, is she all right?
Yeah, she's chilling.
Oh, good. I'll get back to the email then.
Yeah, please. Thank you for your concern.
It's okay. Almost universe destroying event a little bit easier on himself. I find it very difficult to believe that he only brushed up on the first humans to colonize Mars after the events of Journey's End. Of course, from the writing perspective, he can't know about it until Russell writes the story of Journey's End, but it's just a little nitpick. Yeah, again, we did briefly mention this, but like time travel.
That's why time travel as a concept is so forgiving.
Yeah, it's like it changes stuff. You just can't think about it too much, really. My other one is, why did the Dalek let Adelaide live if Davros's master plan was to detonate the reality bomb and destroy everything and everyone? Did this random Dalek have insider knowledge that Davros's plan wasn't going to work and let her live? Again, just another nitpick. I think that's quite interesting, actually. I would say it was probably
Davros. He went, I don't give a fuck what this old crone says.
Some of them did, but as a realistic answer, I would probably say it's programming to a Dalek. It's not like the Dalek knows that Davros's plan is going to fail because of this. It's just that I can't kill this person because it's not for me, basically.
Yeah,
it's for destiny. It's for the universe, sort of thing. So, but that's just my theory. But hey,
it's one of them other things as well. If you think about it too much, it will fall apart.
Okay. Lawrence, turn your light on. I can't see your face.
No.
Okay. Well, fine. I'll turn my camera off.
No.
The Time Lord Victorious is a great concept that I really wish had been introduced sooner. 10 had always been vain, but the final scene in the show, the final scene in the snow, he was arrogant, and I think it was an interesting side of the Doctor that wouldn't fly had he a regular companion. These specials where he's running solo would have been perfect time to introduce it, leading to this full-on breaking of the rules of time, only for him to be put back in his place by Adelaide and her sacrifice for the future. She also knew her life had peaked seeing the blue suit brown combo and decided to off herself. And that's the rest
life
of her
will
life
never get better than this.
That's literally what it says. Yeah, suddenly the rest of her life would be a disappointment from then on. And you're absolutely right there, David. You are absolutely right with that. My question to you both is this week is, would you have liked to see more of the Time Lord Victorious, seen a darker side to this Doctor who is normally, let's face it, the saddest of the incarnations so far? Or are you glad it was introduced and put to bed within the same episode, showing the Doctor straight away this is not the way it should be? We talked about this a little, but yeah, I think it could definitely have benefited from being extended a bit. And again, not to talk about next week, but this is something I'll bring up. So yeah,
okay. Yeah, I already said my pitch as the. I think the specials should have been devoted up until this point, exploring it slowly but surely. Yeah.
So there you go, David. We already answered it. You should have listened.
Yeah, fucking hell, man.
My God, David.
Wouldn't have this with Brian.
Brian always listens.
Brian gets it, all right?
Yeah. Even though he doesn't listen to the podcast, he still gets it.
He gets it.
Yeah.
Am I correct in thinking this is the last one?
No, one more after this.
Oh, for the love of fuck.
I told you how many. It's not my fault you can't count.
I know.
All right? All the best, David. Talking Pictures Podcast, #Justice for Martha. Okay. As always, a sentiment I agree with. Lawrence, the final email. Fucking
Oh, that's
hell.
what I meant. That's what I meant.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. I can count. Yes.
Okay. But strap in, because I just opened it up, and oh boy.
Fuck me. Okay.
Yeah, it's a long one. Okay. Multiple pages, Lawrence.
I'm over here, but I'm listening.
No, get back now. I'm not having this. Come back.
Oh, I'm back.
I won't start reading until you're back.
I'm back. You can see me.
Okay. This is Tom Monty. Lawrence, come back.
No!
Every time you lean back, I'll stop.
All right, fine.
Subject line is still got water. Dear Nathan and Lawrence, would just like to start this email to say thank you so much for this episode of the podcast so far. I've been really enjoying it. I particularly enjoyed the bit where Nathan said this was one of his favorite episodes of all time and called it a certified banger. I actually did do that.
There we go. Yeah, very good.
I couldn't really relate to that, and it's great that you actually managed to make it to 6 hours. Ooh.
Yeah.
You both must be exhausted, but just in case you haven't so far, I'm going to make this email as beefy as possible to ensure you can get over the 6 hour finish line. Make sure you read this one really slowly and pause often to reflect. No, I won't keep that up. To reflect on what I've said and maybe add your own comments and thoughts and maybe apply this to all other emails too. Well, this is the last one, Tom, so we can't really. This will help the runtime extend infinitely. 6 hours isn't enough. Please continue this episode forever. Only joking, of course, although I know I said last week that 4 hours would be fine as a compromise. However, I've changed my mind and now would love for it to be the original promise, 6 hours, even if that means putting the Weirdo of the Week theme song on for a loop for the rest of the episode to make up for any time you missed out on. It's not a bad idea.
We can do that.
Which I'm hoping won't be very much. Maybe just like the last 10 minutes or so. Anyway... well, I mean, we're on we've been recording for 4.5 hours. That won't relating to 4.5 hours of episode, probably about
just over 4, maybe 4:15.
4:15, just about probably by this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a decent chunk.
Look, man, 4 hours is.
You guys have been fed this week.
I won't hear any disappointment, right?
Oh god!
And if the mass suicides happen, I'll arrive at the funeral with my sunglasses.
Lawrence, no, shut up! No, stop!
All right.
Also, please do not assume this is an ongoing thing. Okay?
Oh no!
Let's set these expectations right now. Please do not assume this is a one-off. Okay, please do not assume every episode will be this long because it won't. But then,
and we're going to be so careful with what we say going forward.
We've learned our lesson, okay? We've learned. All right. Lawrence's wife will be home at any moment to tell him off.
I'm looking at the clock. She calls me about this time, and I'm going to have to be like, yeah, I'll call you back.
This is by far the scariest episode of Doctor Who for me. Maybe partly because I watched this on broadcast when I was 9 years old, but it's always been the episode that freaks me out the most. I love the whole concept of just one drop of water, and I think RTD was potentially inspired by Moffat's Moffatism of taking a daily relatable thing like shadows or dust in the air or statues and making it terrifying. And in my opinion, this is the most effective use of said Moffatism, despite it not being written by Moffat. Although I think it could be down to his amazing prosthetics and practical effects. I really hope Lawrence appreciated the practical effects here too and doesn't apply his Ood transformation scene looking shit logic to this instance. Sorry, Lawrence.
I said it. Look, they're good. They're good. All right.
They are good. They are good. You're good. And you are insane for that everything.
Okay.
What do you think of the concept of just one drop of water being enough to infect you and change you, presumably irreversibly? Where does it rank among all the other Moffatisms for you? It's a good one.
Yeah, it's fine for me. I like it makes sense, right? It's like a game of It. You get touched, you're done.
Where does it rank for you though?
Well, we haven't got many established Moffatisms.
No, there's many more to come. Really,
Yeah.
we don't have many so far. We have the Vashta Narada, the shadows, the little boy, being a little boy.
I guess I don't know. It doesn't bother me. So
yeah,
does that make it
for me,
higher or lower?
It's not really the water that's the scary thing. It's more just the look and design of the infected and stuff. And yeah, it's just really well designed, really, which is a testament to the work they did. A scene I found particularly terrifying when I was 9 years old was the bit where Maggie is contained after she transformed into the zombie, and she's looking with wild eyes through the glass. Something about her eyes made me very scared. About her eyes. Why was she the only water zombie whose eyes didn't change color when she changed? I'm pretty sure it's mentioned by the Doctor, but I haven't watched this episode in ages. Do we find out why? I can't. What was that? You just turned on the light.
My screen went.
Oh, okay. I can't remember if it was mentioned by the Doctor, but regardless, it was mentioned in Jared's endless trivia that he kindly sent in.
The endless trivia.
So go. I would have said it at one point, but I can't remember what I said. So
Okay. Yeah, you got to do your own research at this point, all right?
I'm gonna have to go on fucking vocal rest after this podcast.
Worst thing is, right, my wife's going to call me and I'm going to speak to her. And she'll be like, you sound knackered. I'm going to be like, I just don't want to talk anymore.
That's what no one understands about podcasters, all right? This isn't ezy, okay?
And it sounds like the easiest thing in the world, but it's fucking exhausting after all.
Lawrence, I was joking, okay?
Oh, no, I wasn't.
We're just having a chat. It's pretty easy.
Okay.
Okay.
Just continue.
A very emotional moment is the German lady. I think she's German. Steffi's death. I think she's German. I think she might be Polish or Russian or something, but I don't believe she's German. Where she's in the room and the water starts falling through the ceiling, coming closer and closer to her. And then right before it hits her, she plays a video of her children having a great fun time in their living room back home. Then right as the water falls, it's like a stream of tears. She bursts into emotional hysterics as she slowly transforms into a water zombie. And when she's transforming, it looks like she's doing a little dance, which I enjoy. All while the Doctor is slowly walking away, and you see the devastation on his face as he listens to the audio. The entire scene, in fact, where the Doctor just listens to everyone dying as he dramatically walks away, is peak Doctor Who for me. Has Doctor Who ever been this dark? Hard to say. Probably
not this dark.
No, yeah, it's quite dark.
Yeah.
One of my favourite moments from this episode is the bit where the Australian Lieutenant Ed is preparing the rocket for liftoff. Then all of a sudden, water zombie Maggie comes in and fires a stream of water up into his capsule, prompting him to prepare the rocket to self-destruct as a result of its contamination. But the precise moment I'm referring to is when he's speaking to Adelaide and he's explaining what just happened. And right before he explodes, he utters something, his final line, his final words as a human being, "See you later." Maybe it's his Australian accent or the way he delivers it, or the fact that he's most certainly not going to be seeing anyone or anything later ever again. But it's one of my favourite lines in all of Doctor Who ever. What do you think of this line? I like it so much I've promised myself that my final words before I die will be "see you later" in an Australian accent, provided that I have the capability to speak before I die and I'm not instantly killed by being hit by a bus or something. Be a good way to go, I reckon.
I think it's for other people. It's like you want to... No one wants to go out screaming in a fit of despair. You want to sound cooler, calmer, collected, so that, you know... Everyone here is pretty much going to die anyway, most of them. But, like, if any of them do find a way to get out after he's blown up their way out, it's their memory of him is not... He dies with some dignity.
Yeah, yeah.
I think
good
that's
on it.
what it is, yeah.
Yeah. Saying "see you later" would be cool before you die. See you later.
I think "Hasta la vista" would be cooler.
No, absolutely not. You're wrong.
Fair enough. Well, we'll see, won't we? When everyone comes to the meetup, me and Nathan are going to kill ourselves. And you can decide which is cooler.
We will, yeah. And we'll never know the answer.
That's the best way to be.
Yeah. Another line I enjoy when the Doctor says "my head is so stupid" makes me giggle. Do you like this line? What is Ten's obsession with referring to himself as stupid? He often says things like "I'm so thick," or "my head is too small," or "I need a bigger head." Do you think Ten is self-hating? Not at all. He couldn't self-hate if he tried.
That man does not know the definition of hating himself.
No, he just gets a little frustrated sometimes. But
he gets annoyed that he couldn't have been even better.
Do you know last night, this is genuine as well, I was playing The Last of Us on grounded mode, okay, and I'm on like the last mission in California, Santa Barbara, all right, and literally this one encounter was taking me fucking hours, okay, hours, okay, to get through, and every time I died, I just went... and just continuously hit myself in the head because I was just getting so frustrated and angry with it.
Sometimes you do. Sometimes people just got to let the stress out. Yeah,
exactly. And I guess that's Ten's way of doing that. So there we go. Murray Gold's on top form this episode with standout tracks like The Fate of Little Adelaide, when Adelaide's talking about her encounter with the Dalek, and also the Time Lord's Last Stand. Feel free not to mention that spoiler, too late, which is from The End of Time Part 2, but also used here. Who knows if that was Gold being lazy or not, but I think it works really well here too, as the tension is rising. Would you be open to this episode's villain, the Flood, ever returning to Doctor Who? Or do you think it would be more effective to be contained to this episode for all eternity? I'd personally love for it to come back, especially now that RTD is back at the helm. I guess it depends how it's done, really.
I think it would cheapen the weight of the episode itself.
I don't, not necessarily, because it's not the villain which adds the weight to the episode.
If they go back to Mars, maybe. Because if it gets out of
maybe
Mars,
like
it
a
cheapens
prequel.
everyone else's death.
But maybe then one step before. It's time travel after all.
Maybe. Yeah, that could be cool.
So, yeah. Again, it just depends on what they do with it. It could go either way, really. Just depends on how it's
anything
written.
could be good. It just entirely depends on the creativity behind it.
And that goes doubly so for Doctor Who. Anything can be good. And more often than not, it isn't, but we still enjoy it. Where are we? I love the bit where Ten walks back in to save them all and the music is swelling, and then he says they will knock 4 times. And I think I know what that means, but it doesn't right now, because I don't hear anyone knocking. Do you? Infected Andy knocks the door 3 times. 3 knocks is all you're getting. Do you think Andy's water zombie somehow knew about the prophecy and was trying to troll the Doctor? What do you think would have happened if Andy knocked 4 times in that moment? I think the Doctor would have shit himself.
I think his head would have exploded.
There we go. On the topic of prophecy, what do you think of that bit where the Doctor says, the laws of time and they will obey me? I'm sure we answered that question earlier.
Yeah.
And when the computer immediately explodes in the Doctor's face, sending him flying, as if the universe is saying, fuck you, Doctor, no they won't. Do you think the prophecy and destiny are all things that really exist in the universe of Doctor Who, or is this all contained to the RTD era? I think anything can exist in the world of Doctor Who.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of if you believe it or not, really.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's absolutely evidence of time fights him back on this. Even those little moments we said when he gets blown up, he gets pushed towards the TARDIS. It's all sorts of little moments like that I think are interesting. And they're open to interpretation, but they're interesting for sure.
Shut up, Lawrence. Also, is it just me, or is Tennant wearing eyeliner or mascara in this episode? Like dark mascara, particularly in his Time Lord Victoria scene at the end. Maybe because he's evil now? ? I have to say I hadn't noticed that.
I hadn't noticed it, but he is wearing a Hot Topic t-shirt.
He's not.
His fringe is down,
like...
so...
His fringe is down, yeah. So maybe.
He's even 10.
One possible nitpick that you may or may not have mentioned, Gadget, the funny robot was seen in this episode driving through lots of infected water towards the end to get to the TARDIS. Then he gets into the TARDIS and has the key in his hand, and then returns to Earth and is left on some random Cardiff street. Does this mean that the TARDIS and TARDIS key, and by extension the Doctor and the Earth, are all now infected? Or can we assume that the water evaporated before infecting anyone? But even then, how does that work? Doesn't evaporated water stay in the air as water vapor? Hang on, doesn't this mean the entire Mars base was infected the whole time because of all the water vapor in the air? I think one of your science guru followers needs to answer this burning question.
I sure as shit don't.
Don't worry, this is the last email anyway. He did evaporate, all right? And it evaporated when Gadget was speeding directly towards the TARDIS in the Mars atmosphere. Okay, is she calling?
Hang on.
Lawrence's wife is calling, so we have to take a brief pause. But yes, the water evaporated when it ran through Mars, basically. So, yeah. Lawrence just got a call from his wife and he got told off, which is why we have to wrap this up quickly.
No, don't frame it like that. I forgot to do something earlier in the day and it needs to get done before a certain place closes.
Yes, he got told off. Anyway, we've got to hurry up. One final question. This episode was set in 2059. Do you think humanity will have a base in the real 2059, or was RTD too optimistic? I think so. I think we're due to go to Mars within the next 10 years, I believe. The first human will step foot on Mars within the next 10 years. So I think that's a realistic timeline, I think.
Yeah, sounds good.
If they don't just completely abandon it like they did with the moon. So who knows?
Yeah, sounds good.
Cool. Lawrence is in rush mode. Anyway, that's about as much rambling and dumb questions that I can squeeze out for one sitting. Geez, I've just checked and it's over 1,600 words. I've written shorter essays. Like I said, I wasn't usually sending an email this long, and I only did it in the hopes that it adds to the run time significantly and pushes you over that 6 or 4 hour finish line.
It's pushing me over something.
Lawrence, you've been too rude.
I know, sorry.
You've been too mean. Okay?
I'm letting my real life come into this. My dog is getting very upset that she's been in this room for so long.
She's fine. Let her out of the room then.
No, because she's going to piss, Nathan. I don't want that to happen outside.
And like I said in previous episodes, my song will be ending very soon if it hasn't. I will be saying see you later in an Australian accent, and I will put it at the end of my email in the next podcast to make sure you know what I've done. I will sign it off with love, Tom Monty. P.S. Nathan, read this next bit in an Australian accent. See you later. Was that good? Probably not.
Sure. Yeah.
See you, it's hard to do with such a small thing. You need like a build-up so you really get the sense of it.
See you later.
Hello, Cants. How's it going? I'm going to see you later.
See you later, guys.
See you later, Cants.
It's not bad.
Yeah, that'll work. Anyway, let us know. Love from Tom Monty. P.S. Speaking of ending one's life, on last week's episode, when talking about the absolute idiot of a bus driver who killed himself, I loved the way you both pronounced skeleton as skellington. Is this a conscious choice? Yes. I think it's funny.
It is funny. That's why.
Yeah. I pronounce skeleton. I pronounce skeleton as skellington. I always do that. And robot is often robot.
Yes, I've noticed you do robot.
Yeah, robot is funny because I think it's funny. And if there's one thing you need to know about me, I will always do what I think is funny, even if most people think it's not. Okay, I aim to please myself most of all. Okay, there we go. Anyway,
right, indulge me. Thank you very much for listening. If you haven't enjoyed the show,
no, we're not finished. It's not finished.
Fuck!
I was going to ask you. Do you say skeleton consciously?
Yes, I do.
Crap.
Thank you very much for listening.
No, there's a PSS.
Oh, for
Don't
fuck!
worry, boys. Don't worry, boys. I won't actually end myself if you fail to deliver on your promise to make this episode 6 hours long. It was Nathan who originally promised this, by the way, since you were asking last week. There we go. Lawrence, you weren't opposed to the idea at the time. There you go. So really, if you think about it, it's your fault. Okay. Anyway, love Tom Monty. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you
very much.
Tom.
Appreciate it. And Lawrence, with that, all the emails are done, so now you can rush through this and show everyone how much you hate doing this podcast.
Right, before I rush through, I will say a massive thank you to everyone that actually did send in something. You've obviously helped boost the runtime significantly. And also,
much to Lawrence's dismay.
Yes, pretty much. And also, I would like everyone in the next tweets and emails to thank Nathan, who has a 4-hour edit to do this week.
Fuck. Do we not have any get out of jail free?
No, we're not. No, fuck no. Anyway, I really need to make a phone call. Nathan,
but wait, it wasn't lost. Oh wait, hold on. It just wasn't lost on me that there was a 4-hour episode of Another Happy Pod, which isn't my job to edit, and yet I still did. Anyway, go on, say a little thing.
Thank you very much for listening. If you've enjoyed the show, then please feel free to leave us a review, 5 stars, no less, please, on your podcast platform of choice. You can follow on Twitter. We are at Still Got Legs Pod for any updates, as well as sending in your thoughts on what we're discussing. You can also send those thoughts to stillgotlegspodcast@gmail.com. Nathan, we have another podcast, don't we?
We do, Lawrence. It's called Another Happy Pod. It comes out every Friday at 10 a.m. and it's all about pop culture.
Stop doing this.
Each week we discuss something about we want to chat. Could be a movie, could be a TV show, could be a video game. It's usually a movie because it's easier, and we have a lot of fun doing that. This week, The Thing, maybe.
It might be The Thing. It might not be.
It is The Thing. It's The Thing. All right, cool.
Thank you, everyone. We will see you next week for a much shorter time. Have a lovely week.
I'll make sure it's longer. Goodbye.
Bye.
I should have said that.